The galactic salvage yard, 459, stretched across an entire asteroid, a cosmic trash heap that would make any earthbound hoarder weep with joy. Countless derelict ships, broken-down equipment, and mysterious alien contraptions littered the rocky surface, all arranged in neat rows that somehow made the chaos look almost intentional. The artificial atmosphere dome cast everything in a slightly purplish tint, which only added to the surreal nature of the place. Zeke Morrison stood at the entrance, his worn boots planted firmly on the metal walkway, taking in the sight with the kind of grin that usually preceded either brilliance or disaster. His weathered jacket, adorned with patches from a dozen different space stations, marked him as a seasoned spacer. The duffel bag slung over his shoulder contained enough credits to either make him the proud owner of something amazing or the laughingstock of the entire Orion arm. "Welcome to Kizik's Premium Salvage," chirped an enthusiastic voice from somewhere around his knee level. Looking down, Zeke found himself face to antenna with what appeared to be a neon green, cricket-like alien wearing what could only be described as a business-casual exoskeleton. "The name's Zeke," he replied, trying not to stare at the creature's constantly twitching mandibles. "I heard you folks might have some military surplus." The alien, presumably Kizkut, made a sound like a garbage disposal trying to digest a fork. "Military surplus? Oh, human friend, we have nothing so crude. Only finest decommissioned civilian vessels and—" "That's an Arxian battle cruiser back there," Zeke interrupted, pointing toward a massive hulk half buried in smaller debris. Even covered in space dust and sporting what looked like several centuries' worth of rust, the distinctive predatory lines of the ship were unmistakable. Kizik's antennae drooped noticeably. "Ah, you have good eyes for one with such limited optical range, but surely a human wouldn't be interested in such outdated technology." Zeke was already walking toward the ship, his boots clanking on the metal walkway. The closer he got, the more his grin widened. What the alien saw as outdated, he saw as potential. The Arxians might have been defunct for 3 centuries, but they knew how to build ships that lasted. "How much?" he asked, running a hand along the scarred hull plating. "For this piece of historical artifact?" Zike's mandibles clicked rapidly, the alien equivalent of nervous laughter. "You understand it hasn't moved in 50 cycles? The power core is probably—" "How much?" Zeke repeated, now tapping various points on the hull and listening intently. 50,000 credits, Zeke said with the air of someone naming an impossible sum to discourage further discussion. Zeke turned around, his grin now reaching levels that would make a shark envious. "I'll give you 5,000 for it." "5, but that's—" Zeke's entire body turned a fascinating shade of chartreuse. "This is not some Earth bazaar where we haggle like primitive—" "You've had it taking up prime real estate for 50 cycles, Zeke pointed out, "and I'm betting I'm the first person who's shown any interest in actually buying it, rather than scrapping it for parts." The alien's antennae twisted themselves into what appeared to be a knot. 20,000. 7,000, and I'll move it out today so you can use the space for something that might actually sell this century. Kizik made that garbage disposal sound again, but this time it had a distinct note of resignation. 10,000, not 1 credit less, and you must remove it today. Deal. Zeke stuck out his hand, remembered who he was dealing with, and quickly converted the gesture into a respectful antenna-ward wave. As he reached for his credit chip, he could have sworn he heard the old ship creaking in anticipation. Little did Kizik know that what they saw as worthless junk was about to become something the galaxy hadn't seen in a very long time. A perfect fusion of ancient Arxian engineering and good old-fashioned human ingenuity. And if Zeke's suspicions about certain components were correct, this rust bucket was going to make quite a few people very, very nervous. After transferring the initial payment, Zeke pulled out his diagnostics kit, a battered tablet that looked like it had been through several wars and probably had. He pressed his palm against the ship's access panel, and to Kizik's visible surprise, it hummed to life, casting a faint blue glow. "Impossible," the alien chittered. "The power systems have been dead for—" "Arxian quantum batteries," Zeke interrupted, his eyes scanning the readings. "They last practically forever. Just need a bit of biomechanical feedback to wake them up." He paused, squinting at a particularly interesting data stream. "Well, would you look at that?" What is wrong?" Zik skittered nervously. "Wrong! Nothing's wrong. Just discovering that this beauty has a Mark 7 hyperdrive core, fully intact." Zeke whistled low. That alone is worth about 50,000 credits to the right buyer. Kazik's exoskeleton made a sound like cracking ice. Perhaps we should renegotiate. Contracts already signed and filed with the station authority, Zeke said cheerfully, moving deeper into the ship. His handheld scanner beeped excitedly as he passed through what appeared to be a standard cargo hold, but was reading as having military-grade shield generators hidden behind the panels. The ship was a treasure trove of hidden technology. Behind every rusty panel and beneath every layer of dust lay systems that would make modern military engineers weep with joy. The Arxians hadn't just built this ship to last, they'd built it to deceive. Every weapon system was disguised as something innocent. Every military-grade component masked by layers of civilian hardware. "Hey, Kazuk," Zeke called out, his voice echoing from deep within the ship. "You sure this was just a regular cruiser? Because these readings suggest otherwise." "All documentation indicates civilian vessel," Kazuk insisted, though their antennae were now twisted into what looked like a double helix of anxiety. "Previous owner very clear about this." "Previous owner," Zeke muttered, brushing dust off a panel to reveal a symbol he recognized from his military history studies, the mark of the Arxian Special Operations Division. "Right." The final system check confirmed what he'd suspected from the moment he'd seen the ship's silhouette. This wasn't just some forgotten relic. It was a ghost ship, one of the legendary stealth vessels that had helped the Arxians dominate 3 sectors before their mysterious disappearance. The fact that it was sitting in a junkyard was either the biggest oversight in galactic history or someone's idea of a very elaborate joke. As Zeke finalized the transfer of ownership, he couldn't help but notice how Kazit seemed increasingly eager to complete the transaction and usher him away. The alien probably thought they were getting rid of worthless junk. Instead, they'd just sold him one of the most sophisticated weapons platforms ever created, for the price of a used shuttle. Station Gamma 9's maintenance bay wasn't exactly the prestigious shipyard this vessel deserved, but it was private, and more importantly, it didn't ask questions. Zeke had managed to dock his new acquisition in the furthest corner of the facility, where the lighting was conveniently spotty and the security cameras had a peculiar habit of looking the other way. "Home sweet home," he muttered, setting up his portable workshop with practiced efficiency. Tools ranging from standard hydro spanners to highly illegal alien tech diagnostics equipment emerged from his seemingly bottomless toolbox. Each piece had a story, most of which would probably get him arrested in at least 3 sectors. The first week was devoted purely to cleaning. Centuries of cosmic dust had accumulated in every crevice, creating a uniquely disgusting paste when mixed with the ancient lubricants. Zeke found himself wearing a breather mask not just for safety, but to avoid tasting what 300 years of space grime smelled like. "If the Arxians were so advanced," he grumbled, scraping something particularly nasty off a power coupling, "you'd think they'd have invented self-cleaning ships." His words echoed through the empty corridors, accompanied by the steady drip of cleaning solution and the occasional spark from aging systems coming back to life. It was during the second week, while tracing what he thought was a routine power line, that Zeke made his first major discovery. The line didn't end at the auxiliary power grid as the schematics suggested. Instead, it disappeared into a hidden compartment behind the bridge's main console. "Well, well, well," he whispered, carefully removing the false panel. "What other secrets are you hiding? Beautiful." The compartment contained a sphere about the size of a human head, its surface covered in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. Zeke recognized it immediately from black market tech discussions, an Arxian quantum AI core, the holy grail of artificial intelligence technology. "No wonder they hid you," he breathed, carefully disconnecting the sphere from its housing. Modern AI cores were impressive, but they were crude implements compared to this piece of engineering. The Arxians had somehow managed to encode consciousness itself into quantum states, creating AIs that were indistinguishable from organic intelligence. Setting up a proper power connection took 3 days of careful work. Zeke had to fabricate several adapter pieces just to make modern power cells compatible with the ancient technology. Each connection had to be perfect. One wrong move and he'd fry components that were literally irreplaceable. "Moment of truth," he announced to the empty ship on the 4th day. His finger hovered over the activation switch, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. Please don't explode, please don't explode, please don't explode. He pressed the switch. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a distant wind chime, the sphere began to glow. Patterns of light danced across its surface, accelerating until they were almost too fast to follow. The ship's main lights flickered, dimmed, and suddenly blazed to full brightness. System initialization in progress, announced a voice that somehow managed to sound both ancient and crystal clear. Quantum matrix realigning, neural pathways regenerating, primary consciousness emerging. Zeke held his breath as status reports flashed across his diagnostic screen. The AI was rebuilding itself, integrating 3 centuries of dormancy into its consciousness. This was the crucial moment. AIs that spent too long powered down sometimes came back wrong. Integration complete, the voice announced, then with a distinctly different tone that managed to convey both curiosity and amusement. Well, this is unexpected. I appear to have been asleep for quite some time, and you're certainly not an Arxian. No, Zeke agreed, grinning. Name's Zeke Morrison. I found you in a junkyard. There was a pause that felt distinctly judgmental. A junkyard, the AI repeated flatly. I, one of the most advanced combat vessels ever created, was in a junkyard. If it makes you feel any better, it was a really nice junkyard, very clean, professional. The AI made a sound that might have been a sigh. I suppose I should be grateful, though I must admit, I'm curious about what a human plans to do with an Arxian stealth warship. Zeke's grin widened. How do you feel about making the galaxy's biggest powers very, very nervous? Interesting, the AI replied, and Zeke could have sworn the sphere pulsed with a brighter light. Tell me more about this plan of yours, Zeke Morrison. And perhaps while we talk, you can help me run a full systems diagnostic. I suspect I'm not operating at peak efficiency after my extended rest. Buddy, Zeke said, already reaching for his tools. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Over the next few days, Zeke and the AI, who had introduced itself as Protocol 7, but you can call me Pro, systematically explored the ship's hidden capabilities. Each discovery made Zeke increasingly grateful that he'd grabbed this particular piece of junk before someone else realized what it was. So let me get this straight, Zeke said, staring at the holographic display showing the ship's weapon systems. Those aren't cargo bay doors at all, are they? Correct, Pro replied, sounding almost smug. They're quantum torpedo launchers, disguised to look like standard cargo doors. The Arxians were quite proud of that particular bit of deception. Zeke whistled low. And I'm guessing those atmospheric processors along the hull. Phase cannons, Pro confirmed, capable of punching through capital ship shields like they're tissue paper. Though I should note they'll need significant recalibration after 3 centuries of disuse. The more they dug into the ship's systems, the more Zeke realized he'd stumbled onto something far more significant than a simple stealth vessel. Hidden compartments revealed prototype weapons that weren't supposed to exist. Encrypted data cores held tactical information that would make military historians weep. Pro, Zeke said slowly, examining a particularly interesting set of schematics. What exactly was this ship's mission? Because this is way beyond standard military tech, even for the Arxians. There was a pause, longer than usual for the AI's quick responses. This vessel was unique. We were part of Project Eclipse, an initiative so classified that most of the Arxian High Command didn't know about it. We were designed to be the perfect infiltrator, capable of slipping into enemy territory undetected and unleashing devastating attacks from within. That explains the stealth systems, Zeke muttered, then frowned. But why hide it in plain sight? Why not destroy it when the Arxians fell? Because, Zeke Morrison, Pro said quietly, we didn't fall, we disappeared, by choice. The revelation hung in the air like a physical presence. Zeke's mind raced with the implications. The Arxians' mysterious vanishment was one of the galaxy's greatest unsolved mysteries. One day they were a dominant power, the next they were just gone. Right, Zeke said finally, shaking his head. Well, that's a mystery for another day. Right now we need to focus on getting you combat ready again. He pulled out his tablet, starting to sketch modifications. I've got some ideas about integrating modern tech with your systems. Nothing major, just some upgrades to help you interface with current networks, and he trailed off as he noticed Pro's holographic display showing what looked suspiciously like amusement. What? I find it fascinating, Pro said, how quickly humans adapt to extraordinary situations. Most species would be paralyzed by the revelations I just shared. You're already planning upgrades. Hey, mysterious disappearances and ancient secrets are great and all, Zeke replied, grinning, but they don't help us shoot bad guys. Speaking of which, how do you feel about quantum entangled targeting systems? I've got a guy who can get us some experimental models cheap. Integrating untested modern technology with my ancient and highly sophisticated systems. Pro's tone was arch. That sounds incredibly dangerous and likely to result in catastrophic failure. So, you're in? Obviously, begin installation whenever you're ready, though I should warn you, the last time someone tried to modify my weapon systems without proper authorization, the security countermeasures were rather extreme. Zeke's hands froze above the control panel. And with proper authorization? Well, Pro said, its voice carrying a distinct note of mischief, I suppose as the ship's new owner, you have full authorization. I probably should have mentioned that earlier. You're kind of a jerk for an ancient AI, you know that. I prefer to think of it as having a refined sense of humor. Now, about those targeting systems. The trouble started exactly 6 days after Zeke got the quantum targeting systems online. He was in the middle of calibrating the last phase cannon when Pro's voice cut through his concentration. We have company, the AI announced. 3 Kraxan merchant vessels just docked at the station. Their energy signatures suggest they're heavily armed for merchants. Zeke looked up from his work, frowning. Kraxans, this far from their trade routes. Indeed, and you might find it interesting to know that they've just transmitted a rather large payment to our friend Kuzik's accounts. Well, that's not suspicious at all, Zeke muttered, reaching for his sidearm. He'd barely strapped it on when the maintenance bay's comm system crackled to life. Human Zeke Morrison, a gravelly voice announced, managing to make his name sound like something found growing under a rock. We represent the Kraxan Merchant Consortium. You have something that belongs to us. Pro's holographic display flickered with what Zeke had come to recognize as amusement. Fascinating. I don't recall being Kraxan property. Let me guess, Zeke called back. You've got some very official-looking documentation claiming ownership of this ship, probably dated just before I bought it. The sale was fraudulent, the Kraxan spokesman growled. The vessel is classified as protected heritage by consortium law. You will surrender it immediately or face severe consequences. Zeke leaned against the ship's hull, grinning despite the situation. Protected heritage? That's the best you could come up with? Come on, at least try to make it believable. The response came in the form of heavy footsteps approaching the maintenance bay. Through the viewport, Zeke could see at least 6 heavily armed Kraxans, their ceremonial merchant robes doing little to hide their combat armor. You have 1 hour to comply, the spokesman announced. After that, we will be forced to take protective custody of the vessel, for its own preservation, of course. Of course, Zeke replied dryly. Hey, Pro, what do you think about all this heritage preservation talk? Well, Pro said, loud enough for the Kraxans to hear, considering that my weapon systems are now fully operational and that I have enough firepower to turn their ships into space confetti, I think they might want to reconsider their position. There was a long pause from the other end of the comm. When the spokesman spoke again, the fake civility was gone. You have no idea what you're dealing with, human. That ship holds secrets that could destabilize the entire sector. Walk away now, while you still can. Zeke's grin widened. Now that sounds more like the truth. Pro, how long would it take us to get combat ready? Primary systems are at 89% efficiency. The new targeting systems are fully integrated. We could be space-worthy in approximately 20 minutes. Perfect. Zeke cracked his knuckles and began powering up the ship's systems. You know what I love about threats like this, Pro? They always give you such a generous deadline. A whole hour? That's practically an invitation to cause trouble. I calculate a 97% probability that this confrontation will end in violence, Pro noted. Only 97%? I'm accounting for the small chance they might develop sudden common sense. Though based on my experience with organic life forms, I suspect that's optimistic. Zeke laughed as he started the pre-flight sequence. Well then, let's make sure we're ready to educate them about the dangers of trying to steal from a human and his ancient warship, shall we? With 45 minutes left on the clock, Zeke's maintenance bay had transformed into something between a mad scientist's laboratory and a military prep zone. Tools and components floated in zero gravity as he worked, making last-minute modifications that would have made any proper engineer have a heart attack. "You realize," Pro commented, watching Zeke rewire an entire weapons console while hanging upside down, "that what you're doing violates approximately 37 different safety protocols." "Only 37, Zeke grunted, connecting another set of cables. "I must be losing my touch. Hand me that quantum flux regulator, would you?" A robotic arm extended from the ceiling, presenting the requested component. "I still don't understand how you expect to increase weapon efficiency by routing power through a modified coffee maker." "That's because you're thinking like an Arxian," Zeke explained, grinning as he integrated the new component. "All elegant solutions and quantum mathematics. Sometimes you need a little human chaos theory." The coffee maker in question was actually a heavily modified thermal regulator that Zeke had salvaged from a luxury cruise liner. By reversing its polarity and connecting it to the phase cannon cooling system, he'd created something that definitely shouldn't work but somehow did. "System analysis complete," Pro announced. "Energy output increased by 47%, though I cannot explain why." Story of human engineering, buddy. Zeke moved on to the next modification, pulling out what looked like a gaming console controller. "Now, about those torpedo launchers." The next 15 minutes were a blur of activity as Zeke implemented every crazy idea and modification he'd been saving for a rainy day. The quantum torpedoes were upgraded with guidance systems salvaged from racing drones, giving them maneuverability that no military-grade weapon could match. The shield generators were linked to a predictive algorithm Zeke had borrowed from a casino security system. "You know," Pro observed as Zeke installed the final piece of his jury-rigged targeting system, "I'm beginning to understand why humans have such a reputation in the galaxy. Your species has an almost terrifying ability to repurpose technology in ways its creators never imagined." "Thanks, I think." Zeke wiped sweat from his forehead, surveying his work. The bridge now looked like something out of a fever dream. Ancient Arxian technology merged with modern human innovations in ways that probably violated several laws of physics. "How are we looking?" "All systems are operational, though I use that term loosely given the extensive modifications. Weapons are at 143% of original specifications, though I strongly advise against asking me how that's possible. Shields are holding steady at double strength, thanks to your rather creative use of entertainment system power regulators." Zeke started running through final checks, his fingers dancing across controls that mixed holographic interfaces with physical buttons. "And the special surprise we prepared? The trans-dimensional pulse generator is ready, though I still think converting my waste recycling system into a weapon is somewhat undignified." "Hey, if it works," Zeke paused, looking at a readout. 20 minutes left. "How about a quick systems test?" Pro's holographic display pulsed with what might have been anticipation. "I suggest the asteroid field in Sector 7. It's unpopulated and should provide adequate targets." The ship's engines hummed to life, a sound that started as the gentle purr of a well-maintained machine and built to something that made the entire maintenance bay vibrate. Panels that had appeared rusted and decrepit fell away, revealing pristine hull plating beneath. The transformation was stunning, from space junk to warship in under an hour. "You know," Zeke said as they maneuvered out of the bay, "we should probably come up with a name for you. Can't keep calling you that rusty ship anymore." "I have accessed human naming conventions," Pro replied. "Given our current situation and your species' penchant for dramatic irony, might I suggest Phoenix?" Zeke laughed. "Rising from the ashes to strike fear into our enemies? Perfect." He settled into the captain's chair, which he'd modified with parts from a luxury gaming chair. "All right, Phoenix, let's go show these Craxons why it's a bad idea to threaten a human with a deadline and access to spare parts." The ship, now Phoenix, accelerated smoothly into space, its hybrid systems working in perfect harmony. It didn't look like much from the outside, still bearing its disguise of age and decay. But inside, it was something new, something that had never existed before, a fusion of Arxian military superiority and human innovative chaos. And it was ready for a fight. The Kraxan ships were waiting exactly where Zeke expected them to be, in a standard attack formation just outside the station's defensive perimeter. Their sleek vessels bristled with weapons, all pretense of being merchant ships abandoned. 3 Havoc-class warships, Pro reported, heavily modified, detecting energy signatures consistent with military-grade weaponry. They seem quite confident. Perfect, Zeke's fingers danced across the controls. Let's not disappoint them. Still looking like a piece of junk on their scanners? Affirmative. External camouflage is holding. They're reading us as a barely functional civilian vessel. Pro's voice carried a note of anticipation. They're charging weapons. The lead Kraxan ship's commander appeared on the main screen, mandibles clicking in what was probably supposed to be an intimidating manner. This is your final warning, human. Surrender the vessel or face the consequences, Zeke interrupted, rolling his eyes. Quick question though, you ever wonder why the Arxians disappeared? The commander paused, caught off guard. What? See, I have a theory, Zeke continued, casually flipping switches that began powering up their weapons. I think they got bored. Got tired of dealing with people who thought having bigger guns meant they could take whatever they wanted. People like you. You dare... Computer, initiate combat protocol Zeta 9, Zeke announced, grinning. Let's show them what this junkyard special can do. Phoenix came alive. The rusty exterior rippled and fell away like a snake shedding its skin, revealing gleaming hull plating underneath. Weapon ports that had appeared welded shut smoothly opened, deploying an array of cannons that definitely weren't in any standard registry. Oh look, Pro commented dryly. They're surprised. The Kraxans opened fire first, a barrage of plasma torpedoes streaking through space. They were met by Phoenix's shield system, the one Zeke had modified with casino security algorithms. The shields didn't just block the torpedoes, they predicted their trajectories and created focus barrier points exactly where they were needed, using minimal energy. Return fire, Zeke ordered. Let's test those racing drone upgrades. The quantum torpedoes launched from Phoenix's cargo doors moved like nothing the Kraxans had ever seen. Instead of traveling in straight lines, they weaved and juked, following paths that seemed to defy physics. 2 found their mark before the enemy ships could adjust their targeting, blasting through shields that had been calibrated for conventional weapons. Direct hits, Pro reported. Their shield generators are struggling to compensate for our quantum conventional hybrid warheads. Also, they appear to be swearing quite creatively in 7 different languages. That might have worked against a normal vessel, but this was no normal ship. Zeke's modified targeting system, controlled by what looked suspiciously like a video game controller, allowed him to track all 3 ships simultaneously. Time to show them our special surprise, Zeke announced. Pro, power up the trans-dimensional pulse generator. Charging the recycling system, Pro replied, managing to sound both resigned and amused, though I still think this is undignified. The lead Kraxan ship launched another salvo, this time accompanied by some sort of electronic warfare pulse. Zeke actually laughed as their systems shrugged it off. Nice try, he called over the comm, but you're about 3 centuries behind on your hacking techniques. Pro, give them a taste of their own medicine. Phoenix's AI launched a counterattack through channels the Kraxans didn't even know existed. Their ship's systems began acting erratically, weapons powering down, shields flickering, and in one particularly amusing case, their emergency entertainment system began broadcasting ancient human cat videos. The trans-dimensional pulse is ready, Pro announced, though I feel compelled to remind you that we haven't actually tested this modification. No time like the present, Zeke hit the activation sequence. The modified waste recycling system, combined with elements of Arxian quantum technology and what might have been parts from a microwave oven, released a pulse of energy that rippled through space in ways that made physics professors wake up screaming. It didn't damage the Kraxan ships, it just made their fancy targeting systems completely useless, convinced their sensors they were simultaneously in 12 different locations, and possibly turned all their coffee into tea. What did you do to our ships? The Kraxan commander demanded, his voice a mix of rage and bewilderment. Would you believe I'm not entirely sure, Zeke replied cheerfully. That's the fun thing about human modifications. Sometimes we surprise ourselves. Now, about that protected heritage claim. The Kraxan ships were already backing away, their crews probably realizing that they were dealing with something far beyond their experience. A hybrid vessel combining the most advanced military technology of the past with the most insane innovations of the present, controlled by a human crazy enough to make it all work. "This isn't over," the commander growled, though his mandibles were twitching nervously. "Actually," Zeke said, his finger hovering over another button, "I think it is. Pro, show them targeting solution Alpha." Phoenix's weapons locked onto all three ships simultaneously, the targeting displays showing precision that shouldn't have been possible. The message was clear. The next exchange wouldn't be a demonstration. "You have 30 seconds to leave," Zeke announced, "and I'm not as generous with deadlines as you are." They left in 20. News travels fast in space, especially when it involves 3 Kraxan warships fleeing from what was supposed to be a piece of junk. By the time Zeke and Phoenix returned to the station, the story had already grown to legendary proportions. "I heard you transformed the ship into a dragon," a wide-eyed Centaurian engineer told Zeke at the station's bar, "and that it breathes quantum fire." "Not exactly," Zeke replied, sipping his drink, "though now that you mention it, Pro, could we—" "No," the AI's voice came through his communicator. "Absolutely not. I draw the line at being modified to breathe fire, quantum or otherwise." The station's atmosphere had changed remarkably. Where before Zeke had been just another human spacer, now he received respectful nods from species that usually pretended humans didn't exist. Several major trading houses had already sent discreet inquiries about hiring his security consulting services. Even Kazukt had sent a message, though it mostly consisted of creative apologizing and an offer of free salvage rights for life. Zeke suspected the Kraxans had made their displeasure known about the junkyard owner's role in their humiliation. "You know," Pro commented as Zeke worked on some minor adjustments in the maintenance bay, "the galaxy's power structure isn't going to be quite the same after this. A human with an Arxian warship, modified with technology that shouldn't work but does, it changes things." Zeke paused in his work, considering this. Good changes or bad changes? Both, I suspect. The major powers will be more cautious, knowing there are things out there they don't understand. Some will try to replicate what you've done. Most will fail spectacularly. Because they don't have your charming personality to help them. Because they don't have that unique human ability to look at advanced technology and think, "I bet this would work better if I attached it to a toaster." Zeke laughed, patting the ship's hull affectionately. "Don't forget the coffee maker modifications. Those were vital to our success." A comfortable silence fell as Zeke continued his adjustments. Finally, Pro spoke again. "The Arxians would have appreciated what you've done, you know. They disappeared because the galaxy had become too predictable, too structured. You've brought chaos back into the equation." "Speaking of chaos," Zeke said, grinning as he pulled out his tablet, "I've got some ideas about improving our shield systems using parts from a karaoke machine." "Sometimes I think I should be concerned about your methods," Pro replied. "But then I remember that somehow, against all logic, they work. Very well, show me these modifications. But I refuse to sing while in combat." "We'll see about that," Zeke muttered, already sketching out his next insane innovation. As they worked, messages continued to pour in from across the sector, some offering jobs, others demanding explanations, and a few containing thinly veiled threats. Zeke ignored them all. He had everything he needed: a ship that defied explanation, an AI friend who appreciated his particular brand of insanity, and a galaxy full of possibilities. Not bad for something they threw away in a junkyard.
The examination hall of the Galactic Academy was a vast dome chamber, its ceiling an artificial night sky filled with swirling nebulae and distant constellations. The air carried a crisp, almost sterile scent, the product of carefully regulated atmospheric conditions, tailored to accommodate the diverse array of species present. The room hummed with a low, pulsing vibration, a subtle effect of the Academy's advanced technology, ensuring that every student, regardless of biological origin, could exist comfortably within the same environment. Cadet Stanley Becker sat in the third row, his posture relaxed but his mind alert. He was the only human among the 100 or so students gathered for the final exam in advanced astrogation, a subject so complex that even the most brilliant species of the known galaxy struggled to master it. The other cadets, representing a multitude of intelligent civilizations, were a collection of reptilian beings with elongated skulls, feathered avian-like creatures with keen predatory gazes, and silicon-based life forms whose crystalline bodies refracted the light in shifting patterns. Their presence was a testament to the Academy's commitment to gathering the finest minds from across the stars. At the front of the hall stood Professor Zilnor, a towering figure of rigid exoskeletal plating and 4 dexterous arms. His deep, resonant voice carried an unmistakable note of authority, reinforced by the quiet clicking of his mandibles as he surveyed the assembled students. His species, the Vraxil, were known for their unparalleled analytical prowess and an almost fanatical dedication to logic. Zilnor's reputation was infamous within the Academy. He had broken more students than any other instructor. His exams so notoriously difficult that even passing with the bare minimum was considered a mark of honor. Now, as the final exam was about to begin, an expectant hush fell over the chamber. The students sat rigidly in their seats, their focus absolute. Some activated their neural interfaces, tiny biotechnological implants that allowed direct interaction with data streams. Others extended secondary appendages, preparing to manipulate complex holographic formulas. Every cadet knew that this test would determine their fate. Zilnor raised one of his arms, and the air shimmered as hundreds of holographic displays materialized in front of each student. The glowing equations, rotating star charts, and gravitational computations reflected in their wide, blinking eyes. The problem was presented in multiple dimensions, requiring the students to solve an intricate navigational challenge that simulated piloting a vessel through an unstable sector of space, a region where black holes, pulsar winds, and quantum anomalies rendered traditional calculations useless. This was not just a test of memorization or technical skill. It was a challenge designed to break the weak and prove who among them was truly capable of commanding a starship. "You have 7 planetary cycles to complete this examination," Zilnor intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. "Begin." Stanley exhaled slowly and leaned back in his chair. He glanced at the glowing display in front of him, skimming through the problem with mild curiosity. He had been dreading this exam, not because he thought it would be difficult, but because he knew exactly how it was designed. The problem was convoluted on purpose, meant to overwhelm with unnecessary complexity. He had seen this kind of over-engineering before. Mathematical arrogance wrapped in layers of equations that only served to obscure a simple truth. Stanley had grown up in a family of astrophysicists, spending his childhood listening to orbital mechanics explained over dinner. The moment he saw the exam, he recognized the core pattern hidden beneath the extraneous calculations. It was nothing more than a basic navigational problem that had been dressed up to appear intimidating. Around him, the other cadets were already deep into their calculations. Some were cross-referencing vast databases of astrogational theory, while others frantically sketched out 3-dimensional trajectories in glowing mid-air projections. The crystalline students emitted subtle vibrations, their internal processors working at full capacity. A reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his forked tongue in frustration, his clawed fingers darting over the holographic interface as he tried to stabilize the simulated spacecraft's trajectory. Stanley, meanwhile, pulled out an old-fashioned pen and a small notepad. This earned him more than a few puzzled glances from his peers. While they relied on cutting-edge computational systems, he preferred the simplicity of manual calculations. It wasn't that he distrusted technology, he simply found that writing things out helped him think more clearly. He set to work, quickly simplifying the problem in his head. The key was recognizing that the entire exam was based on a flawed assumption, that conventional 3-dimensional astrogation was required for a region of space where relativistic effects dominated. But if he shifted the perspective to a non-Euclidean frame, the calculations collapsed into a far more manageable form. Stanley scratched down a few numbers, ran a quick mental check, and within minutes he had his answer. Silence fell over his immediate vicinity as he stood up, stretched slightly, and walked toward the front of the room. The sound of his footsteps echoed unnaturally in the otherwise focused quiet. Every cadet was still deeply engrossed in their work, oblivious to his movements, except for Zelnor, whose 3 black eyes locked onto him the moment he approached the desk. The professor's mandibles twitched in what could have been confusion or irritation. Stanley placed the completed answer sheet on Zelnor's desk with a casual shrug. "I'm done," he said simply. For a moment there was no response. Zillner's elongated fingers hesitated over the answer sheet, as if unwilling to accept what he had just heard. The notion was preposterous. No one could have finished in so little time. "You cannot be finished," Zelnor said at last, his voice slow, measured. His secondary hands tapped against the desk in a restless rhythm. "You are mocking this exam. Return to your seat and complete the work properly." Stanley remained unfazed. "No, sir, it's done." The words hung in the air like a challenge. By now, the disturbance had begun to ripple outward. A few cadets nearby, sensing something unusual, paused their calculations to glance toward the front. A low electronic hum emanated from one of the silicon-based students, a sign of confusion. The reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his tongue again, his slitted eyes narrowing in suspicion. Zilnor, moving with the deliberate precision of a scholar who had seen every trick in the book, lifted the answer sheet and slid it into the verification system. A holographic panel flickered to life above the desk, scanning through Stanley's calculations. The professor expected an immediate rejection, a cascade of red warnings signaling incorrect formulas. Instead, the system processed the data, ran a full analysis, and then displayed the final verdict. 100% accurate. The moment stretched impossibly long. The murmurs began almost immediately, students shifting in their seats, whispers darting between them like sparks across a circuit board. A professor in the observation chamber above activated his communicator, summoning higher-ranking officials. Zellner's grip tightened on the desk. He was not a being prone to emotional outbursts, but this defied all reason. "Explain," he demanded, his voice now tinged with something dangerously close to disbelief. "How did you—" Stanley just smiled. "It's just math, Professor." And with that, the first shockwave of what would soon become a galactic-wide academic scandal was set in motion. Professor Zellner's 3 eyes remained fixed on the glowing green confirmation of Stanley Becker's perfect score. His exoskeletal fingers twitched slightly as he reread the verification message, half expecting the system to correct itself and reveal some mistake. Yet, the result remained unchanged. 100% accurate. The murmurs spreading through the room grew louder, a rising tide of disbelief and confusion. The other students had paused their work entirely, their holographic equations flickering mid-calculation. A few had turned in their seats, craning their necks to get a better look at Stanley, who remained standing in front of the professor's desk with a relaxed posture. A sharp chime rang through the hall, a system alert reserved for moments of extreme academic irregularity. Almost immediately, the observation window above the room flickered with new activity. Academy instructors and senior professors, alerted by the anomaly, peered down with interest. The air itself seemed to tighten, the weight of attention pressing onto every cadet. Zillner finally moved, his tall, segmented frame shifting with deliberate precision. He lifted the answer sheet again, this time inspecting it manually as if his own eyes would uncover a flaw the verification system had somehow missed. "Explain," he commanded, his deep voice carrying across the now silent hall. Stanley folded his arms. It wasn't that complicated. The statement was almost casual, but in the charged atmosphere of the examination hall, it might as well have been a thunderclap. A silicon-based student let out a low vibrational hum, a sign of disbelief. A reptilian cadet in the second row clicked his jaw in irritation. "Not complicated," Zillner echoed, his voice as rigid as his exoskeleton. His mandibles twitched slightly before he continued. "This examination is based on the most advanced principles of astrogation known to the Galactic Academy. Every equation, every variable has been meticulously refined over centuries. And yet You claim it was not complicated. Stanley gave a small shrug. The problem was over-engineered. Too many unnecessary variables. Once I stripped it down, the solution was obvious. Zillnor's upper set of hands clasped behind his back, a calculated gesture of restraint. His lower hands tapped at his console, pulling up Stanley's solution on the central holographic display so the entire hall could see. The equations, stripped of their complexity, unfolded before the audience. The students leaned forward, their eyes darting between the simplified notations and the original problem set. Slowly, understanding dawned across the room. An avian-like cadet with sharp golden feathers let out a sharp exhalation. Actually makes sense, he muttered, half to himself. He bypassed the relativistic calculations but that contradicts every model we've been taught, another voice protested from the back of the room. How can something this simple work? The murmurs grew into outright discussion, but Zillnor raised a hand, instantly silencing the students. His gaze returned to Stanley, unreadable. You are implying, Zillnor said slowly, that our academy's methodologies are flawed. Stanley hesitated. He had expected disbelief. He had expected questions. But he had not anticipated the sheer weight of the accusation now being leveled at him. The Galactic Academy was the most prestigious institution in the known universe, its teachings the foundation of interstellar navigation across countless civilizations. Suggesting that their methodologies were outdated was not just bold, it was heretical. Still, he had already crossed the line. There was no point in backing down now. I'm saying, Stanley said carefully, that this particular method is inefficient. It doesn't mean everything the Academy teaches is wrong, just that there might be a better way to approach certain problems. Zillnor exhaled, a low clicking sound that echoed through the chamber. You are aware of what you are suggesting? Stanley nodded. I am. For a long moment there was silence. Then Zillnor turned sharply, his movements precise as he tapped a command into his desk console. The main display flickered again, this time summoning an external communication link. A moment later, a deep, resonant voice filled the hall. Professor Zillnor, the voice said, calm yet commanding. Explain this disturbance. Every cadet in the room froze. The holographic display above the professor's desk now showed the stern face of the Galactic Academy's head chancellor. His features were severe, his dark eyes piercing through the transmission as if he could see into every corner of the examination hall. The weight of his presence was palpable. Zillnor inclined his head slightly, a formal gesture of respect. Chancellor, we have encountered an anomaly during the astrogation examination. A human cadet has submitted a fully accurate solution in under 5 minutes. The Chancellor's eyes narrowed fractionally. That is not possible. Zillnor remained still. The verification system has confirmed his solution. A brief pause. The Chancellor's gaze shifted, locking onto Stanley. Cadet Becker, he said, his voice measured. Step forward. Stanley felt the tension in the room deepen as he moved closer to the display. Every eye remained fixed on him, watching his every movement. The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before speaking again. You claim to have solved the problem in under 5 minutes? Yes, sir, Stanley replied. And you believe the methodology taught by the Academy is flawed? Stanley exhaled. I believe there's a more efficient way to approach certain calculations, yes. Another silence. Then the Chancellor's gaze shifted back to Zillnor. Professor, he said, send me the full analysis of the cadet's solution. This matter is no longer confined to a single examination hall. Zillnor inclined his head again. Understood, Chancellor. The transmission ended. For the first time in his career, Professor Zillnor felt the weight of something far greater than an academic dispute settle over him. This was no longer about a single exam. This was about the foundation of everything the Galactic Academy had built. Stanley stood in the now silent examination hall, his pulse steady despite the weight of 100 eyes on him. The transmission with the Chancellor had ended, but its impact still lingered. thick in the air like static before a storm. The other cadets, who had spent years memorizing formulas and perfecting their calculations under the Academy's strict methodologies, watched him with expressions ranging from disbelief to resentment. Professor Zillner remained behind his desk, his exoskeletal fingers tapping against the smooth surface as he processed the implications of what had just transpired. His reputation, his teachings, his authority, all had been placed under scrutiny because of one human's unexpected answer. The sound of a door sliding open at the far end of the hall snapped the tension like a taut wire suddenly cut. 3 instructors entered, their dark robes marking them as members of the academic board. Their movements were swift, deliberate, and their gazes locked on to Zillner the moment they stepped inside. Professor, the first instructor, an avian-like woman with sleek obsidian feathers, spoke first. "The Chancellor has summoned you." Zillner inclined his head in understanding, but did not move immediately. Instead, his 3 eyes shifted back to Stanley. "Cadet Becker," he said, his voice even, but carrying a weight of authority. "You will accompany me." A flicker of unease passed through the hall. The other students stiffened slightly, their postures rigid with anticipation. Being summoned by the Chancellor was not a routine occurrence. It was an event of magnitude. Stanley, however, nodded without hesitation. Understood. Without another word, Zillner turned and exited through the same doors the instructors had entered. Stanley followed closely behind, his steps firm but unhurried. The corridor outside was a vast stretch of polished metal and glowing blue navigation strips lining the walls. The architecture of the Academy was sleek, functional, designed to reflect the institution's relentless pursuit of knowledge. They walked in silence, their footsteps the only sound against the smooth flooring. Zillner led him through a series of passageways, past students and faculty who turned their heads at the sight of them. Word had spread fast, too fast. Stanley could feel the weight of their stares, not of curiosity but of something sharper, doubt, resentment. He was the anomaly in an institution built on rigid tradition, and that alone made him dangerous. Finally, they reached the upper administrative level, where towering doors led to the Chancellor's private chamber. The guards at the entrance stepped aside without question, allowing them entry. The room was vast, yet deliberately minimalistic. A panoramic window stretched across one side, offering a breathtaking view of the binary stars orbiting in the distance. The lighting was subdued, casting long shadows against the polished floor. In the center of the chamber, seated behind a sleek metallic desk, was the Chancellor. His presence was commanding, not through size or physicality, but through an aura of absolute control. His piercing gaze met Stanley's the moment he entered, assessing him with quiet intensity. Zillner came to a halt and straightened his posture. "Chancellor," he said, "I have brought the cadet as requested." The Chancellor nodded slowly, his fingers steepled together. His expression remained unreadable. "Cadet Becker," he said at last, "you are aware of the implications of your actions?" Stanley kept his voice level. "Yes, sir." The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before gesturing toward the large display behind him. The holographic screen came to life, revealing a series of data streams. Stanley's calculations cross-referenced against the Academy's standard methodology. At a glance, the difference was staggering. "Your solution has forced us to reconsider a foundational principle of our astrogation system," the Chancellor continued. "Our models have remained unchanged for centuries, yet your approach suggests an alternative framework that is both simpler and more efficient." Stanley remained silent, sensing there was more to come. The Chancellor leaned forward slightly. "Do you understand what that means?" Stanley chose his words carefully. "It means that there's room for improvement." A faint smile touched the Chancellor's lips, though it never reached his eyes. "That is an understatement, Cadet. If your calculations hold, it would mean that the Galactic Academy, the institution that dictates navigational protocols across multiple civilizations, has been teaching an outdated method for generations. The repercussions of such a revelation would be substantial. Zilnor's expression remained unreadable, but Stanley could sense the tension in the professor's stance. This was not just about one exam. This was about the Academy's credibility, its legacy, and the power it held over the intellectual foundations of interstellar travel. The Chancellor exhaled slowly. We have already begun conducting a secondary verification of your calculations. If they prove accurate under independent review, we will have no choice but to address this matter on a wider scale. However, he paused, his gaze sharpening. That is a dangerous path. Stanley's jaw tightened. Dangerous how? The Chancellor's gaze did not waver. There are those within the Academy and beyond who will resist any suggestion that our methodologies are flawed. If your calculations prove correct, you will have undermined an institution that has dictated galactic navigation for centuries. That will make you a target. The weight of those words settled over the room. Stanley had expected resistance, but the warning carried an edge he had not fully considered. He was not just challenging a test. He was challenging a system that had been meticulously upheld by some of the most powerful minds in the galaxy. The Chancellor leaned back in his chair. I am placing you under direct academic review. You will work with a specialized team to replicate and expand upon your findings. Until then, you are not to discuss this matter with anyone outside of the review team. Is that clear? Stanley nodded. Yes, sir. The Chancellor's expression remained impassive. Good. Professor Zilnor will oversee your participation in the review process. You are dismissed. Zilnor gave a respectful nod before turning to leave. Stanley followed, his mind already racing with the implications of what had just been said. As they stepped out of the chamber, the doors sliding shut behind them, Zilnor finally spoke. You have set something into motion, Cadet Becker, he said, his voice quiet yet firm. I do not know if you realize the full extent of it yet. Stanley met his gaze. I understand enough. Zilnor's mandibles twitched slightly, the closest thing to a smirk Stanley had ever seen from him. Then I suggest you prepare yourself, Zilnor said, because the Academy will not let this go unchallenged. With that, they walked in silence, leaving the Chancellor's chamber behind. The path ahead had been set, but Stanley knew one thing with certainty. This was only the beginning. The walk back from the Chancellor's chamber was long, the silence between Stanley and Professor Zilnor stretching like an invisible tension wire. The corridors of the Galactic Academy, once a maze of sterile efficiency, now seemed lined with unseen eyes. The news had spread beyond the examination hall. Whispers slithered through the air, filling every corner of the towering institution with speculation. Stanley kept his posture straight, his steps even, but he could feel the undercurrent shifting around him. He had disturbed something larger than an academic tradition. The realization had settled deep in his bones. When they arrived at the professor's private research wing, the heavy doors slid open, revealing a vast, dimly lit laboratory lined with holographic projections and complex stellar charts. The moment the door sealed shut behind them, Zilnor turned sharply. You understand the weight of what has begun, Zilnor said, his mandibles clicking in measured deliberation. Stanley nodded. I do. Then you also understand that this will not remain an academic discussion. Zilnor moved toward a central control console, his exoskeletal fingers tapping across illuminated keys. A large projection flickered into existence, an intricate display of the Academy's official astrogation models compared against Stanley's simplified equation. These are the simulations currently being run by the verification board, Zilnor continued, his tone devoid of unnecessary embellishments. They are testing your solution across multiple gravitational environments. Thus far, every model has produced results in your favor. Stanley stepped closer, watching as the holographic display pulsed with confirmation readings. He had known his calculations were correct, but seeing them verified in real time against the very system that had sought to disprove them sent a wave of satisfaction through him. Zilnor observed him for a long moment before speaking again. You will now be placed under direct scrutiny. That means you will not only have to defend your findings, but also withstand the weight of opposition from those who refuse to see reason. Stanley exhaled. Let me guess. There are those who have built their entire careers on the Academy's existing models. Zillner's 3 eyes darkened. Careers, reputations, power. You did not just present a new formula, Cadet Becker. You introduced doubt into a structure that has governed interstellar navigation for centuries. Stanley processed that quietly. He had never set out to tear down the foundation of the Galactic Academy, but he wasn't naive enough to think that those in control would welcome his discovery with open arms. The professor tapped another command, and a secondary projection emerged. This time, an array of names. These are the senior members of the Academic Council, Zillner explained. They will be overseeing your review process. Stanley scanned the list. Some names were familiar. Renowned figures in the field of astrogation, their publications standard reading in every cadet's curriculum. Others were unknown to him, but their titles alone spoke of immense influence. Zillner's tone sharpened. Some will be open to new perspectives, others will not. One in particular, Professor Halvorn, has already voiced his opposition. The name sparked immediate recognition. Halvorn was a decorated academic, one of the oldest members of the council. His theories on astrogation were considered law, his presence at the academy untouchable. Stanley leaned back slightly. I assume he doesn't appreciate being proven wrong. Zillner's mandibles twitched. Halvorn does not believe he can be proven wrong. He will not attack your findings directly, not yet. He will seek to dismantle you as a cadet, as a scholar, as a human. Stanley's jaw clenched. Then I'll have to be ready for him. The professor studied him carefully. Your confidence is noted, but it is not enough. You will be expected to defend every element of your work in a controlled trial before the council. If you cannot counter their scrutiny, they will bury your findings before they ever reach public discussion. Stanley frowned. A trial? I thought this was an academic review. In theory, it is, Zillner said. In practice, it will be an interrogation designed to discredit you. Stanley exhaled slowly, letting the information settle. He had known there would be resistance, but he had assumed it would be a matter of equations, data, and logic. Now he understood it would be a battle of politics, reputation, and the very nature of power. Zillner turned away from the projection. Your work is sound, but your presence here is an anomaly. That alone makes you a threat. The moment you step into that trial, you will be on your own. Stanley met his gaze evenly. Then I'll make sure I don't give them any reason to dismiss me. For the first time, Zillner's expression shifted. Just slightly, a flicker of something that could have been approval. Good, the professor said. Then we begin preparation immediately. The weight of those words settled over Stanley, but he didn't let it show. He had never come to the academy to start a revolution, but now that he was here, he would see it through. The days leading up to the trial moved faster than Stanley expected. His time was no longer his own. Every moment was consumed by preparation, counter-arguments, and scenario planning. Zillner pushed him relentlessly, simulating every possible challenge the academic council might throw at him. Every night he left the professor's research wing exhausted, his mind drowning in equations and theoretical counterpoints. But the challenge was not just intellectual. Word of the upcoming trial had spread through the academy like wildfire. Stanley could feel the shift in the air wherever he walked. The hushed conversations that stopped the moment he entered a room. The way some cadets glared at him with open hostility. Others avoided eye contact altogether, unwilling to be seen associating with him. A few, the ones who had always suspected the academy was built on a rigid, inflexible system, watched him with quiet interest. The real pressure, however, came from outside the student body. Halvorn had wasted no time making his position clear. The seasoned professor had not spoken to Stanley directly, but his presence loomed over the preparations like an approaching storm. He had gathered allies within the council, high-ranking academics who had built their legacies on the current astrogation models. These were not individuals who would simply admit defeat, even in the face of undeniable logic. By the time the trial day arrived, Stanley knew exactly what he was walking into. The chamber chosen for the proceedings was larger than he expected. It was designed for grand debates, its architecture imposing, the high ceiling arched like the hull of a warship. Rows of elevated seating surrounded the central floor, where Stanley stood alone. The academic council sat at the highest level, their expressions unreadable. The chancellor was present, though his face gave no indication of support or disapproval. Zilnor stood at the periphery, allowed to observe but not to intervene. Halvorn sat near the center, his posture rigid, his hands folded neatly before him. His gaze, sharp and calculating, locked on to Stanley the moment he entered. The chamber doors sealed with a low hiss. The trial had begun. One of the senior council members, a woman with silver thread skin and piercing yellow eyes, spoke first. Cadet Becker, you have presented an alternative astrogation model that contradicts the foundational principles of this institution. You are aware of the gravity of such a claim? Stanley stood tall. Yes, Counselor, I am. She nodded once, then gestured toward the holographic display that materialized above the chamber. We have reviewed your calculations. They are, as the verification teams have confirmed, mathematically sound. However, mathematical validity alone is not sufficient to warrant systemic change. We must determine whether your findings hold practical application. A second counselor, a broad-shouldered being with a deep, resonant voice, leaned forward. Explain in precise terms how your model improves upon the existing system in real-world navigation. Stanley exhaled slowly. This was the easy part. The current system relies on multi-stage gravitational calculations that treat every navigational variable independently, he explained. It assumes that all external forces must be calculated in a linear sequence, which creates unnecessary computational complexity. My model accounts for relativistic distortions as a single equation, removing redundant steps and reducing navigational error margins by 32%. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Halvorn remained silent, his expression unreadable. The first counselor tilted her head slightly. A bold claim. If true, such an improvement would revolutionize deep space travel, but we must be certain. Professor Halvorn, as the foremost expert in astrogation, do you have a rebuttal? Halvorn stood with practiced ease. His voice when he spoke was smooth and precise. The cadet's work is impressive. I do not dispute that. Silence fell over the room. Everyone waited for the inevitable but, Halvorn continued. However, his approach relies on a theoretical framework that has never been tested under real navigational conditions. The Academy does not operate on theories alone. We are responsible for ensuring the safety of interstellar travel. If we are to trust this model, it must be tested in a controlled environment. Not adopted based on mathematics. It was a calculated move. He was not dismissing Stanley outright. He was shifting the burden of proof onto him. Stanley met Halvorn's gaze. I agree, he said, his voice steady. Which is why I propose a live test. A flicker of surprise crossed some of the council members' faces. Even Halvorn hesitated for the briefest moment before recovering. The Chancellor, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Explain. Stanley turned toward the central display, bringing up a new projection. There is a scheduled supply vessel departing from the orbital station in 2 days. It is following a standard navigational route through the Lauren Expanse, a route that currently requires 14 course corrections due to unpredictable gravitational fluctuations. He tapped a control, highlighting the trajectory. Using my model, I can reduce those course corrections to 6. The chamber erupted into discussion. A live test was a high-risk proposal. If he failed, his entire argument would collapse in real time. But if he succeeded, Halvorn's expression darkened slightly. An interesting proposition, but reckless. If your model fails, the vessel could veer off course, putting lives at risk. Stanley didn't blink. Then let's run it on a secondary navigation system. Keep the original model as the primary. If mine works, the results will speak for themselves." A heavy silence followed. The council exchanged glances, their deliberation unspoken but tangible. Then the chancellor nodded. "Very well. The live test will proceed." Halvorn's jaw tightened, but he gave a slow nod. Let it be done then. The trial was over, but the real test had just begun. 2 days later, Stanley stood in the Academy's control center, watching the data stream from the departing vessel. The entire Academy was watching. The flight crew had agreed to run his model on a parallel system, tracking both sets of navigational calculations in real time. For the first 20 minutes, the flight followed its standard course. Then came the first scheduled course correction. The ship's onboard systems compared the Academy's recommended adjustment to Stanley's model. Deviation detected, 0.02%. The ship maintained course. Second correction, deviation 0.04%, no adjustment needed. By the third point, the Academy's model instructed a course change, while Stanley's advised holding steady. The ship followed the standard protocol, adjusting as per the traditional method. It created a minor energy loss. By the 8th correction point, the difference was undeniable. Stanley's model had predicted the optimal trajectory from the start. The Academy's system had forced unnecessary adjustments. The final report showed that the ship had used 18% more fuel than necessary under the old model. The data was indisputable. When the results were presented to the council, there was no argument left to be made. The chancellor stood before the assembly. "The live test has confirmed Cadet Becker's findings. Effective immediately, his model will undergo full-scale integration trials for future astrogation protocols." Halvorn said nothing. His silence was the only concession Stanley needed. As he left the chamber, Zilnor walked beside him. "You have rewritten history today, Cadet Becker," Stanley exhaled, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. "Then let's make sure we don't stop here." The universe had just become a little smaller, a little faster, and for the first time, the Galactic Academy had been forced to acknowledge that change was inevitable.
Captain Vorgathon Crimplebine was having what could only be described as the worst day of his extraordinarily long life when his ship's navigation computer decided to hiccup at precisely the wrong moment. The Galactic Survey vessel, Improbable Hypothesis, was supposed to be cataloguing dead rocks in Sector 7 Zeta. Nobody cares about this place, but instead found itself hurtling toward a small blue marble that absolutely positively should not have been there according to every star chart in existence. "Captain!" shrieked Navigation Officer Flibber Noodlethwaite, his 3 eye stalks writhing in what could generously be called panic. The quantum displacement matrix just had what I can only describe as a mechanical, nervous breakdown. Vorgathon's purple tentacles twitched with annoyance. In his 400 years of space travel, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. The ship's computer, which had the unfortunate habit of developing personality disorders during long voyages, was now cheerfully announcing their arrival at coordinates that didn't exist. "Welcome to your destination," chirped the computer in its insufferably pleasant voice. "Please note that your current location appears to be completely impossible according to all known laws of physics and cartography. Have a wonderful day." Dr. Plinkerton Bumblefrizz, the ship's science officer, was frantically pressing buttons that seemed to mock him with their complete lack of response. "Sir, this is unprecedented. According to our sensors, we've stumbled upon a Class M planet with, oh my stars, liquid water." The revelation hit the bridge like a metaphorical brick to a metaphorical face. In the known galaxy, finding a planet with liquid water was like finding a needle in a haystack, except the haystack was the size of several trillion solar systems, and the needle was invisible. "What are the odds of this happening?" demanded Vorgathon, his voice reaching frequencies that made nearby equipment vibrate sympathetically. "Approximately 42 billion to 1 against, sir," replied the computer helpfully, "which, statistically speaking, means it should be happening right now." Communication specialist Gertrude Flapperwonk was monitoring the planet's electromagnetic emissions with growing bewilderment. "Captain, I'm detecting radio signals from the surface. They appear to be broadcasts of some kind." "Broadcasts?" Vorgothon's voice cracked like a teenage Zephyrian going through molt. You mean there's intelligent life down there?" "Well," Gertrude said thoughtfully, "I'm receiving transmissions about something called reality television, so the intelligent part might be debatable." The bridge fell silent, except for the gentle humming of life support systems and the occasional beep from instruments that seemed to be having their own existential crisis. First contact protocols had been drilled into every member of the Galactic Survey Corps, but those protocols assumed you would actually be looking for intelligent life, not accidentally crash into it during what was supposed to be a routine rock cataloging mission. "Sir," whispered Dr. Bumblefrizz, "what exactly do we do now?" Vorgothon considered this question with the gravity it deserved, which was to say, quite a lot of gravity indeed. Discovering intelligent life was supposed to be a career-defining moment, the sort of thing that got you monuments and possibly your own chapter in galactic history books. Discovering it by accident while lost was the sort of thing that got you court-martialed and possibly fed to the probability worms of Deneb 7. "We observe," he declared with more confidence than he felt. "We study, we learn, and we do not let anyone back at headquarters know we got here by taking a wrong turn at the Crab Nebula." The crew nodded in unanimous agreement, mostly because admitting to gross navigational incompetence was slightly less appealing than facing whatever was waiting for them on the mysterious blue planet below. "Flibber, take us into orbit. Stealthed approach. The last thing we want is to panic the natives." As the improbable hypothesis descended toward Earth, none of its crew could have predicted that they were about to encounter the most dangerous, unpredictable, and absolutely terrifying species in the known galaxy. They thought they were studying primitive savages. They were wrong, very wrong. The initial scans were, to put it mildly, confusing. Dr. Bumblefrizz found himself staring at readouts that made absolutely no sense according to established xenobiology protocols. "Captain, the dominant species appears to be bipedal, carbon-based, and they seem to have mastered fire." "Fire?" gasped Gertrude. "But that's impossible. Only the most advanced civilizations learn to harness combustion." "There's more," Bumblefrizz continued, his voice growing increasingly high-pitched. "They've somehow managed to split the atom, travel to their moon, and, oh dear Zorbak, they've invented something called social media." The implications were staggering. Any species capable of nuclear fission and space travel should have been catalogued centuries ago. The fact that they had remained hidden until now was either the most remarkable oversight in galactic history or something far more sinister. Vorgothon ordered a closer examination of the planet's surface. What they discovered defied every assumption they had ever made about primitive civilizations. "Captain," reported Flibber, "I'm detecting massive cities, complex transportation networks, and what appears to be a global communication grid. These aren't savages living in caves. These are... What, Flibber? These are what? "These are the most dangerous creatures I've ever encountered." The bridge erupted in nervous chatter. Dangerous creatures were exactly what the Galactic Survey Corps was trained to avoid. Their mission was to catalogue safe civilizations, preferably ones that hadn't figured out how to make weapons more sophisticated than pointy sticks. "Define dangerous," Vorgothon said carefully. Dr. Bumblefrizz cleared his throat nervously. "Well, sir, according to my analysis, these humans, as they call themselves, have managed to weaponize practically everything. They turn metal into projectiles, chemicals into explosives, and atoms into unthinkable devastation. Furthermore," added Gertrude, "their entertainment seems to consist primarily of watching each other engage in ritualized combat, and their literature is filled with stories about conquering the galaxy." Vorgothon's tentacles went rigid with terror. Galactic conquest was typically the hobby of species that had been spacefaring for millennia, not planet-bound primitives who had only recently discovered fire. Unless... "Are you telling me," he said slowly, "that we've stumbled upon a species of natural-born warriors who haven't yet figured out how to leave their planet?" The silence that followed was the kind of silence that speaks volumes, mainly because it was filled with the unspoken realization that they had made a very big mistake. "Permission to suggest immediate retreat, sir," squeaked Navigation Officer Flibber. "Granted," Vorgothon practically shouted. "Set course for anywhere that isn't here. Maximum warp. Actually beyond maximum warp. Invent new levels of warp if necessary." But as Flibber frantically began inputting escape coordinates, the ship's computer chose that moment to deliver what could only be described as the worst possible news at the worst possible time. "I'm terribly sorry to interrupt," the computer announced cheerfully, "but it appears our quantum flux inhibitors have chosen this moment to go on strike. We are temporarily unable to achieve faster-than-light travel." The bridge fell silent again, except for the sound of Vorgothon's tentacles slapping against his forehead in a gesture that transcended species barriers. "How long until repairs?" he asked through gritted teeth. "Oh, roughly 72 hours, the computer replied, "unless something goes wrong, in which case it could be considerably longer. Statistics suggest there's an 87% chance that something will go wrong." 72 hours. 72 hours orbiting a planet full of weapon-obsessed primates who had mastered nuclear physics and space travel. 72 hours praying that the terrifying creatures below wouldn't notice an alien spaceship hanging around their planet like an unwelcome dinner guest. "Sir," whispered Dr. Bumblefrizz, "I think we should continue our observations for science." Vorgothon stared at his science officer with the expression of someone who had just been asked to juggle live grenades while riding a unicycle. "For science? Think about it, Captain. When will we ever get another chance to study a species like this? These humans are unique. They're simultaneously primitive and advanced, peaceful and warlike, intelligent and completely insane." Against his better judgment, which was screaming at him to fake his own death and hide in the cargo bay, Vorgothon found himself nodding. They were stuck here anyway, and returning to headquarters with a report that said found scary monkey people ran away immediately would probably not advance his career prospects. "Fine," he said, "but we maintain maximum stealth, minimum contact, and if anything goes wrong, we blame it on equipment malfunction." What followed was the most intensive 72 hours of xenoanthropological research in galactic history, and definitely the most bizarre. The crew of the Improbable Hypothesis discovered that humans were not just dangerous, they were impossibly dangerous in ways that defied all logic and reason. "Captain," reported Dr. Bumblefrizz during their second day of observation, "I've been monitoring their global communication networks, and I've made a disturbing discovery. More disturbing than yesterday's revelation that they voluntarily climb mountains for fun. Yes, sir. They appear to engage in something called extreme sports, which consists of deliberately putting themselves in mortal danger for the purpose of entertainment." Vorgothon's headache was reaching epic proportions. "You mean they deliberately risk death for recreational purposes?" "That's not even the worst part, sir. They've also invented something called horror movies, where they pay money to be frightened, and roller coasters, which are mechanical devices designed to simulate fatal accidents." Communications specialist Gertrude looked up from her console with wide eyes. "I've been monitoring their news broadcasts, and apparently they engage in something called politics, which seems to involve groups of humans attempting to convince other humans that their particular method of organizing society is superior, often through the use of loud noises." "Loud noises?" Vorgothon's voice reached frequencies that made nearby metal objects ring sympathetically. "Yes, sir. And when that doesn't work, they sometimes resort to what they call elections. which is a form of ritualized combat where victory is determined by counting pieces of paper. The more they learned about humans, the more convinced the crew became that they had stumbled upon the most terrifying species in the galaxy. These weren't just warriors. They were warriors who had turned survival into an art form. "Sir," said Dr. Bumblefrizz on their third day, "I've completed my analysis of human physiology, and the results are, well, they're absolutely horrifying." Vorgathon braced himself. "How horrifying?" "They're persistence hunters, sir. They don't have claws or fangs or natural armor. Instead, they simply refuse to stop. They can literally run their prey to death through sheer stubborn determination. That's impossible. Furthermore, they have this thing called adrenaline that makes them stronger and faster when they're in danger. They actually become more dangerous when they're scared." Vorgathon's tentacles were now tied in knots of pure anxiety. "What kind of evolutionary pressure creates a species that gets more dangerous when threatened?" "The kind that produces apex predators, sir," Bumblefrizz replied grimly. "And that's not all. They've also developed something called pack bonding, which means they form emotional attachments to practically everything." "Everything?" "Everything, sir. Other humans, animals, inanimate objects, abstract concepts, fictional characters. I monitored one human who spent 6 hours crying over a story about a robot that learned to love. The bridge was silent, except for the gentle humming of life support and the occasional whimper from various crew members as they contemplated the implications of what they were learning. "Captain," said Gertrude quietly, "I think we need to face the possibility that we've discovered something unprecedented in galactic history." "What's that?" "A species that's simultaneously the most dangerous and most emotionally unstable creatures in the known universe. They're capable of incredible violence, but they also rescue injured animals and cry at sad movies." "That makes no sense." "None of it makes sense, sir. They live on a planet that's actively trying to kill them. Earthquakes, volcanoes, hurricanes, diseases, poisonous animals, and their response is to thrive. They've spread to every continent, adapted to every climate, and turned survival into a competitive sport." Vorgathon was beginning to understand why no one had catalogued humans before. Any sensible survey crew would have taken one look at this planet and marked it "Do Not Approach" in large, friendly letters. "Sir," said Navigation Officer Flibber hesitantly, "repairs are almost complete. We can leave in approximately 6 hours." For the first time in 3 days, Vorgathon felt something approaching relief. They would escape with their lives, file their report, and let someone else figure out what to do about the terrifying monkey people of Sol System. That's when the proximity alarms started screaming. "Captain!" shouted Gertrude, her voice climbing to frequencies that made nearby equipment vibrate in sympathy. "I'm detecting multiple spacecraft approaching our position." "Human spacecraft?" Vorgathon's tentacles went rigid with terror. "No, sir. These are Galactic Confederation vessels, 3 cruisers and a battleship." The bridge erupted in chaos as crew members ran around in circles, bumped into each other, and generally behaved like people who had just realized they were about to be caught red-handed doing something they absolutely should not have been doing. "How did they find us?" demanded Vorgathon. "Unknown, sir," replied Flibber. "But they're demanding immediate surrender and preparation for boarding." The main view screen flickered to life, revealing the stern face of Admiral Vorgathon Crumplethwaite of the Galactic Confederation Navy. His expression suggested that he had not traveled all this way to deliver good news. "Captain Vorgathon Crimplebine of the survey vessel Improbable Hypothesis," the Admiral's voice boomed across the bridge. "You are hereby charged with gross violation of First Contact Protocols, unauthorized xenological research, and failure to report discovery of intelligent life." Vorgathon's tentacles drooped with defeat. "Admiral, I can explain." "Explain. You've been spying on an uncontacted civilization for 3 days. Do you have any idea what kind of diplomatic incident this could cause?" "But, sir," We discovered them by accident. Accident? You accidentally spent 72 hours conducting detailed observations of their society, culture, and technology? When put that way, it did sound rather damning. Vorgathon was trying to formulate a response that wouldn't result in him being court-martialed and fed to something unpleasant when Dr. Bumblefrizz stepped forward. "Admiral," he said carefully, "before you arrest us, you should know that we've made a discovery of unprecedented importance to galactic security." Admiral Crumplethwaite's expression suggested that he was not in the mood for excuses, but professional curiosity won out over bureaucratic anger. "What kind of discovery?" "Sir, the dominant species on this planet represents the most significant threat to galactic peace and stability ever encountered." "Threat? They haven't even achieved interstellar travel." "Yet, sir. But when they do..." Dr. Bumblefrizz paused dramatically. "Admiral, these humans are natural-born warriors with an instinctive understanding of warfare, technology, and survival that surpasses anything in our databases. They've weaponized their entire planet." The Admiral's expression shifted from anger to concern. "Explain." "They live on a world that's constantly trying to kill them, and their response has been to become the most dangerous predators in their local ecosystem. They hunt for sport, fight for entertainment, and turn every challenge into a competition. Furthermore," added Gertrude, "their capacity for violence is matched only by their capacity for emotional attachment. They form bonds with everything they encounter, which means they'll fight to the death for causes that more logical species would simply abandon." Admiral Crumplethwaite was beginning to look less like an angry bureaucrat and more like someone who had just realized the magnitude of the situation. "Are you telling me that there's an entire planet of warrior poets down there?" "Worse, sir," said Vorgathon, finding his voice. "They're warrior poets who haven't figured out they're supposed to be the galaxy's dominant military force. They think they're just normal." The silence that followed was the kind of silence that indicated minds being blown and paradigms being shifted. The discovery of humans wasn't just a first contact situation, it was a potential extinction event for every other species in the galaxy. "Admiral," Dr. Bumblefrizz continued, "we estimate that once humans achieve interstellar travel, they'll spread throughout the galaxy within 500 years, and based on their history, they'll do it by being helpful." "Helpful?" "Yes, sir. They'll want to make friends, share technology, solve problems, and generally make everything better. They'll be so enthusiastic about helping that they'll accidentally become the dominant species without even trying." The Admiral's face had gone through several shades of color that didn't exist in most species' visual spectrum. "You're telling me that we've discovered a species of accidental conquerors?" "That's exactly what we're telling you, sir," Vorgathon replied. "And the worst part is, they'll feel terrible about it." The bridge of the Admiral's ship had gone completely silent. Even the background hum of life support seemed muted, as if the ship itself was holding its breath. "Sir," said the Admiral's communication officer, "I'm receiving a transmission from the planet's surface." "A transmission? From the humans?" "Yes, sir. It appears to be directed at us specifically." "Dilsum." The main view screen shifted to show a middle-aged human woman sitting behind what appeared to be a desk made of wood, which was apparently a popular construction material on their planet. She was smiling, which Dr. Bumblefrizz had learned was a human expression that could indicate anything from friendliness to impending violence. "Hello there," the human said cheerfully. "I'm Ambassador Patricia Whistlebottom of the United Nations Office for Extraterrestrial Affairs. We've been monitoring your ships for the past several hours, and we thought it might be time for a proper introduction." The collective sound of jaws dropping was audible throughout both ships. "You've been monitoring us?" Admiral Crumplethwaite sputtered. "Oh yes," Ambassador Whistlebottom replied. "We noticed your ship 3 days ago, but we didn't want to be rude and interrupt what appeared to be important scientific observations. We figured you'd introduce yourselves when you were ready." Dr. Bumblefrizz leaned over to Vorgathon. "Sir, they knew we were here the entire time. Furthermore," the ambassador continued, We've prepared a small welcome gift as a gesture of friendship. We understand that first contact situations can be somewhat awkward, so we've put together a care package with some samples of human culture, technology, and cuisine. Cuisine, whispered Gertrude. They want to feed us. We're also very excited to learn about your civilization, Ambassador Whistlebottom went on. We have so many questions. What's your home planet like? How does faster-than-light travel work? Do you have any interesting sports? We'd love to organize some friendly competitions. Admiral Crumplethwaite looked like someone who had just been invited to participate in his own execution. Friendly competitions. Oh yes, we have this wonderful game called football. Well, we call it soccer in some places, but that's a long story, and we think you might enjoy it. It's quite simple, really. You just try to get a ball into a goal without using your hands. Without using their hands? Flibber whispered in horror. What kind of species deliberately handicaps itself for entertainment? The ambassador was still talking. We've also prepared demonstrations of human music, art, and literature. We have this fascinating genre called science fiction, where we imagine what contact with alien species might be like. It's quite fun, really, though I suspect some of our authors got things rather wrong. Sir, Dr. Bumblefrizz said quietly to Admiral Crumplethwaite, I recommend we accept their invitation. Are you insane? Think about it, sir. They've demonstrated that they detected our stealth technology, tracked our movements, and prepared for first contact without showing any signs of fear or aggression. They're either the most advanced species we've ever encountered, or they're so dangerous that they don't need to be afraid of us. Or both, added Vorgathan helpfully. Admiral Crumplethwaite stared at the screen, where Ambassador Whistlebottom was still cheerfully explaining various aspects of human culture with the enthusiasm of someone who had been waiting their entire life for this moment. Very well, he said finally. Ambassador Whistlebottom, we accept your invitation for cultural exchange. Wonderful, the ambassador beamed. We'll prepare a landing site at the United Nations headquarters in New York. Don't worry about atmospheric compatibility. We've taken the liberty of analyzing your ship's emissions, and we've prepared appropriate accommodations. The transmission ended, leaving both alien ships floating in space with their crews trying to process what had just happened. Sir, said Vorgathan's communication specialist Gertrude, they analyzed our emissions. That means they reverse-engineered our atmospheric requirements from our exhaust, Dr. Bumblefrizz explained. In other words, they figured out what we breathe by studying what we throw away. That's impossible. Sir, said Admiral Crumplethwaite's science officer, I've been running calculations, and I believe the humans may have been expecting us. Expecting us? How could they be expecting us? Unknown, sir. But their response time was too fast for a civilization that supposedly never encountered aliens before. Either they're remarkably adaptable, or they've been preparing for this scenario for some time. 6 hours later, representatives from both alien ships found themselves sitting in what humans called a conference room in a building that humans called the United Nations. The room was decorated with flags from various human nations, which apparently were subdivisions of their planet based on geographical and cultural differences. Ambassador Whistlebottom was there, along with several other humans, including General Michael Sledgehammer O'Reilly, Dr. Elizabeth Quantum Mechanics, which was apparently her actual name, and Professor Harold Whatnot of the Department of Xenolinguistics. Welcome to Earth, Ambassador Whistlebottom said warmly. We're absolutely delighted to meet you. This is such an exciting day for our species. Admiral Crumplethwaite cleared his throat nervously. Ambassador, we must confess that our presence here was somewhat accidental. Oh, we know, she replied cheerfully. Your navigation error was quite obvious from your approach vector. Wrong turn at the Crab Nebula, wasn't it? The silence that followed was the kind of silence that indicated minds being boggled beyond their normal capacity for boggling. How did you know that? Vorgathan demanded. Professor Whatnot smiled. We've been monitoring galactic radio transmissions for decades. Your distress signal when your navigation computer malfunctioned was quite clear, even though it was in a language we'd never heard before. You've been monitoring galactic transmissions? Oh, yes. We've catalogued over 3,000 different species based on their communications. We were wondering when someone would finally drop by for a visit. Dr. Bumblefrizz was making notes at a speed that suggested his writing implement might catch fire from friction. You catalogued us? Well, not specifically you, Dr. Quantum Mechanics replied, but we identified the Galactic Confederation about 15 years ago. Quite an impressive organization, really. We've been particularly interested in your approach to interstellar trade agreements. You've been studying our trade agreements? Among other things, we found your tax code fascinating from an anthropological perspective, very telling about a species' social priorities, tax codes. General O'Reilly leaned forward. What we're really interested in is your military technology, not to copy it, you understand, but to make sure our defensive systems are compatible. We wouldn't want any unfortunate misunderstandings if we ever need to fight alongside you. Fight alongside us? Well, naturally, any species advanced enough for interstellar travel must face similar threats. We figure it's only a matter of time before we encounter something that wants to eat everyone, and when that happens, we'll need to work together. The alien delegation exchanged glances that conveyed volumes of information, most of it along the lines of, "We're doomed," and "I told you so." Ambassador, Admiral Crumplethwaite said carefully, "May I ask how long your species has been preparing for contact with galactic civilization?" "Oh, about 60 years, give or take," she replied casually. "Ever since we figured out radio astronomy. We realized it was only a matter of time before we met our neighbors, so we thought we should be ready." "Ready how?" "Well, we established the Office for Extraterrestrial Affairs, developed first contact protocols, learned several galactic languages, and prepared contingency plans for various scenarios. We also stockpiled coffee." Coffee? It's a caffeinated beverage. We figured any civilized species would appreciate good coffee. Would you like some? Before anyone could answer, she was pouring dark liquid from a thermal container into small cups. The smell was actually quite pleasant, Dr. Bumblefrizz noted, though he wasn't sure if that made the situation better or worse. "The thing is," Ambassador Whistlebottom continued as she served coffee, "we've been ready for this conversation for quite some time. What we weren't prepared for was how nice you all are." "Nice? Oh yes. We expected aliens to be either hostile conquerors or completely incomprehensible. We never imagined you'd be so similar to us. You explore, you study, you make mistakes, you get embarrassed when you're caught doing something awkward. It's really quite endearing." Vorgathon accepted a cup of coffee and took a tentative sip. It was actually quite good, which somehow made everything more terrifying. "Ambassador," he said slowly, "what exactly do you think happens next?" "Well," she said thoughtfully, "we'd like to apply for membership in the Galactic Confederation, if you'll have us. We understand there's probably a process, paperwork, that sort of thing. We're quite good with paperwork." The alien delegation stared at her with expressions that suggested their understanding of the universe had just been fundamentally altered. "You want to join us?" "Of course. We're all sapient species trying to make our way in a vast and mysterious universe. Why wouldn't we work together? We have resources, technology, and enthusiasm to contribute. Plus, we make excellent coffee." Admiral Crumplethwaite's tentacles were now twisted into shapes that defied several laws of physics. "Ambassador, I must point out that joining the Galactic Confederation is a process that typically takes centuries. There are cultural assessments, technological evaluations, diplomatic protocols." "Oh, we've already completed most of those," Professor Whatnot interrupted, producing a stack of documents that was approximately the size of a small building. "We took the liberty of filling out the standard forms based on information we gathered from monitoring your communications. We weren't sure about some of the legal terminology, but we did our best." "Doctor." Bumblefrizz accepted the documents with trembling appendages. A quick scan revealed that they were, indeed, properly completed Galactic Confederation membership applications, filled out in flawless galactic standard, and accompanied by detailed cultural assessments, technological specifications, and economic projections. "This is impossible," he whispered. "These forms are classified. They're not available to non-member species. We extrapolated them from bureaucratic patterns in your public communications," Dr. Quantum Mechanics explained cheerfully. "It wasn't difficult once we understood your administrative structure. Bureaucracy is remarkably consistent across species, we've found. You reverse-engineered our classified documents from public communications. Is that impressive? We weren't sure if it was particularly clever or if we were missing something obvious." The room fell silent, except for the sound of Admiral Crumplethwaite's breathing apparatus, working overtime, and the gentle rustle of papers as Dr. Bumblefrizz continued reading through humanity's membership application. "Sir," he whispered to the Admiral, "this is the most thorough membership application I've ever seen. They've included technological specifications for theoretical devices they haven't even built yet, detailed plans for integrating their economy with galactic markets, and, oh dear Zorbuk, they've designed their own starships." General O'Reilly smiled. "We thought we should be prepared. Can't join a galactic civilization without proper transportation, after all. You've designed starships. Well, we had to, didn't we? We couldn't very well expect you to ferry us around forever. We've prepared manufacturing facilities and trained crews. We should have our first interstellar vessels ready within 6 months." 6 months? Admiral Crumplethwaite's voice reached frequencies that made nearby glassware vibrate. "It takes most species decades to develop interstellar capability. Really? We figured it was just a matter of scaling up existing technology and solving the faster-than-light problem. Once we understood the principles from monitoring your communications, the engineering was fairly straightforward." Dr. Quantum Mechanics leaned forward conspiratorially. "The tricky part was miniaturizing the quantum flux generators. We had to develop some rather exotic materials, but our manufacturing base is quite adaptable." "You've already solved faster-than-light travel?" "In theory. We haven't tested it yet. We thought it would be rude to go flying around the galaxy without permission. But the mathematics work out beautifully." Vorgathon looked around the room at his fellow aliens, all of whom appeared to be having some form of existential crisis. "Ambassador, may I ask you a personal question?" "Of course. Are you trying to be terrifying?" Ambassador Whistlebottom looked genuinely surprised. "Terrifying? Why would we be terrifying? We're just trying to be good neighbors. Good neighbors don't usually reverse engineer classified technology and develop interstellar capability in their spare time. Don't they? We thought that was just basic courtesy." "You can't really participate in galactic civilization without the proper tools, can you?" Professor Whatnot nodded sagely. "We've observed that most species seem to struggle with the transition from planetary to galactic thinking. We thought we'd save everyone time by handling the preparations in advance. Besides," added Dr. Quantum Mechanics, "we're very good at copying things and making them better. It's sort of our specialty as a species." Oh, the alien delegation exchanged glances that communicated complex concepts, such as "we're witnessing the birth of a galactic superpower, and they don't even realize what they've done." "Ambassador," Admiral Crumplethwaite said carefully, "I think there may be some things about galactic civilization that you don't fully understand." "Oh, undoubtedly. That's why we're so excited to learn. What are we missing?" "Well, for one thing, most species find interstellar travel quite challenging. The technology is complex, the distances are vast, and the resources required are enormous." "Yes, we noticed that from your communications. That's why we developed more efficient methods." "More efficient methods?" Dr. Quantum Mechanics smiled modestly. "We managed to reduce the energy requirements by about 90% and increase travel speeds by roughly 300%. It's all about quantum field harmonics. We can show you the equations if you're interested." The silence that followed was the kind of silence that indicated civilizations being accidentally overthrown by enthusiastic neighbors with good intentions. Furthermore, General O'Reilly added, we've prepared several other improvements to standard galactic technology, more efficient life support systems, better communication arrays, improved defensive capabilities. We thought they might be useful contributions to the Confederation. You've improved our defensive capabilities. Well, we noticed some potential vulnerabilities in your standard designs. Nothing major, just a few adjustments that should improve survival rates by 40 or 50% in combat situations. Vorgathon was beginning to understand why no survey crew had ever reported finding humans before. Any reasonable species would have taken one look at this situation and immediately declared the Sol system off-limits to all civilized life. Ambassador, he said weakly, what exactly do you expect will happen when you join the Galactic Confederation? Oh, we're quite excited about that. We're looking forward to sharing resources, exchanging cultural knowledge, participating in scientific research, and helping with whatever challenges the galaxy might face. Helping with challenges. Of course, we assume there must be various problems that require cooperative solutions. Hostile species, natural disasters, resource shortages, that sort of thing. We're very good at solving problems. What makes you think you'd be good at solving galactic problems? Ambassador Whistlebottom looked surprised by the question. Well, we've had quite a lot of practice with planetary problems. How different could it be, really? The answer, as it turned out, was not very different at all. And that was the most terrifying realization of the entire conversation. Within 48 hours of that first meeting, the humans had somehow managed to turn first contact into what could only be described as the most efficiently organized cultural exchange in galactic history. They had prepared translation devices, cultural orientation packages, and what they called tourist guides for visiting aliens. We thought you might like to see some of our cities, Ambassador Whistlebottom explained as she led the alien delegation through something called Times Square, which appeared to be a concentrated dose of human civilization designed to overwhelm the senses. This is New York. It's not our biggest city, but it's quite representative of human urban planning. Admiral Crumplethwaite stared up at the towering structures that humans had built for no apparent reason other than to see if they could. You built these for fun? Oh no, these are office buildings. We built them because we needed places to work. The fun buildings are much more impressive. Dr. Bumblefrizz was frantically taking notes while trying not to be trampled by the constant stream of humans who seemed to be in perpetual motion. Ambassador, how many humans live in this hive? About 8.5 million in the city proper, 20 million in the metropolitan area. It's actually quite cozy once you get used to it. 20 million? Vorgathon's voice cracked like a teenager going through malt. In one city? Oh, that's nothing. Tokyo has nearly 40 million people. We can visit there next week if you'd like. The alien delegation had stopped walking and was now staring at Ambassador Whistlebottom with expressions that suggested their understanding of mathematics had just been fundamentally challenged. How many humans are there in total? Admiral Crumplethwaite asked, in a voice that suggested he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Just over 8 billion at last count, she replied cheerfully, growing at about 75 million per year, though the rate is slowing down as we develop better family planning systems. 8 billion? Is that a lot? We weren't sure how we compared to other species. Dr. Bumblefrizz was doing calculations on his portable computer with the desperate intensity of someone trying to prove that reality was still functioning according to established mathematical principles. Admiral, most spacefaring civilizations have populations in the hundreds of millions. Some of the larger ones might reach 1 billion. 8 billion is unprecedented, Admiral Crumplethwaite finished grimly. Oh, we're just getting started, Ambassador Whistlebottom said enthusiastically. Wait until you see our industrial capacity. The tour that followed was what Dr. Bumblefrizz would later describe in his official report as a systematic demonstration of why humans should probably not be allowed to join galactic civilization for the safety of everyone involved. Indeed, they visited factories that produced goods at rates that defied economic theory, farms that fed billions of people using methods that shouldn't have worked according to agricultural science, and transportation systems that moved millions of humans around their planet every day as if it were the most natural thing in the universe. The thing about humans, General O'Reilly explained as they watched massive cargo ships moving through something called the Panama Canal, is that we're really good at scaling things up. If we can do something once, we can usually figure out how to do it 1,000,000 times. But why would you want to do something 1,000,000 times? Vorgathon demanded. Because there are 8 billion of us, and we all need things, the general replied, as if this were perfectly obvious. Professor Whatnot nodded sagely. It's really just a matter of logistics. Once you have the infrastructure in place, expanding production is simply a question of applying the same principles at larger scales. You make it sound easy. Well, it's not easy exactly, but it's not complicated either. You just have to think systematically about resource allocation and process optimization. Dr. Quantum Mechanics smiled. We've gotten quite good at optimization over the centuries. We've had to. 8 billion people generate a lot of problems that need solving. The alien delegation was beginning to understand that humans didn't just solve problems. They solved problems so efficiently that they created entirely new categories of problems, which they then solved even more efficiently, creating a feedback loop of increasing capability that had been running for thousands of years. Ambassador, Admiral Crumplethwaite said carefully, what exactly do you think will happen when your species spreads throughout the galaxy? Oh, we've given that quite a lot of thought, she replied enthusiastically. We figure we'll need about 500 years to establish colonies on suitable planets, develop local infrastructure, and create sustainable interstellar trade networks. We've prepared preliminary surveys of approximately 3,000 star systems that look promising for human settlement. 3,000 star systems? Well, we'll need the room, won't we? 8 billion people take up quite a lot of space, and our population is still growing. Plus, we'll want to establish research stations, mining operations, manufacturing centers, agricultural colonies. It adds up quickly. Doctor. Bumblefrizz was making notes at a speed that suggested his writing implement might achieve faster-than-light velocity through pure desperation. You've already planned galactic colonization? Of course. We couldn't very well join the Galactic Confederation without a proper expansion strategy. It wouldn't be responsible. The word responsible hit the alien delegation like a metaphorical brick to a metaphorical face. They were beginning to realize that humans didn't just do things, they did things responsibly, which somehow made everything infinitely more terrifying. Furthermore, Professor Whatnot added, we've prepared contingency plans for various scenarios we might encounter. Hostile aliens, resource conflicts, natural disasters, technological failures, diplomatic crises. We like to be prepared for every possibility. You have contingency plans for everything? Well, not everything, Ambassador Whistlebottom said modestly. Just the first few hundred scenarios we could think of. We'll develop more as we go along and encounter new situations. General O'Reilly leaned forward conspiratorially. The key is flexibility. You can't predict everything that might happen, but you can prepare systems that adapt quickly to changing circumstances. Adaptive systems. Oh yes. We've learned that rigid planning doesn't work very well when you're dealing with complex situations. It's better to create frameworks that can evolve as conditions change. The alien delegation was now experiencing what could only be described as a collective existential crisis. They had encountered a species that didn't just plan for the future, they planned for multiple possible futures and prepared systems to handle scenarios they hadn't even thought of yet. Ambassador, Vorgathon said in a voice that suggested he was hanging onto sanity by his tentacles. "May I ask what you think the Galactic Confederation's response will be to your membership application?" "Oh, we're quite confident it will be approved," she replied cheerfully. "We meet all the standard requirements, and we've prepared comprehensive documentation of our qualifications. Plus, we're bringing some rather useful capabilities to the table." "Useful capabilities," Dr. Quantum Mechanics smiled. "We've solved several problems that seem to challenge other species: energy efficiency, resource management, rapid technological development, large-scale organization, adaptive planning systems. We think we could make significant contributions to galactic civilization." Admiral Crumplethwaite was beginning to look like someone who had just realized that his quiet retirement was about to be disrupted by the most energetic neighbors in galactic history. "Dr. Quantum Mechanics, when you say you've solved these problems, we mean we've developed systematic approaches that consistently produce successful outcomes across a wide range of conditions and scales," she replied, as if she were discussing the weather. "Nothing too complicated, really. Just applied problem solving." Applied problem solving. You identify the core issues, analyze the available resources, design efficient solutions, implement them systematically, monitor the results, and adjust as necessary. It's quite straightforward once you get the hang of it. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that indicated entire worldviews being quietly dismantled and rebuilt from scratch. "Sir," Dr. Bumblefrizz whispered to Admiral Crumplethwaite, "I don't think they realize what they've accomplished." "What do you mean?" "They've essentially created a civilization-level problem-solving engine that runs on coffee and enthusiasm. They don't think it's remarkable because to them it's just normal. That's what makes them so terrifying," Vorgathon added quietly. "They've achieved unprecedented levels of capability, and they think they're just being polite." 3 days later, the alien delegation found themselves back aboard their ships, preparing to return to Galactic Confederation headquarters with what was possibly the most important report in galactic history. They had learned things about humanity that would fundamentally change how every species in the galaxy understood civilization, technology, and the very concept of intelligent life. "Sir, Doctor," Bumblefrizz said as he compiled his final notes, "how exactly do we explain this to headquarters?" Admiral Crumplethwaite stared out at the blue planet that had somehow managed to turn first contact into a cheerful neighborhood welcome party. "We tell them the truth. We tell them that we've discovered a species that accidentally developed the most advanced civilization in galactic history while thinking they were just trying to be good neighbors. And then what happens? Then we find out whether the Galactic Confederation is ready for humans, or whether humans are going to accidentally take over everything while trying to help." As their ships prepared to depart, a final transmission came from Earth. Ambassador Whistlebottom's smiling face appeared on their screens one last time. "Thank you so much for visiting," she said warmly. "We're so excited about joining the galactic community. We've prepared some gifts for you to take back to your colleagues. Samples of human art, music, literature, and of course, plenty of coffee." "Ambassador," Admiral Crumplethwaite said carefully, "I should mention that your membership application will need to be reviewed by the full Confederation Council. The process could take some time." "Oh, we understand completely. Bureaucracy is important. It ensures that everything is done properly. We'll just continue with our preparations while we wait for approval." "Preparations?" "Oh yes, we're very excited about contributing to galactic civilization, so we've started working on some projects we think might be helpful. Improved starship designs, more efficient energy systems, better communication networks, enhanced defensive technologies. We want to be ready to help as soon as we're officially members." The transmission ended, leaving the alien ships floating in space, with their crews trying to process the implications of what they had just heard. "Sir," said Vorgathon's navigation officer Flibber, Did she just say they're improving galactic technology while waiting for their membership to be approved? That's exactly what she said, Vorgathon replied grimly. But that means, Admiral Crumplethwaite interrupted, that by the time we return to headquarters with our report, the humans will probably have revolutionized interstellar travel, solved the galaxy's energy crisis, and invented 12 new technologies we haven't even thought of yet. Dr. Bumblefrizz looked up from his final calculations. Sir, based on their demonstrated capabilities and development rate, I estimate that within one standard galactic year, humans will possess the most advanced technology in known space. And they'll want to share it with everyone, Vorgathon added helplessly. Because they think that's what good neighbors do, Admiral Crumplethwaite finished. As the alien ships engaged their faster-than-light drives and departed for Galactic Confederation headquarters, none of their crews could have predicted that they were carrying news that would reshape galactic civilization within a decade. They thought they were reporting the discovery of a dangerous new species. What they were actually reporting was the end of the galaxy as they knew it, and the beginning of something unprecedented in cosmic history. Because sometimes the most dangerous thing in the universe isn't a species that wants to conquer everything. Sometimes it's a species that wants to help everyone and actually has the capability to do it. 6 months later, when the first human starships appeared in Confederation space, carrying cargo holds full of improved technology and crews eager to make friends, the galaxy learned what it really meant to have Earth as a neighbor. And while most species eventually agreed that it was probably the best thing that had ever happened to galactic civilization, they also quietly acknowledged that the universe had become a much more interesting place. Some accidents, it turns out, are the best kind of destiny.
Allow me to introduce myself. Professor Klaxon Beeblebrox, head of Galactic Educational Standards, holder of 14 advanced degrees, and the most insufferably brilliant being this side of the Andromeda Galaxy. At least that's what I thought until a sticky-fingered human child with a juice box completely destroyed my worldview in the span of 23 minutes. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Picture, if you will, the most prestigious academic event in known space, the annual Impossible Puzzle Gauntlet at Centauri Academy. For 847 years, this test has been the ultimate measure of intellectual superiority. We're talking about a challenge so brutally complex that it's reduced grown Centaurian scholars to blubbering messes, caused entire geodite crystal matrices to crack under pressure, and made even the smugly logical calculons admit defeat, while muttering about insufficient processing parameters. The gauntlet isn't just difficult, it's legendarily, mythically, soul-crushingly impossible. Every species in the galaxy has thrown their best minds at it. The tentacled squidlings with their 16 interconnected brains. The hive mind collectivists who can literally think as one organism. The crystalline geodites who process information at light speed. Even those insufferable calculons who treat conversation like a mathematical equation. All of them failed, spectacularly. Naturally, this made us Centaurians feel rather superior. After all, if beings with multiple brains and collective consciousness couldn't crack it, clearly the puzzle was designed to showcase the inherent intellectual supremacy of our species. We'd been preparing our finest minds for this year's attempt, confident that 847 would finally be our lucky number. Then the humans showed up. Now don't get me wrong, humans are quaint. They count on their fingers, solve problems with something they call common sense, and have an inexplicable obsession with a hot beverage made from bean water. Charming in their own primitive way, really. Their delegation was led by Dr. Maria Rodriguez, a perfectly respectable xenobiologist who'd earned her place at the table through years of solid, if unspectacular, research. The problem was, Dr. Rodriguez had apparently confused Bring Your Child to Work Day with Bring Your Child to the most important academic event in Galactic History Day. Enter Tommy Rodriguez, age 8, armed with a Superman lunchbox, and the kind of boundless energy that makes adults question their life choices. While the greatest minds in the galaxy prepared for intellectual combat, Tommy was more concerned with whether the cafeteria had chocolate milk. I watched this tiny human with barely concealed horror as he skipped through the academy's halls, leaving sticky fingerprints on priceless artifacts and asking if the floating meditation crystals were bouncy balls. His mother kept apologizing, explaining that her usual babysitter had fallen through, and surely he'd just sit quietly in the corner. Quietly, in the corner, during the most challenging intellectual examination in galactic history. I should have known right then that the universe was about to play the cruelest joke imaginable on my carefully constructed sense of academic superiority. The impossible puzzle gauntlet isn't just a test, it's a monument to the limits of consciousness itself. Imagine, if you can, a 47-dimensional quantum logic maze that exists simultaneously in theoretical space, temporal flux, and what our best mathematicians have termed emotional algebra. The puzzle requires its solver to navigate paradoxes that shouldn't exist, calculate probabilities in imaginary number systems, and somehow reconcile the fundamental contradictions between logic and intuition. Most beings can't even look at it without getting a migraine. The challenge chamber itself is a marvel of engineering, a crystalline amphitheater that extends into dimensions most species can't perceive. The puzzle materializes in the center, a shimmering construct of pure mathematics and impossibility that seems to mock anyone brave enough to approach it. As the ceremony began, representatives from each major species stepped forward with the kind of solemn dignity reserved for funeral processions and tax audits. The squidlings were first, their lead scholar gracefully gliding toward the puzzle with all 16 brains firing in perfect synchronization. For exactly 12 minutes, it looked like they might actually make progress. Tentacles danced through the air, manipulating variables that existed only in theoretical space. Then they got confused, started arguing with themselves, and literally tied themselves into a knot so complex it took 3 maintenance droids and a spatial engineer to untangle them. The collectivists came next, their hive mind consciousness approaching the puzzle like a wave of coordinated thought. 5,000 individual beings thinking as one, processing information at speeds that boggled the imagination. They lasted 18 minutes before their collective consciousness started fragmenting under the strain. Individuals breaking away from the hive to argue about completely unrelated topics like proper dining etiquette and whether the number 7 was feeling particularly moody today. One by one, each species attempted the gauntlet. The crystalline geodites shattered under the pressure, literally. The calculons calculated themselves into a logical loop so tight they had to be rebooted. The floating gas beings of Nebula Prime dispersed themselves across the chamber in what I can only assume was existential despair. Each failure was more spectacular than the last, and I confess I was feeling rather smug about the whole affair. After all, if beings with natural advantages like multiple brains, collective consciousness, and processing speeds that made quantum computers look like pocket calculators couldn't succeed, what hope did anyone else have? Meanwhile, Tommy Rodriguez sat in the designated observation area, completely oblivious to the academic carnage unfolding before him. He'd finished his juice box, devoured a package of animal crackers with the kind of focused determination that would have impressed the calculons, and was now building a small fort out of his mother's research papers. Dr. Rodriguez kept shooting apologetic glances around the chamber, clearly mortified that her son was treating the galaxy's most prestigious academic event like an extended daycare session. She'd whisper urgent instructions about sitting still and being quiet, which Tommy would acknowledge with solemn nods before immediately returning to whatever 8-year-old chaos he'd been orchestrating. The tears started around the 15th failed attempt. Proud beings who'd spent centuries perfecting their intellectual capabilities were reduced to sobbing messes, their confidence shattered against the immovable object of the puzzle's impossibility. The chamber began to fill with the sound of sniffling, frustrated wailing, and the occasional angry shriek from species who'd never experienced failure on this scale. I was preparing my own attempt naturally. As a Xantorian, I possessed the perfect combination of analytical rigor and creative thinking necessary to crack this ancient challenge. I'd spent months preparing, studying every previous attempt, analyzing the puzzle's structure from 17 different theoretical frameworks. I was going to make history. I was going to prove once and for all the intellectual supremacy of my species. I should have been paying more attention to the small human who'd just finished his snacks. The moment that changed everything was so mundane I almost missed it entirely. Tommy Rodriguez, having exhausted his supply of animal crackers and grown bored with his paper fort, simply stood up and wandered toward the puzzle display. Not with any grand purpose or dramatic intention, mind you. He approached the most challenging intellectual construct in galactic history with the same casual interest he might show a particularly colorful bug. My horror was immediate and complete. "Dr. Rodriguez," I hissed, my voice climbing several octaves higher than dignity would normally allow. "Your offspring is approaching the gauntlet." Maria Rodriguez looked up from her tablet, saw her son standing at the edge of the challenge platform, and went through what I can only describe as the 5 stages of parental panic in approximately 2 seconds. "Tommy, sweetie, please step away from the scary space puzzle." But Tommy wasn't listening. He was studying the puzzle with the kind of intense concentration that 8-year-olds reserve for things like bug behavior and the optimal strategy for trading lunch items. He tilted his head to one side, then the other, making small humming sounds that seemed to follow some internal melody. "Fascinating," murmured one of the geodite observers, their crystalline structure flickering with interest. "The human larva appears to be processing the puzzle through auditory pattern recognition." "It's not processing anything," I snapped, my academic pride stinging at the suggestion that a primitive human child might succeed where our greatest minds had failed. "It's probably trying to figure out if it's edible." But something was happening. Tommy had started moving his hands, not in the precise gestures of advanced mathematics, but in the loose flowing motions of a child drawing invisible pictures in the air. He was humming louder now, a simple tune that sounded suspiciously like a nursery rhyme. "Is that Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star?" asked Dr. Rodriguez, her scientific curiosity overriding her maternal panic. The puzzle began to respond. I don't mean it solved itself or suddenly became easier. I mean it started to shimmer. The mathematical constructs that had remained rigidly fixed for 8 centuries began shifting, rearranging themselves in patterns that followed Tommy's humming. Sections that had never shown any correlation suddenly aligned with his hand movements. "This is impossible," I muttered, watching in growing horror as a human child treated our most sacred intellectual challenge like a playground activity. "He's not even using proper analytical frameworks, he's making it up as he goes along." Tommy paused in his humming, looked directly at the most complex section of the puzzle and said, "Oh, you're playing hide and seek." Then he giggled and started a new game, one that involved pointing at different parts of the construct while reciting what sounded like a counting rhyme. Other beings began to gather around, drawn by the unprecedented sight of the puzzle actually responding to someone's efforts. Not just responding, but seeming to enjoy the interaction. Mathematical equations that had stood immutable for centuries began dancing along with Tommy's rhythm, rearranging themselves into configurations that somehow made sense within the context of his childish games. "Rock, paper, scissors," Tommy announced solemnly, making the appropriate hand gestures at 3 different sections of the puzzle. "Rock beats scissors, scissors beat paper, paper beats rock, but what beats everything?" He paused dramatically, as if waiting for the puzzle to answer. "Lizard," he declared triumphantly, and an entire dimensional layer of the construct suddenly snapped into perfect alignment. I felt my worldview cracking like poorly maintained crystal. The other alien children who'd been dismissed to the observation areas began creeping closer, drawn by Tommy's obvious success where their parents and teachers had failed. A young squidling, barely old enough to coordinate 2 tentacles, started mimicking Tommy's hand movements. A geodite offspring began harmonizing with his humming, their crystalline structure creating musical tones that complemented his simple melody. "No," I whispered, watching in absolute horror as the most advanced academic challenge in galactic history turned into an impromptu playground session. "No, no, no. This isn't how intelligence works. This isn't how any of this works." But the puzzle was responding to all of them now, sections lighting up, and rearranging as the children approached it with the kind of fearless curiosity that adults had long since educated out of themselves. Tommy looked up at me with the satisfied expression of a child who'd just successfully completed a particularly challenging jungle gym. "It's not really impossible," he said matter-of-factly. "It just wanted someone to play with it." That's when I realized the universe had just played the cruelest joke in cosmic history on every advanced civilization in known space. What happened next will haunt my academic dreams for the rest of my considerably long life. Tommy Rodriguez, with the casual confidence of someone who'd never been told that something was impossible, began treating the 47-dimensional quantum logic maze like it was a perfectly normal playground challenge. "See, this part right here," he explained to the growing crowd of fascinated aliens, pointing at a section that had stumped theoretical mathematicians for 8 centuries. "It's like when you're on the monkey bars. You can't think too hard about it or you'll fall. You just have to trust that the next bar will be there." He reached out and touched a mathematical construct that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously. Instead of the spectacular failure we all expected, the construct giggled. I swear on my multiple advanced degrees, a piece of pure mathematics actually giggled like a delighted child. The young squidling who'd been mimicking Tommy's movements suddenly exclaimed, "It's not trying to trick us, it's trying to teach us." With newfound confidence, she began manipulating variables that had confounded her elders, approaching each challenge like it was a new game to master. "Preposterous," I muttered, watching my entire understanding of intelligence crumble before my eyes. Mathematical constructs don't have personalities. Equations don't want to play. This is all completely against the fundamental principles of logical analysis. Tommy overheard me and turned with the patient expression children reserve for particularly slow adults. "Mr. Grumpy Professor, have you ever tried asking the puzzle what it wants instead of trying to force it to do stuff?" "You can't ask a mathematical equation what it wants," I spluttered. "Mathematics doesn't have desires or preferences. It's pure logic." "Everything wants something," Tommy replied with the kind of simple wisdom that made me want to reevaluate my entire educational philosophy. "Maybe it's lonely. Maybe it's been waiting for someone to play with it nicely instead of trying to beat it up with big words." As if to prove his point, Tommy began having what could only be described as a conversation with the puzzle. Not a scholarly discourse or analytical examination, but an actual conversation. He'd pose questions like, "Do you like blue or red better?" And sections of the construct would shift colors in response. He'd ask, "Are you tired of being so complicated?" And portions would simplify themselves into forms that suddenly made perfect sense. The other alien children followed his example, approaching different aspects of the puzzle with the kind of openness that adults had trained out of themselves through years of proper education. A young calculon began playing number games with the temporal mathematics section. A geodite child started singing harmony with the resonance frequencies. Even a tiny collectivist, barely old enough to maintain individual consciousness, began sharing playground rhymes that somehow corresponded perfectly to the puzzle's underlying patterns. "This is impossible," I repeated, my voice getting higher with each word. "Children don't solve century-old mathematical paradoxes by being nice to them." But they were solving them. One by one, sections that had remained locked for 847 years were opening up, not through brute force analytical power, but through the simple application of curiosity, kindness, and the kind of creative thinking that education systems across the galaxy had been systematically discouraging for generations. Tommy reached the puzzle's central core, a construct so complex that previous attempts to analyze it had resulted in temporary insanity among several prominent scholars. He studied it for exactly 3 seconds, then broke into a wide grin. "Oh, I know this game," he announced. "It's like red light, green light, but with math. You have to move really carefully and only when it says it's okay." He began a careful dance around the core construct, moving only when certain variables aligned, stopping whenever the mathematical tensions shifted. The other children joined in, following his lead in what looked like the most sophisticated game of Simon Says in galactic history. "Green light," Tommy called out, and every child stepped forward in perfect synchronization. "Red light," and they all froze as the mathematical tensions recalibrated. I watched in growing horror as these children, these supposedly primitive young beings, navigated complexity that had defeated the greatest minds of multiple civilizations. They weren't solving the puzzle through superior intelligence or advanced analytical capabilities. They were playing with it, and it was working. The core construct began to sing, a harmony of mathematical precision and childlike joy that filled the entire chamber. Patterns that had seemed impossibly chaotic suddenly revealed themselves as an elaborate game, designed not to be conquered, but to be enjoyed. Tommy looked up at the singing mathematics, clapped his hands in delight, and said the words that would change galactic education forever. "Your turn, puzzle. What game do you want to play now?" The moment the puzzle responded to Tommy's invitation, reality as I understood it underwent a fundamental restructuring. The ancient construct, this monument to impossibility that had humbled civilizations, began rearranging itself into something that could only be described as joyful. Mathematical equations danced through the air, quantum variables played tag with temporal constants, and dimensional boundaries became as fluid as playground rules. "It's working," whispered Dr. Rodriguez, her scientific training warring with the evidence of her own eyes. "He's actually solving it." But Tommy wasn't solving the puzzle in any traditional sense. He was collaborating with it, treating each challenge as a cooperative game rather than an adversarial test. When the construct presented him with a paradox that had broken minds for centuries, he simply asked, "Would you like help with that? It looks really hard to hold all by yourself." The paradox, apparently tired of being paradoxical for 847 years, gratefully resolved itself into an elegant solution that made perfect sense to everyone watching. "This is not how mathematics works," I protested weakly, my voice barely audible over the sound of my worldview collapsing. "Equations don't get lonely. Problems don't want help. This is all completely contrary to established academic principles." Tommy paused in his collaboration with a particularly stubborn dimensional matrix and looked at me with the kind of patient sympathy usually reserved for the deeply confused. "Maybe that's why nobody could solve it before," he said gently. "Maybe it didn't want to be solved. Maybe it wanted to be understood." As if to emphasize his point, the puzzle's final section began presenting itself not as a challenge to be conquered, but as a story to be understood. Complex mathematical relationships revealed themselves as characters in an elaborate narrative, with variables playing distinct roles and equations describing the relationships between them. Tommy read the mathematical story aloud, translating incomprehensible theoretical constructs into simple terms that somehow captured their essential meaning. Once upon a time, there was a very lonely number that lived all by itself in the seventh dimension. It wanted friends, but every time someone tried to visit, they got scared by how big and complicated its house was. The other children gathered around, adding their own interpretations to the mathematical narrative. The young squidling identified subplot patterns with her multiple brains working in harmony. The geodite child provided musical accompaniment that somehow made the temporal mathematics dance. Even the tiny calculon contributed by calculating the emotional algorithms that governed the relationships between variables. Together they guided the puzzle through its own story, helping it transform from an impossible test into what it had apparently always wanted to be. A teaching tool designed to help beings understand the joy and wonder inherent in mathematical relationships. As the last section resolved itself, Tommy turned to address the assembled academics with the satisfied expression of someone who'd just finished a particularly enjoyable game. "See? It wasn't impossible at all. It was just sad and needed some friends." The chamber filled with a harmonious chord as every section of the puzzle aligned perfectly, creating a solution so elegant and beautiful that several of the adult observers began weeping. Not tears of frustration this time, but tears of recognition as they finally understood what they'd been missing for centuries. "How?" I managed to croak, my voice barely functional after the complete destruction of everything I'd believed about intelligence and education. "How did you know what to do?" Tommy shrugged with the casual modesty of childhood. "I didn't know. I just listened to what it was trying to say. Adults always want to tell everything what to do, but sometimes things just want to be heard." He looked around the chamber at all the alien children who'd helped him, their faces glowing with the satisfaction of shared accomplishment. Plus, it's more fun when everyone plays together. Games are always better with friends. The puzzle, as if sensing that its long isolation was finally over, began projecting holographic congratulations in every language known to galactic civilization. Mathematical formulas spelled out, "Thank you for playing," an elaborate script, while dimensional equations arranged themselves into smiley faces and hearts. Tommy checked his watch, a simple plastic device that looked absurdly primitive compared to the quantum chronometers worn by other delegates. "Oh, cool. Recess is over. Are there any more fun puzzles? Or is it time for lunch? I hope they have those little triangle sandwiches. Those are the best." I stared at this small human who just casually revolutionized our understanding of intelligence, consciousness, and the fundamental nature of mathematical reality. He was already looking around for the next interesting thing to explore, completely unaware that he'd just made every advanced degree in the galaxy obsolete. Somewhere in the distance I could hear the sound of my academic career crashing into a million pieces. The aftermath of what historians would later call the Recess Revolution unfolded with the kind of bureaucratic chaos that makes grown administrators weep into their efficiency reports. Within hours of Tommy's success, emergency sessions were being called across the galaxy, as educational institutions grappled with the horrifying realization that they'd been approaching intelligence completely backwards for millennia. I found myself in the uncomfortable position of having to write official reports explaining how an 8-year-old human with sticky fingers had solved a puzzle that had defeated the combined intellectual might of galactic civilization. My preliminary draft, which began with "everything we thought we knew about intelligence is wrong," was rejected by the review board as insufficiently diplomatic. The second draft, which opened with, "Perhaps our educational methodologies require minor adjustments," was deemed more appropriate for interdisciplinary discourse. Tommy, meanwhile, remained blissfully unaware of the academic revolution he'd sparked. When reporters from the Galactic Science Network arrived to interview him, he spent most of the session asking if they had any interesting games on their recording equipment. His most quotable response to questions about his problem-solving methodology was, "I don't know, I just tried to be nice to it." That single sentence became the foundation for an entirely new field of study: empathetic mathematics. Dr. Rodriguez, faced with the sudden elevation of her son to galactic celebrity status, handled the situation with the kind of practical parenting wisdom that made me respect humans even more. When the Academy offered to enroll Tommy in their advanced graduate program, she politely declined, explaining that he still needed to finish second grade and learn his multiplication tables. "But he just solved the most complex mathematical puzzle in known space," protested the Academy's Director of Advanced Studies. "And he still can't remember to put his lunchbox back in his backpack," she replied. "Intelligence isn't just about solving puzzles. It's about growing up to be a decent person." The changes to galactic education were swift and dramatic. The rigid hierarchical systems that had dominated learning for centuries were replaced with collaborative approaches that emphasized curiosity over competition. The concept of impossible was removed from academic vocabularies across multiple species, replaced with "not yet understood" or "waiting for the right approach." Most surprisingly, standardized testing scores across the galaxy began improving dramatically once educational institutions started incorporating what became known as human method teaching techniques. These included such revolutionary concepts as asking questions to understand rather than to test, treating problems as puzzles to enjoy rather than obstacles to overcome, and remembering that learning should be fun. I found myself reluctantly appointed to head the new Department of Alternative Intelligence Studies, a position that required me to spend significant time observing and learning from beings I'd previously dismissed as intellectually inferior. It was humbling in ways that my extensive education had never prepared me for. The most difficult adjustment wasn't accepting that humans had something valuable to teach us. It was accepting that the characteristics we'd dismissed as primitive, curiosity, empathy, playfulness, and the willingness to approach problems without preconceived notions, were actually forms of intelligence we'd educated out of ourselves. Tommy's success led to the establishment of human method learning centers throughout the galaxy, where beings of all ages could learn to approach challenges with the kind of openness and creativity that had made the impossible puzzle possible. The waiting lists were astronomical. 6 months after the incident, I received a message from Dr. Rodriguez with a video attachment. It showed Tommy at his human school, helping a classmate understand long division by turning it into a story about sharing cookies among imaginary space aliens. His teaching methods were remarkably similar to how he'd approached the gauntlet, with patience, creativity, and an absolute faith that understanding was possible if you just found the right way to explain things. At the bottom of the message, she'd added a note. He says to tell the grumpy professor that he hopes the puzzle is making lots of friends now. I checked the Academy's latest reports on the former Impossible Puzzle Gauntlet. It had been reprogrammed as an interactive teaching tool that adapted its challenges to each user's learning style and emotional needs. Success rates had improved by approximately 3,000%, and user satisfaction surveys consistently described the experience as fun and encouraging. The puzzle, it seemed, was indeed making friends. As I prepared for another day of learning that everything I thought I knew about intelligence was wrong, I found myself oddly grateful for the small human who'd turned my academic world upside down. Tommy Rodriguez had taught the galaxy's most advanced civilizations the most important lesson of all. Sometimes the best way to solve an impossible problem is to remember that intelligence without kindness is just cleverness, and cleverness without curiosity is just showing off. And sometimes the wisest thing you can do is ask a problem what it needs, instead of trying to force it into submission. Even if that problem is 47-dimensional quantum mathematics, and even if you're only 8 years old and mainly concerned about whether lunch includes chocolate milk. The universe, as it turns out, has quite a sense of humor. The silence in the command room was heavy as the massive gates of the Galactic Council Station finally came into view. Captain John Davis stood on the bridge of the USS Dakota, watching the enormous structure grow larger through the main screen. His weathered face showed no emotion, but his hands gripped the armrest of his command chair until his knuckles turned white. 3 months late, Lieutenant Steve Parker said quietly from the navigation console. He didn't need to add anything more. Everyone on the bridge knew what that meant. Outside the viewports, they could see the other delegations already docked. The Kretok fleet was unmistakable with their sleek silver ships that looked more like art pieces than war vessels. The Varathi crystal ships sparkled even in the distant starlight, their ancient technology a mystery to everyone. And there were the Zephan dreadnoughts, massive war machines covered in scars and weapons that spoke of countless battles. Compared to these massive fleets, Earth's small group of ships looked pitiful. The Dakota, the Phoenix, the Liberty, and 3 smaller escort vessels. Each ship bore the same strange marks and discoloration, though anyone looking closely might notice they looked more like old stains than battle damage. Ambassador Lydia Brooks entered the bridge, her diplomatic uniform crisp despite their long journey. She had spent weeks preparing for this moment, practicing speeches and studying alien customs. None of that preparation had included being 3 months late to their first meeting with the galactic community. "Captain, we need to dock soon," she said, trying to keep the worry out of her voice. "The longer we wait, the worse it looks." John nodded slowly. He reached up and touched the comm button on his chair. "This is Captain Davis to all ships. Prepare for docking. Remember, we're representing all of Earth here. Act professional." The docking procedure went smoothly, though John noticed several alien vessels moving away from their approach vector. Whether this was normal procedure or deliberate disrespect, he couldn't tell. As they secured to the station, he could see alien faces pressed against viewports watching them. The docking bay was massive, designed to accommodate ships from dozens of different species. The human delegation walked across the metal floor, their boots echoing in the cavernous space. Alien workers stopped their tasks to stare, making clicking and chirping sounds among themselves. The council chamber was even more impressive, a sphere of holographic displays and floating platforms, with delegates from various species arranged in a complex hierarchy. The humans were directed to the smallest platform, tucked away in a corner, where they could barely see the main proceedings. Vex Thor, the council leader, appeared as a shimmering hologram, its crystalline body pulsed with colors as it spoke, its words translated by their earpieces. "The Terran delegation arrives at last," Vex Thor announced, its tone carrying clear disapproval throughout the chamber. 3 standard months after the appointed time. Several delegates clicked and chirped what could only be laughter. Tarvex, the Kretak representative, made a gesture that their briefing materials had identified as contempt. Ambassador Brooks stepped forward. "Honored Council, I apologize for our delay. We encountered unexpected challenges on our journey here. Earth is eager to join the galactic community and contribute our knowledge and resources." "Challenges?" Tarvex interrupted, its melodic voice somehow managing to sound condescending. "Perhaps the Terrans are simply not advanced enough to navigate standard space lanes." More clicking laughter echoed through the chamber. John felt his jaw tighten, but Brooks continued calmly. "We are prepared to demonstrate Earth's capabilities and discuss trade agreements, territorial boundaries, and technological exchange." Vex Thor's hologram shifted to a deep purple. "Terrans will accept the assignments determined by this council. Your tardiness shows disrespect for galactic protocols. You will receive territory in the dead zones, sectors 7 through 12. Trade agreements will be determined after you prove your worth." The dead zones. John had reviewed the star charts during their journey, vast areas of space marked as uninhabitable, with no resources or strategic value. Essentially, they were being given the worst possible assignment. "With respect," Brooks said, trying to maintain diplomatic protocol, "perhaps a more detailed discussion of territorial assignments would be beneficial. We've prepared comprehensive data on Earth's military capabilities and resource contributions." The Zephon delegate, a massive creature that looked like it was made of rock and metal, spoke for the first time. Its voice was like grinding stone. "Show us these capabilities." Brooks nodded to John, who activated a portable holographic display. It showed clean images of Earth's fleet, technical specifications, and military rankings. Standard diplomatic presentation materials. The chamber fell quiet for a moment, then erupted in what was clearly laughter. The Vorathi delegate's ancient form vibrated with amusement. "These are your war vessels?" Tarvex asked, making that contemptuous gesture again. "How charming. They barely qualify as transport ships by our standards." John noticed Steve Parker's hand move toward his sidearm. "Then stop. Good discipline." They had all been briefed on maintaining calm under provocation. "We appreciate the Council's evaluation," Brooks said smoothly. "Earth is eager to learn and grow within the galactic community." Vex Thor's colors shifted to a dismissive yellow. "You may begin patrols of your assigned sectors immediately. This council expects regular reports. Any violations of galactic law will result in immediate expulsion from this body." The meeting continued with other delegates discussing matters that didn't include Earth. The humans stood on their small platform, ignored by everyone except for occasional glances that ranged from dismissive to openly mocking. When they were finally dismissed, the human delegation walked back to their ships in silence. Only when they were aboard the Dakota with the airlock sealed behind them did anyone speak. "Well," Steve said, removing his dress uniform jacket, "that went about as expected." John moved to the observation port, looking out at the alien vessels. Their technology was clearly superior, their ships larger, their presence in the galaxy established. But as he watched, he noticed something. The alien ships were pristine, gleaming with pride and power. The human ships, by contrast, were stained. Dark marks covered the hull plates. Some areas showed hurried repairs, and one section of the Dakota still bore the distinctive pattern of something that had burned through the armor and been patched from inside. "Captain," Steve said quietly, "should I tell the crew about our assignments?" John turned back to his officers. Lydia was already at a terminal, reviewing the data they'd been given. The dead zones weren't just worthless territory. According to their own readings, something was very wrong with those sectors. High energy readings, distorted communications, and worst of all, no ships that entered certain areas ever reported back. Tell them to prepare for patrol duty, John said simply. And Steve? Yes, sir? Make sure maintenance gets those hull stains cleaned up. We want to look professional for the next council meeting. Steve nodded, though they both knew the stains would come back. They always did. It was just a matter of time before the humans encountered whatever made the dead zone so dead. As the human ships detached from the station and set course for their assigned territories, the other delegates watched from their observation decks. The humans departed without ceremony, their small fleet disappearing into the darkness of space. In the council chamber, discussions continued about various topics. Trade routes were adjusted, territorial disputes were resolved, and new technologies were shared among the established members. The Terrans seem quiet, the Varathi delegate observed during a break in proceedings. All new species are overwhelmed at first, Tarvex replied dismissively. They'll learn their place soon enough. Vexthor's hologram pulsed with a thoughtful green. Did anyone else notice their ships? Primitive designs, the Zephan delegate rumbled. Barely space-worthy. No, Vexthor continued. The markings, the stains, those weren't decorative. The chamber fell quiet for a moment. Probably just poor maintenance, Tarvex said confidently. New species rarely understand proper ship care. The discussion moved on to other matters, and the mystery of the human ships was forgotten. After all, what could a species that arrived 3 months late possibly know about real combat? Outside the station, the human fleet was already adjusting course for Sector 7. Aboard each ship, crews prepared for what they knew was coming. Weapons were checked, systems were tested, and medical bays were stocked with extra supplies. In the Dakota's medical bay, Dr. Nancy Wright examined the surgical equipment one more time. The tools were well used, and despite her best efforts, some still carried faint stains that wouldn't wash out. She knew from experience that they would be needed again soon. On the bridge, John sat in his command chair, studying the tactical displays. The dead zone showed areas of complete sensor blackout, regions where even quantum communications failed. His crew moved around him with the practiced efficiency of people who had done this too many times before. Captain, the communications officer called out. We're receiving automated warnings about our new patrol area. Standard safety protocols. Anything specific? The usual. Avoid certain coordinates. Maintain minimum safe distance from anomalies. Report any unusual readings immediately. John nodded. Warnings that meant nothing because they didn't explain what the dangers actually were. But he and his crew already knew what lurked in the darker corners of space. They had spent months fighting their way through it just to reach the council station. Set course for Sector 7, he ordered. All ships maintain formation, shields at full power. As the human fleet accelerated toward their assigned territory, the council station grew smaller behind them. None of the other delegates bothered to watch them leave. Why would they? Just another new species being shown their place in the galactic order. Aboard the Dakota, Steve Parker stood at the tactical station, running final checks on the weapon systems. He paused at the secondary display, which showed the external sensor readings. There it was again, that slight energy fluctuation at the edge of their detection range. He'd seen it before, too many times. Steve, John called from the command chair. How long until we reach the first coordinate? 12 hours at current speed, Captain. Good. Notify all ships to run full diagnostics before we arrive. I want everyone ready. Aye, sir. The crew continued with their preparations, their movements practiced and precise. They had done this before many times. The council thought they were giving Earth the worst possible assignment, but they didn't understand. The human crews had spent months clearing exactly these types of zones just to reach civilized space. As the ships disappeared into the darkness, the last thing visible from the station was the faint trail of their engines. And perhaps, if anyone had been looking closely enough, they might have noticed that the dark stains on the hull seemed to pulse slightly in the starlight. But no one was looking that closely. The aliens had already dismissed the humans as unimportant. They would learn their mistake soon enough. 2 weeks after their first council meeting, Captain Mary Johnson stood in the requisitions office aboard the council station. She had been waiting for 4 hours, holding a simple request form for replacement parts. The queue number on the screen still hadn't moved. The office was designed for multiple species with seating areas and interfaces that could accommodate any alien physiology. Mary chose to stand, partly because all the chairs seemed designed for creatures with more or fewer joints than humans, and partly because sitting felt wrong after so many months of combat readiness. Next, the Varathi clerk announced in its musical tone. 3 beings ahead of Mary filed forward, receiving instant approval for their requests. Complex technical equipment, rare materials, entire ship systems, all approved with a casual wave of crystalline appendages. Finally, Mary's number appeared on the screen. Request for standard hull plating. Grade 5, she said, handing over the pad. Our ship sustained minor damage during our journey here. The clerk examined the request, its crystal body dimming slightly. Terran vessels, hull damage, denied. Denied? Mary kept her voice level. It's standard maintenance material. Terrans have not established resource credits. Furthermore, damage. Claims must be verified by Council Inspection Team. Processing time, 90 standard days. Mary felt the familiar weight of frustration. We've already submitted damage reports from our journey. The battle scans clearly show battle scans. The clerk's color shifted to what Mary had learned was confusion. Terran vessels reported no combat encounters en route to station. Of course we did. Every single ship denied. Next. Mary walked out of the office, her jaw clenched. This was the 5th department that had rejected their basic requests. Food synthesizer components, medical supplies, even simple data access, all denied for reasons that seemed to change every time. In the corridor, she met General Henry Clark and diplomat Susan Taylor. Henry looked even grimmer than usual, his gray hair making him appear older than his 45 years. Let me guess, Mary said. More denials? The Kretak Trade Commission refused to even review our planetary resource surveys, Susan replied, her usual diplomatic calm fraying. They suggested we learn better survey techniques from established species. The Zephan wouldn't grant us access to standard tactical databases, Henry added. Apparently, our military structure is too primitive to understand their basic combat manuals. The 3 humans walked together toward their temporary quarters. The station corridors were busy with alien species, all seeming to move with purpose, while the humans struggled through basic administrative tasks. I don't understand this, Mary said quietly. We've met every requirement they listed. Our documentation is complete, our ships passed all technical inspections, and we've already deployed to our assigned sectors. It's not about requirements, Henry said grimly. It's about making us understand our place. They want us to give up and go home. Susan stopped at an observation window, looking out at the human ships docked along the outer rim. The Dakota, Phoenix, and Liberty looked tiny compared to the massive alien vessels, but Susan could see the human crews working tirelessly on maintenance and repairs. Look at our people, she said softly. They've been working non-stop since we arrived. Chief Martinez hasn't slept in 30 hours. Dr. Wright is running diagnostics on medical equipment that shouldn't need it. Mary followed her gaze and noticed something she hadn't paid attention to before. The human maintenance crews moved differently than the alien workers. Faster, more urgent, constantly checking their surroundings, like soldiers expecting an attack. Meanwhile, in the Council diplomatic zone, the daily session was beginning. The humans were required to attend, though they rarely spoke. Ambassador Lydia Brooks sat on their small platform reviewing notes that she knew wouldn't matter. Today's topic was resource allocation for the outer territories, the same territories the humans had been assigned to patrol. The dead zones remain. Unproductive, Vexthor announced. Sectors 7 through 12 show no resource potential and minimal strategic value. The Terrans patrol those zones now, Tarvex added with what might have been amusement. Perhaps they will find some use for empty space. The Zephan delegate rumbled thoughtfully. Unusual energy readings reported from Sector 9, possibly residual quantum fluctuations. Natural phenomena. The Varathi representative dismissed. Those sectors are known for sensor ghosts, nothing of concern. Lydia felt her earpiece activate. It was John Davis communicating from the Dakota. Ambassador, we've just completed our first full patrol of Sector 7, requesting permission to file our report. She tapped her acknowledgement, then raised her hand to speak. The council chamber quieted. Earth would like to submit our preliminary patrol report for Sectors 7 and 8. Unnecessary, Vexthor responded quickly. Initial patrols rarely provide useful data. Wait until you've completed multiple cycles. With respect, Lydia continued, our findings may be relevant to the current discussion. We've detected several anomalies that Terrans may not contribute to tactical discussions until they complete orientation period. Tarvex interrupted. Standard procedure for new species. Learn before attempting to teach. The other delegates clicked and chirped in agreement. Lydia sat back, noting that the orientation period hadn't been mentioned at any previous session. The rules seemed to change whenever humans tried to participate. After the session, the human delegation gathered in their quarters. The room was cramped compared to those assigned to other species, with basic furnishings that required them to adapt rather than being adapted for them. They're not going to let us contribute anything, Henry said bluntly, no matter what we find out there. I managed to get 5 minutes with a Vorathite trade advisor, Susan reported. He admitted that dead zones are usually assigned to new species as a test. Apparently, most give up after a few months and request reassignment to civilized sectors. So it's a hazing ritual, Mary concluded. More than that, John said, entering the room. It's designed to break us. They want us to come running back begging for better treatment. Then they'll know they can control us. The group sat in silence for a moment. Through the small viewport, they could see the station's main docking area where alien crews moved around their pristine ships with casual efficiency. Captain, Lydia said carefully, Steve Parker mentioned that our ships have unusual markings, stains that won't come out. Is there something about our journey here that I should know? John exchanged glances with Mary and Henry. The military personnel shared some communication that the diplomats couldn't read. Nothing relevant to council proceedings, John replied diplomatically. But that night, when most of the station was in its sleep cycle, Bill Martinez worked in the Dakota's engineering bay. He was cleaning weapons systems that officially weren't supposed to need cleaning. The energy signatures were all wrong for standard maintenance. Hey, Bill, a voice called. It was Nancy Wright, the ship's doctor. You still up? Yeah, you? She held up a data pad. Medical supply inventory. We're running low on trauma kits. Again? 4th time this month, and the council won't approve our requisition for more. Bill paused in his work, looking at the energy weapon he was calibrating. Its setting went far higher than standard military specifications. You know, Doc, other species don't seem to run through medical supplies this fast. Other species don't seem to run through much of anything this fast, Nancy agreed. Have you noticed their ships? Nothing ever seems to break. Nothing needs constant repair. Yeah. Bill returned to his work. But their ships don't have the same modifications ours do. Nancy left soon after, but Bill continued working. Near dawn, he discovered something interesting. The energy readings from the weapon's power core showed traces of something that shouldn't exist. Exotic particles that, according to Council technology databases, were purely theoretical. He made a note to report it to Captain Davis, then decided against it. Some things were better documented quietly. Across the station, similar scenes played out. Human crews working through the night, maintaining equipment that seemed to require constant attention. Alien observers occasionally asked questions, but the humans offered only standard explanations. Preventive maintenance, calibration checks, standard military procedure. In the command center of the council station, automatic systems recorded these patterns. Unusual power draws, excessive maintenance cycles, modified equipment signatures. The data was flagged for review but never reached anyone's attention. After all, new species always had adjustment periods. 3 weeks into their station rotation, the pattern was clear. Every human request faced maximum bureaucratic resistance. Every report was dismissed, every suggestion ignored. The other species continued their business without acknowledging the humans beyond basic protocol. Yet the human ships kept departing for their patrols, returning with their crews showing signs of fatigue that went beyond standard duty cycles. Ship rotations that should have been routine seemed to leave maintenance crews working overtime. Medical staff documented injury rates that seemed excessive for peaceful patrol duty. "They're testing us," Susan concluded during one of their evening meetings. "Everything about this is designed to see how much we'll tolerate before we break." "The question is," Mary said grimly, "what happens when they realize we've been through worse than anything they can devise?" John was quiet for a moment, then stood by the viewport. Outside, the alien fleets floated in perfect formation, their pristine hulls reflecting the station's lights. "They'll keep pushing," he said finally, "until they understand why our ships look different, why our crews act different, why we don't break. And then they'll wish they'd listened when we tried to warn them about the dead zones." The room fell silent. Outside, the station continued its endless rotation, maintaining the fiction that humanity was just another new species learning its place in the galactic community. In Sector 8, the USS Liberty reported another anomaly. In Sector 9, energy readings spiked beyond normal parameters. And in Sector 7, something that shouldn't exist had been detected at the edge of their patrol range. The Council databases automatically filed these reports under new species training data and marked them for review in 6 months, standard time. By then, according to historical patterns, the humans would either accept their place in the hierarchy or voluntarily withdraw from Council membership. What the databases didn't account for was the possibility that humanity wasn't like other species, that their late arrival hadn't been a failure of navigation, but something else entirely. In the quiet hours before dawn, Chief Martinez completed his weapon modifications. Dr. Wright organized her medical supplies, and Captain Davis reviewed patrol reports that no one at the Council would ever read carefully enough to understand. The bureaucratic nightmare continued, but so did human resistance. Not through protests or demands, but through relentless preparation for something the aliens couldn't see coming. Something that had already killed many humans on their journey to the Council. Something that waited in the dead zones, patient and hungry. Something that the Council would eventually come to understand was the real reason why humanity's ships carried the stains of war, and why their crews could endure any administrative torture the bureaucrats could devise. Because compared to what waited in the dark between stars, Council paperwork was nothing at all. The first disappearance happened on day 28. The Kretok exploration vessel Silver Wind had ventured too close to Sector 9 during a routine asteroid survey. When they failed to report at their scheduled check-in, the Council dispatched search vessels. They found nothing, not even debris. On day 31, a Varathi scientific probe lost contact while approaching Sector 11. The last transmission was a brief burst of static and what sounded like screaming, though Varathi claimed their probes didn't carry audio equipment. By day 35, 3 more ships had gone silent in the vicinity of human patrol zones. In the Council chambers, the atmosphere changed. The dismissive chatter died down. Delegates spoke in hushed tones, glancing toward the small human platform with something that wasn't quite suspicion, but wasn't friendship either. "Unusual patterns," Bexthor announced during the emergency session. "Ships approaching Terran. Patrol zones experience communication failures." "Coincidence," Tarvek said, but its melodic voice carried less confidence. "The dead zones are known for sensor interference." 5 ships, the Zephan delegate rumbled. 5 ships in 7 days. This exceeds normal anomaly rates by 300%. Ambassador Lydia Brooks stood up. "Earth offers full assistance in search and rescue operations. Our ships are already on patrol in those sectors." The chamber fell completely silent. It was the first time in weeks that anyone had acknowledged the human presence beyond basic protocol. "Terran vessels will maintain current assignments," Vexthor responded after a pause. "Search operations will be conducted by established species." "With respect," Lydia continued, "our crews have been patrolling those areas for weeks. We have detailed sensor logs and denied. Terrans lack advanced search capabilities." The session ended abruptly. The human delegation filed out, aware of the stares following them. In the corridor, they were stopped by an unusual sight, an unescorted alien approaching them. It was Rix, a young Varathi engineer who had occasionally asked polite questions about human technology. Its crystalline form pulsed with nervous energy. "Ambassadors," Rix spoke quietly. "Forgive the interruption. May I speak privately?" Henry and Susan exchanged glances. Unofficial contact between species was technically allowed but rarely practiced. "Of course," Lydia said. They moved to a small alcove off the main corridor. Rix's glow dimmed to almost invisible. "The missing ships," it began hesitantly. "They were all investigating energy patterns, similar to readings reported from your patrol zones." "Go on," Henry encouraged. "Council leadership says the disappearances are unrelated to Terran presence, but the technical staff disagrees. We see correlations, patterns." "What kind of patterns?" Susan asked. "Power spikes preceding contact loss, gravitational anomalies, and this is difficult to explain. The final transmissions contain data that shouldn't exist." Before they could respond, Rix noticed other aliens in the corridor and quickly moved away. "Forgive me, I must go. But be careful. Something is not right." The humans returned to their quarters, finding John Davis waiting for them. His expression was grimmer than usual. "We intercepted transmissions from the search teams," he said without preamble. "They found something." "The missing ships?" "Parts of them, twisted metal, hull sections that show damage patterns unlike anything in Council military databases. The search teams are trying to keep it quiet, but their crews are scared." That night, Captain Lisa Brown returned from patrol with the USS Phoenix. Her crew moved through decontamination procedures with mechanical precision, their faces showing a weariness that went beyond normal fatigue. Dr. Nancy Wright was waiting in the medical bay when the first crew members arrived. "Anything to report?" she asked, running standard scans. "Just routine patrol, Doc," the chief communications officer replied. His vital signs suggested otherwise. Elevated stress hormones, irregular heartbeat, dilated pupils, and the new hull damage. "Asteroid debris. Happens all the time." Nancy nodded, though the scorch patterns she'd observed looked nothing like asteroid damage. She'd seen those marks before, during their journey to Council space. Burn patterns from weapons that officially didn't exist. In the command room, Lisa briefed John privately. "We found the Silver Wind," she said simply. "And?" "It was torn apart, hull breached from the inside. Whatever killed them knew how to bypass Kretak shielding." John was quiet for a moment. "Casualties? 37 total." "But John, that's not the worst part. We found their distress logs. They were attacked by something that matched their ship exactly. Like fighting a mirror image." The implications hung in the air. The threats they had fought on their way to Council space were adapting, learning, getting stronger. Meanwhile, in the Council's military planning center, automated analysis systems were processing the search team data. The computers flagged multiple anomalies, weapon signatures that didn't match any known species, hull damage patterns suggesting directed energy weapons far more advanced than Council standards, and most disturbing, biological remains that defied classification. The duty officer, a young Zephan named Crack, reviewed the flags. His training said to escalate unusual findings, but his experience said some things were better handled quietly. He decided to run one more analysis before alerting his superiors. The results made his rocky hide shift color with concern. The biological samples contained human DNA, but they also contained something else. Something that somehow incorporated the genetic markers of whatever species they consumed. The Silver Wind crew's tissue samples showed Kretak DNA merged with unknown organic compounds, as if something had been studying them, copying them, becoming them. Crack reached for the alert system, then stopped. The humans had been in those sectors for weeks. If these things could copy biological patterns and if human DNA was present, he needed more information before triggering full emergency protocols. Aboard the Dakota, Captain Davis convened his senior staff. Mary Johnson, Lisa Brown, Henry Clark, and the ship commanders formed a circle in the war room. The displays showed tactical readouts that civilian diplomats weren't supposed to see. "Situation is escalating," John began. "The things we fought getting here are now in council space, and they're not just attacking anymore, they're learning." "How bad is it?" Mary asked. Lisa answered. "Silver Wind wasn't destroyed randomly. Whatever killed them had studied Kretak shield technology, learned their communication frequencies, and used their own systems against them. The aliens have no defense against something that can become them. Recommendations? We need to inform the council," Henry said. "Warn them about what we've encountered." "They won't listen," Lisa pointed out. "We've been trying to file reports for weeks. They think we're too primitive to have meaningful tactical intelligence." "What about the disappearances? Surely they blame us," Mary interrupted. "The timing is too convenient. Humans arrive, ships start disappearing in human patrol zones. They're already suspicious." John nodded slowly. "So we're on our own." Again. The room fell silent. Outside, the council station continued its normal operations, blissfully unaware that its newest members were already fighting a war that could destroy everything they'd built over millennia. In her laboratory, Nancy Wright examined tissue samples that had arrived with the latest casualty report. Officially, they were human injuries from patrol duty. Unofficially, they showed defensive wounds from attacks by creatures that shouldn't exist. The wounds were healing incorrectly with cellular patterns that suggested attempted replication, as if the attackers weren't just trying to kill, but to learn, to copy, to become. She sealed the samples and marked them for deep analysis. The results would take hours, but she suspected she already knew what they would show. The next morning brought more disappearances. A Zephon battlecruiser, the Iron Mountain, failed to complete its patrol. This time, the council couldn't ignore. Zephon vessels were considered invulnerable, their military technology the finest in the galaxy. The emergency council session was held behind closed doors, but the human delegation was summoned. "Explain," Vexthor demanded. Its crystalline form now a deep red that indicated anger. "Why ships fail only near Terran zones. We've been trying to submit reports about," Lydia began. Silence. "Evidence suggests Terran involvement in recent disappearances. Your vessels will submit to full inspection. Your crews will be interrogated." "That's impossible," Henry stepped forward. "Our ships have been in constant communication with council monitoring systems. We've been following all assigned patrol routes. Yet only ships approaching your positions disappear." The Zephon delegate suddenly rumbled, cutting off the debate. "Combat alert. Priority 1. Energy signatures detected. Something approaches the station." Alarms began wailing throughout the council chamber. Displays lit up showing massive readings just outside the station's defensive perimeter. But there was nothing visible on any screens. Then the lights went out. Emergency power kicked in, bathing everything in red light. The displays flickered back to life, showing impossible readings. 20 ships had appeared from nowhere, surrounding the station. Ships with energy signatures matching various council species perfectly, but the real ships were either in the council chamber or accounted for through tracking systems. "Mirror ships," Vexthor announced, its voice carrying the first hint of fear. "Impossible. Purely theoretical." The human delegation stood calmly, while aliens scrambled for emergency positions. John Davis activated his private comm unit. "All human vessels, this is Delta Protocol. You know what to do." Outside the station, the human ships that had seemed unremarkable for weeks suddenly displayed capabilities that made the aliens freeze in shock. Weapon systems activated that shouldn't exist. Shields engaged at levels far exceeding their rated capacity, and movement patterns that broke known physics. The Dakota Phoenix and Liberty moved to intercept the mirror ships with precision that suggested months of practice against exactly this threat. "Terrans," Vexthor's voice crackled. "Over the general comm, explain your vessel's capabilities. Those modifications are not in your filed specifications." John looked at the council leaders, seeing understanding begin to dawn in their expressions. "With respect," he said calmly, "we tried to warn you. We've been fighting these things for months. They're not just mirrors. They're something else." something that learns from what it kills. The battle outside intensified. Human weapons fired energy patterns that seemed specifically designed to disrupt the mirror ship's copying ability. Alien vessels tried to join the fight but found their own weapons ineffective against enemies that matched their technology perfectly. How do you know how to fight them? Tarvex asked. Because, Ambassador Brooks answered quietly, we've been doing it since before we reached your space. We weren't late to your meeting. We were delayed fighting these things so they wouldn't. Follow us here. The council chamber erupted with questions, but they were drowned out by the sound of the battle reaching its climax. Through the viewports, they could see the truth. Human ships scarred and stained from months of combat, working in perfect coordination against an enemy the council was only now realizing existed. The blood on humanity's ships wasn't from poor maintenance. It was from a war they had been fighting alone to keep the rest of the galaxy safe. And now, finally, the council was about to understand what that war had cost and why humanity had never flinched at bureaucratic harassment. They had faced so much worse. The Varathi engineer Zixtal was running emergency diagnostics when its appendage accidentally triggered a human data core. What appeared on the screen made its crystalline form pulse with shock. Holographic recordings filled the repair bay, images of space battles unlike anything in council archives. Massive creatures tearing through reality itself, ships fighting against odds that defied military doctrine, and humans, bloodied and exhausted, standing their ground against horrors that made the current crisis seem small. Zixtail tried to close the files, but more kept opening. Combat footage from the USS Liberty showed Captain Peter Williams coordinating impossible maneuvers. Medical logs displayed injuries that shouldn't be survivable. After-action reports detailed 3 months of constant warfare in regions council maps marked as empty space. Emergency alert, the computer announced. Automatic data broadcast initiated, broadcasting to all connected systems. Zixtal scrambled to stop the transmission, but human systems were designed differently. The files were already spreading across the station's network, reaching every terminal, every display, every connected device. In the Council Emergency Center, delegates froze as their screens filled with human recordings. The carefully maintained calm shattered as reality forced itself into view. Vexthor watched footage of the Dakota fighting something that twisted through dimensions, its hull breaching while the crew continued firing. This is impossible. These battles occurred in sectors we map as peaceful. Not peaceful, Ambassador Brooks said quietly. Just cleaned up. By us. The Zephan delegate activated an isolated terminal, pulling up its own military databases. Cross-referencing the human battle footage with historical records produced disturbing correlations. Energy signatures match theoretical models of extinct threats, it announced in its grinding voice. Threats we believe destroyed millennia ago. Threats we designed our entire military doctrine to fight, hoping we'd never need it. Extinct threats fighting with current generation technology, Tarvex added, its melodic voice strained. This is not possible. Captain Mary Johnson stepped forward. They're not extinct. They evolve. They learn. They become stronger every time. We fight them. The ships you just saw attacking your station, they're based on technology they learned by destroying others. Your technology. The council chamber's main display activated, showing the results of the ongoing battle outside. Human ships moved with precision born of experience, their weapons targeting specific points on the mirror vessels that alien forces couldn't identify. How? Do you know their weak points? The Zephan delegate demanded. Because we've killed them before, Henry Clark answered simply. Hundreds of times. We lost ships, crews, entire colonies learning how to fight them. That's why we were late to your meeting. The data streams continued. Medical files showing Surgeon Mary Chen performing surgery on a crewman whose DNA was being rewritten in real time by alien contamination. Engineering reports detailing how Chief Bill Martinez had invented new weapons specifically for entities that could phase through normal matter. Tactical data proving that humanity had developed countermeasures for threats the Council didn't even know existed. Show them the deep space footage, John Davis said to his communications officer. The largest display activated, showing external camera recordings from 3 months earlier. the Dakota approaching what looked like empty space until massive creatures emerged from the dark between stars. Tentacles the size of space stations, ships that breathed and bled, weapons that bent reality around them. Footage of Lieutenant Steve Parker coordinating point defense while the bridge leaked atmosphere. Of Dr. Nancy Wright operating in zero gravity as the ship spun through impossible maneuvers. Of human Marines in boarding actions against vessels made of organic matter that regenerated faster than they could be damaged. "This is your data," Vexthor said, its color shifting to confused. "Purple? Why did your reports never mention these encounters?" "They did," Susan Taylor replied, activating her diplomatic pad. "Every report we filed, every request for resources, every tactical briefing we attempted to share, all of it was dismissed, denied or ignored." She displayed the human submission logs, hundreds of detailed reports all marked as primitive species orientation data or new member adjustment period documentation. None had been reviewed by actual council members. "We were fighting this war while you were testing our paperwork skills," Mary Johnson said bluntly. The battle outside reached a critical point. 6 mirror ships remained, their copied systems adapting to human countermeasures. The Council's defensive fleet, despite outnumbering the attackers, suffered losses, as conventional weapons proved ineffective. "Captain Davis," Vexthor addressed John, "you fighting?" "Because," John replied, watching the tactical display, "this is what we do. What we've been doing for months. What we tried to tell you we were doing." He activated the Dakota's command channel. "All human vessels execute protocol blackout." The alien delegates watched in amazement as human ships suddenly disappeared from sensors, only to reappear in perfect formation behind the mirror vessels. The attack was swift and coordinated, striking at points that seemed random to alien observers, but followed a pattern learned through costly experience. "How is this possible?" Tarvex asked. "Your technology was judged inferior to ours." "It is inferior," Henry admitted. "But we've been fighting things that laugh at superior technology. We learned adaptation, we learned survival. We learned to kill monsters with primitive tools because that's all we had." The recordings continued playing on multiple screens. Footage of humanity's journey to council space became a horror story of constant battle, desperate innovation, and sacrifice. Crews stranded on damaged ships holding out for weeks against creatures that hunted through hyperspace. Entire battle groups vanishing, their fate known only through scattered distress signals. "This explains the blood," Zixtal said softly. "The stains on your ships aren't maintenance failures." "No," Nancy Wright confirmed. "They're from crew members who died holding the line. From passengers we couldn't save. From things that bleed, but shouldn't exist. We tried to clean them, but some stains don't wash out, some memories don't fade." The battle outside reached its conclusion as the last mirror ship fell to coordinated human fire. The council station's alarms finally stopped wailing, but the silence in the chamber was even more oppressive. "Damage report," Vexthor commanded. 37. "Council vessels lost," the automated system responded. 43 severely damaged, human casualties 7 wounded, none fatal. The disparity was stark. Council forces, with their advanced technology and superior numbers, had been decimated. Humanity, fighting with primitive ships, had suffered minor casualties. "Why didn't you tell us?" Vexithor asked, its color now a confused mix of red and blue. "Why endure our mockery when you could have revealed this? Would you have believed us?" Ambassador Brooks asked gently. "A species that arrives late claiming they've been fighting galaxy-threatening monsters that you've never detected? With technology you've already judged as inferior." The council delegates exchanged glances. The question answered itself. The Zephon delegate reviewed its military assessments. "Our doctrine requires overwhelming firepower, shock and awe. Your humans practice surgical precision, minimalist efficiency. You fight not to destroy, but to survive." "Survival against impossible odds," Tarvex added, its voice carrying newfound respect. "This explains your crew behavior. Always alert, always prepared, always assuming the worst." Captain Davis activated the main display one more time. Would you like to see our actual journey logs? Not the sanitized reports we tried to file, the real data. The Council watched as humanity's true story unfolded. Week after week of constant combat, ships limping between battles, crews working miracles with damaged systems, memorials for the fallen that lined the corridors of human vessels, battle hymns sung before operations that had no right to succeed, brothers and sisters in arms holding each other as they bled out in space. This is the Terran War Doctrine, General Clark explained. Survive today, fight tomorrow, save everyone you can, never give up, never surrender, because the alternative is extinction. Zixtal's crystalline, form pulsed with understanding. You weren't testing us during our bureaucratic procedures, we were testing you, and you endured because you've endured worse. Months worse, Mary Johnson confirmed, but we had hope. Hope that reaching Council space meant safety, that your advanced technology could help us understand and fight these threats more effectively. Instead, Susan Taylor continued, we found a bureaucracy that couldn't conceive of the threats we'd already faced. So we continued fighting alone, protecting the very species that dismissed us, hoping you'd listen before it was too late. Thai Fo. Revelations hung heavy in the chamber. Council species that had prided themselves on technological superiority now understood they'd been living in protected space, sheltered by a species they'd considered primitive. The blood on our ships, Captain Davis said quietly, is from every human who died making sure these things never reached you, from every crew member who held their position while monsters boarded their vessels, from every Marine who went hand to hand with nightmares so their shipmates could seal the bulkheads. He paused, looking at each alien delegate. We tried to warn you, through proper channels, through direct reports, through diplomatic submissions. You taught us patience, you taught us humility. But the creatures didn't care about protocols or procedures. The main screen showed the final frame of the recorded data, a simple message logged by Captain Peter Williams 3 months earlier, just before the Liberty's final battle in deep space. If anyone finds this log, know that humanity will never stop fighting. For ourselves, for each other, for anyone who needs protection, even if they don't know they need it, even if they never ask for it. This is who we are. This is why we survive. The recording ended, leaving the Council chamber in profound silence. Outside, human ships maintained defensive positions, their scarred hulls a testament to battles fought in darkness and distance, protecting species that had never known danger existed. We owe you an apology, Bexthor said finally. And more than that, we owe you our lives. The human delegation stood quietly, processing the moment they had fought months to reach. Vindication, but at what cost? How many had died to prove a point that bureaucracy had prevented them from making peacefully? Apologies don't bring back the dead, John Davis said softly. But maybe now we can work together. Maybe now you'll listen when we report threats. Maybe now the blood on our ships means something. Outside the station, the stars seemed different, less bright, less safe. The Council had lost its innocence but gained something perhaps more valuable, the knowledge that protectors watched in the darkness, bleeding so others could sleep peacefully. The war wasn't over. The mirror ships were just one manifestation of threats that evolved faster than solutions could be found. But now, at least, humanity wouldn't have to fight alone. The bureaucratic nightmare had ended. The real war was just beginning. 3 days after the mirror ship attack, the Council chamber looked different. The small platform assigned to humans had been moved to the center position, the place of honor. Alien delegates spoke in subdued tones, their earlier dismissiveness replaced by quiet respect. Ambassador Lydia Brooks stood at the new human position, but this time the chamber didn't merely tolerate her presence, it waited for her words. Earth submits its formal report on threat assessment for sectors 1 through 24, she announced. This time no one interrupted. The tactical displays activated, showing detailed maps created from months of human combat experience. Red zones marked areas where reality itself was unstable. Amber regions indicated where mirror entities were known to spawn. Black sectors showed places where entire human battle groups had gone silent. "These are your findings," Vexthor asked. "It's crystalline. Form now a respectful green." "Our blood map," Captain Mary Johnson answered simply. "Every red mark cost us a ship. Every black zone took a crew. Every amber warning came from humans who died to send the information." The Zephan delegate, now identified as Supreme Commander, Crack studied the tactical data with professional interest. "Your mapping suggests we've been living inside a protective barrier, that these threats exist in a pattern around Council space. Not random luck," General Henry Clark confirmed. "Humanity's route to Council space took us through what we call the breach zones, where these things slip through from elsewhere. We fought them because we had to, because they were blocking our path." "And they followed you," Tarvex observed, its melodic voice uncertain for the first time. "They always follow," John Davis said grimly. "That's why we kept fighting, not just for survival, but to keep them contained, to keep them from reaching populated space." The council chamber processed this information. Screens displayed casualty reports, battle analyses, and footage of threats that challenged every understanding of physics and biology. Creatures that existed in multiple dimensions, ships that learned and adapted in real time, weapons that targeted consciousness rather than matter. "You fought alone for months," the Varathi elder, now introduced as ancient historian Zentoth, spoke with newfound respect. "Protecting species you'd never met for no reward, facing extinction daily. Why?" Ambassador Brooks looked at her team. The diplomats, the soldiers, the engineers who had witnessed unimaginable horrors, yet continued serving. "Because someone had to. Because these things don't negotiate. Because if we hadn't fought them in the dark between stars, they would have eventually reached your worlds. And you never demanded recognition," Vexthor noted. "Even when we mocked your arrival, denied your requests, dismissed your warnings." "Recognition doesn't kill monsters," Captain Lisa Brown said quietly. She had just returned from another patrol, her crew moving with that distinctive human tension. "Bullets kill monsters. Sacrifice kills monsters. Holding the line when everything tells you to run kills monsters." The chamber's automation systems chimed, indicating an incoming priority message. The tactical display shifted to show real-time sensor data. "Energy signature detected," the automated voice announced. "Multiple contacts approaching from Sector 12. Pattern matches known threat classifications." Alarms began wailing through the station. Alien crews scrambled to battle stations with panic barely concealed. But human crews moved differently, smoothly, efficiently, like they'd done this 1,000 times before. "Council command to human vessels," Vexthor addressed them directly. "Request immediate tactical consultation." John activated the Dakota's command systems. "All human ships in standard defensive formation. Council vessels maintain perimeter positions. Follow our lead. These things respond to patterns they've seen before." "But our ships are more advanced," Crack protested. "Superior firepower, better shielding." "Didn't help last time," Mary pointed out gently. "They copy your advancements, they can't copy experience." The approaching threats resolved on the displays. Not mirror ships this time, but something worse. Organic vessels that pulsed with biological energy. Ships that breathed and moved like massive predators. Biovessels, Steve Parker identified from the Dakota's tactical station. Standard pack, hunting formation. 12 primary entities plus spawner craft. "How do you fight them?" Tarvex asked, its earlier arrogance completely gone. "Carefully," Henry Clark answered. "They regenerate damage, learn from attacks, and their organic weapons. Target living tissue directly. But they have weaknesses. They always have weaknesses." The battle began with human ships taking point positions. Alien vessels watched as humanity's scarred fleet engaged with movements that seemed almost choreographed. Target prioritization that defied military doctrine. Weapons fire that struck specific organic zones rather than attempting overwhelming damage. "They're not trying to destroy them," Zentoth observed with wonder. "They're trying to disrupt their biological cohesion." Learned that the hard way. Captain Peter Williams had been monitoring from the sidelines but now joined the tactical discussion. "Lost the entire scout wing before we figured out they share a biological link. Cut the neural connections, the pack loses coordination. The Council watched as human tactics proved their worth, not through superior technology, but through understanding, born of repeated exposure to death. Every human movement showed learned responses to threats the aliens hadn't even classified yet. Permission to implement Council defensive protocols, the Zephan commanded, seeking human approval rather than expecting obedience. Granted, John nodded. But follow our targeting patterns. Your weapons are stronger than ours, but you need to hit specific points for maximum effect. The combined fleet worked together, but the hierarchy had changed. Alien vessels followed human tactical guidance, trusting the scars on human ships over their own advanced systems. Incoming biological torpedoes, the automated systems warned. Organic matter configured as projectile weapons. Scatter formation Delta, Mary Johnson called out. Human ships dispersed in a pattern that seemed random, but created perfect interlocking fields of fire. The alien ships hesitated, their tactical computers unable to predict such apparently chaotic movement. Follow them, Vexthor commanded. Trust their experience. As Council vessels mimicked human maneuvers, they discovered the pattern's logic. The biological torpedoes, guided by shared consciousness, crashed into each other rather than their intended targets. Human doctrine had learned to turn the enemy's strengths against them. Bio-pattern disruption successful, Steve reported as the enemy vessels began showing signs of confusion. Pack cohesion down 60%. Now we hit the spawner craft, Henry called out. Council vessels, concentrate fire on the largest biological mass. Humans will handle defensive screens. The battle turned with the coordinated assault. Alien ships, finally working effectively with human tactical knowledge, proved devastatingly successful. The biofleet retreated, but not before humanity's early warning systems detected more signatures at the edge of sensor range. They'll return, John said with certainty. They always return, stronger, smarter, with new adaptations. And we will be ready, Vexthor declared. Its crystalline form now pulsed with determination rather than confusion. All vessels maintain combat readiness. Human tactical doctrine is now primary protocol for station defenses. The Council chamber reconvened after the battle. The atmosphere had completely transformed. Aliens stood when humans entered. Tactical. Stations displayed human battle maps as primary references. Requests for human assessment preceded standard procedure. Earth delegation, Vexthor announced formally. The Council offers its deepest recognition. The Honor Guard position is permanently yours. Your ships will lead all defensive formations. Your tactical knowledge will be integrated into Council military doctrine. And most importantly, Tarvex added, its melodic voice carrying genuine warmth. Your warnings will be heard, always, without question. Crack approached John directly. Supreme Commander Davis, as ranking military officer, I request cross-training for Zephon battle groups. Our warriors wish to learn human survival techniques. John smiled, the first genuine smile he'd shown since arriving at Council space. Granted, but fair warning, our training is hard and messy, and sometimes the only way to survive is to do things that go against everything your instincts tell you. We will learn, Crack promised, as you learned when you had no choice. Months later, the Council station had been restructured. Human ships maintained positions at every defensive hardpoint. Alien crews rotated through human-led training programs, learning to fight threats that Council space had pretended didn't exist. The bureaucratic nightmare was a memory, replaced by streamlined protocols that prioritized survival over paperwork. Human report submissions got immediate command attention. Resource requests were approved within hours rather than months. But the biggest change was visible on every ship in Council space. Pristine alien vessels now bore scars with pride. Hull stains were no longer cleaned immediately but left as reminders. Battle damage went unrepaired just long enough for crews to understand what real combat meant. Captain Sarah Jenkins, newly arrived from Earth with fresh reinforcements, stood on her bridge watching the Council station approach. Next to her, Barathi engineer Rix served as exchange officer, learning human systems while teaching advanced Alien technology adaptation. Interesting approach pattern, Rix commented. Direct vector through what my people would call dangerous space. Sarah smiled. It's not dangerous if you know what you're doing, and if you're willing to bleed a little along the way. Through the viewport, the station grew larger, surrounded by the combined fleets of species working together. Human vessels stood alongside alien ships of every design, all bearing the marks of battles fought side by side. Captain, her communications officer reported, priority message from Council Command. They're requesting human tactical assessment for upcoming exploration mission. Deep space. High risk. Tell them we'll be ready, Sarah responded. We always are. Somewhere in the dark between stars, threats continued to move toward populated space. Mirror ships evolved new strategies. Bioships developed stronger pack dynamics. Reality warping entities tested dimensional barriers, but they no longer faced humanity alone. Council Space had learned that survival sometimes required blood on the hull, that bureaucracy couldn't protect against nightmares, that sometimes the most advanced species were those who'd learned to fight with primitive tools and indomitable will. The blood on human ships had become a symbol across Council Space, not of battle or destruction, but of sacrifice and protection. New species joining the Council underwent orientation by human instructors, learning that pride could be fatal, but humility kept you alive. And on quiet nights, when sensors detected new threats at the edge of known space, no one panicked. They simply called for human tactical assessment, confident that whatever nightmares the darkness held, someone had already faced them and lived to share the knowledge. Humanity had arrived late to the galactic community, but they had arrived when they were needed most. The blood on their ships told a story, not of primitive violence, but of a species that stood between civilization and chaos, asking nothing in return but the chance to keep fighting. The Council had learned to read that story, and in the years that followed, when others spoke of humanity's place in galactic history, they all agreed. Earth had arrived exactly when they were supposed to. Some stains never wash out. Some stains are meant to be preserved. Some stains remind entire civilizations that survival comes at a cost, paid by those willing to bleed for strangers they've never met. In Council Space, no one mocked the blood on human ships anymore. They saluted it.
The void of space shimmered as the Galactic Empire's emissary vessel appeared in high orbit above Earth, a monolithic construct bristling with alien weaponry. It loomed like a celestial predator, its hull a sleek amalgamation of polished onyx and glowing circuitry that pulsed with an eerie rhythmic light. Earth's skies, once serene, seemed to ripple under the vessel's oppressive presence, the stars dimming as though in deference to this intruder. On board the UES Vanguard, Earth's flagship orbital command station, Commander Elias Grant stood by the observation window, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. His reflection in the thick glass betrayed the tension he refused to show. A face carved with lines of experience, eyes darkened by too many sleepless nights, and a jaw set like granite. Below him, Earth spun in all its fragile beauty, its blue oceans and verdant continents now vulnerable under the shadow of an interstellar menace. "Sir?" Lieutenant Celeste Ward said, her voice low and controlled despite the urgency in her tone. "The Empire has begun transmitting. The signal's been translated and patched through to the main comms." Grant nodded, his gaze fixed on the alien ship. "Play it." The bridge fell silent as the transmission began. The voice that filled the room was both haunting and imperious, a guttural resonance layered with metallic overtones. Each word seemed to ripple through the air like an unspoken threat. "People of Earth," it intoned, "you stand at the threshold of destiny. The Galactic Empire extends an offer of mercy. Submit to our dominion, and you shall prosper as vassals under our protection. Resist, and your world will burn in the crucible of progress." Grant turned from the window, his eyes narrowing as the voice continued, extolling the supposed virtues of assimilation, while promising annihilation as the alternative. He noticed his crew exchanging uneasy glances, their hands twitching near their consoles, as if proximity to their instruments might ground them amidst the storm of fear. The transmission ended with a single line that lingered like an acrid taste. "You have 24 hours to choose." "Cowards," Ward muttered under her breath, earning a rare half-smile from Grant. "They're used to quick victories," he said, his tone heavy with quiet resolve. "It's about time someone taught them what humanity does when backed into a corner." He turned to the bridge crew, the steely edge of command sharpening in his voice. "Alert all stations. Begin battle readiness protocols. If they want to threaten Earth, we'll make them regret it." The room came alive with motion, the hum of machinery rising like a battle hymn. Keyboards clattered as officers relayed orders. Screens flickered with tactical readouts, displaying Earth's defensive assets, a network of orbital platforms, surface-based railguns, and the experimental Argus array, a weapon shrouded in secrecy. Ward approached Grant, her steps deliberate. "Do you think we're ready for this, sir? They've subjugated entire star systems. Their fleet is overconfident," Grant interrupted. He exhaled slowly, the weight of responsibility pressing on his shoulders. "They see us as primitives because we don't flaunt what we have. They'll learn the hard way." The comm officer called out, "Incoming visual feed from the United Earth Council, Commander." "Put it through," Grant said. The holographic projector at the center of the room shimmered to life, revealing the solemn faces of the Council. President Lydia Markov, her piercing green eyes framed by silver hair, leaned forward, her expression grim. "Commander Grant," she began, her voice firm but laced with concern, "you've reviewed the Empire's ultimatum. What is your assessment?" "They're testing us," Grant replied, his voice unwavering. "They expect fear, capitulation. If we fold now, we're as good as dead. But if we stand..." "They won't stop until Earth is ashes," another counselor interrupted. "We cannot fight them, Commander." Grant's jaw tightened. "We can, and we will. The Empire underestimates us because they've never faced an enemy like humanity. If we use our strengths, ingenuity, adaptability, we can hold our ground." Markov held up a hand, silencing the others. "What do you propose?" "Let them make the first move," Grant said. "We lure their scout fleet into the system and cripple it. That will buy us time to mobilize fully and send a message that Earth isn't an easy target." Markov studied him, her gaze searching for cracks in his confidence. She found none. "Very well. You have our authorization, Commander. But understand, failure is not an option." The projection flickered off, leaving the room heavy with the unspoken implications of her words. "Ward," Grant said, turning to his second-in-command, "ensure our orbital platforms are synced with the planetary defense grid. Prepare all railguns and alert the Argus array crew to stand by. If they cross the line, we hit them hard." "Yes, sir," Ward said, her tone crisp as she snapped a salute and moved to relay the orders. Hours passed like molasses, each second stretching under the weight of anticipation. The tension was palpable, a silent predator stalking the bridge. Outside, the stars glimmered indifferently, a cruel contrast to the fear simmering on Earth's surface. Finally, the sensors officer broke the silence. "Commander, we have multiple contacts entering the Kuiper Belt. They match Empire fleet signatures." Grant stepped forward, his voice a controlled growl. "Details. 5 vessels, light-class frigates, likely scouts," the officer replied. "ETA to inner system, 20 minutes. "Just as expected," Grant murmured. "Bring the platforms online. I want the railguns targeting their lead ship. We'll give them a welcome they won't forget." The minutes crawled by as the alien ships approached, their sleek forms cutting through the void with predatory grace. The bridge crew held their breath, their eyes glued to the tactical display. Then, the Empire vessels crossed an invisible threshold. "Fire," Grant ordered. The orbital platforms unleashed their payloads, railgun slugs tearing through space at hypersonic speeds. The lead frigate shuddered as the first impact ripped through its hull, an explosion of debris and fire illuminating the darkness. The second and third frigates broke formation, their shields flaring as they scrambled to adapt. "Direct hit," Ward said, her voice tight with suppressed exhilaration. "The lead ship is neutralized." "Good," Grant said, Now let's see how they handle the rest. The Empire ships retaliated, beams of searing light arcing toward the orbital platforms. The shield arrays flared, absorbing the brunt of the assault, but cracks began to form. "Shift defensive focus to platforms 6 and 7, Grant barked. "And fire again. Keep the pressure on." The room was a storm of activity, the air thick with the scent of ozone from overtaxed systems and the metallic tang of sweat. The hum of the Argus array charging was a constant undercurrent, a reminder of humanity's secret weapon waiting in reserve. The second volley hit true. 2 more frigates reduced to glowing wreckage. The remaining ships attempted to retreat, their engines blazing as they veered away from the onslaught. "Shall we pursue?" Ward asked, adrenaline sharpening her voice. "No," Grant said, his tone heavy with finality. "Let them run. Let them tell their empire that humanity isn't afraid of war." The bridge fell silent as the last of the Empire ships vanished into the void. The faint scent of scorched electronics lingered, a testament to the battle's intensity. Grant turned to the observation window, his reflection a silhouette against the planet below. Earth still spun, fragile yet defiant. "They wanted war," he said, more to himself than anyone else. "We'll give them a war they'll never forget." The faint afterglow of the battle lingered like dying embers against the velvet backdrop of space. Commander Elias Grant stood motionless at the observation window, his reflection fractured by the web of faint cracks forming in the Vanguard's protective glass. The tension in his jaw mirrored the state of his crew, unyielding but tested. Below, Earth spun in serene defiance, blissfully unaware of the cosmic maelstrom encroaching upon its fragile existence. "They'll come back," Grant said, his voice a low growl that cut through the silence of the bridge. "And next time, it won't be scouts." Lieutenant Ward, standing at his side, nodded but hesitated, her sharp features drawn tight with concern. "Sir, the damage to platforms 6 and 7 is severe. Repairs are underway, but if the main fleet arrives before we're ready..." "They'll arrive," Grant interjected, his voice a blade of certainty. He turned to face his officers, his gaze steely, unwavering. "And we'll meet them with everything we have." The bridge buzzed with quiet activity as the crew worked feverishly to assess the aftermath. The faint hum of the tactical displays was underscored by the rhythmic clatter of fingers on keyboards. Sweat mingled with the faint metallic tang of coolant leaks, and the air felt thick, almost electric, with the weight of what lay ahead. "Commander," the sensors officer called out, his voice tight. "We're picking up a new signal near the Kuiper belt. It's not Empire. Smaller, weaker, possibly a civilian or an independent vessel." Grant's brow furrowed as he leaned over the officer's console. The display flickered with an erratic blip, faint but distinct. "Patch it through." A garbled transmission crackled to life, the alien voice trembling with a mix of urgency and fear. The universal translator struggled to piece it together, spitting out fragmented words. "Human vessel, request, alliance, empire, relentless, need." Grant straightened, his mind racing. Another piece of the puzzle. Another unknown. He turned to Ward. "Get me a comms link to that ship. If they're seeking an alliance, they'll need to prove they're worth the risk." Within moments, the link was established. The holographic projector sparked to life, revealing a gaunt alien figure with pale, translucent skin that shimmered faintly like moonlight on water. Its eyes, large and reflective, darted nervously as it spoke. "I am Aaron of the Calith Resistance," the alien said, its voice carrying an eerie, melodic quality. "We have fought the Empire for generations, but we are failing. Your defense, your defiance, it gives us hope." Grant studied Aaron with the precision of a predator sizing up a potential ally or threat. "Hope doesn't win wars, Aaron. What do you bring to the table?" The alien hesitated, its gaze flickering to something off-screen. When it looked back, there was a flicker of determination in its expression. "Knowledge. The Empire's weaknesses, their plans, their arrogance blinds them, but we've seen their cracks. Help us, and we'll help you exploit them." Ward crossed her arms, her skepticism palpable. "How do we know this isn't a trap?" Aaron leaned forward, its tone urgent. "You don't. But if you wait to act, the Empire's fleet will consume your world before you can decide. They are mobilizing. Now. Grant's mind churned, weighing options like a general surveying a battlefield. Finally, he nodded. Send them docking coordinates. We'll hear them out. Nothing more. The alien's image flickered out, leaving the bridge in a heavy silence that seemed to amplify the hum of the engines. Grant turned to Ward. Prepare security teams. If this goes sideways, I want to be ready. Ward nodded and strode away, barking orders into her comm unit. Grant watched her go, his mind already racing ahead. He didn't trust Aaron, but he couldn't ignore the possibility of leverage. Earth needed every advantage it could get. Hours later, the Kelith vessel docked with the Vanguard, its exterior a patchwork of scarred plating and flickering lights, a testament to years of relentless pursuit. The docking bay was tense, the air thick with the sharp scent of engine oil and ozone. Security officers stood in rigid formation, their rifles gleaming under the harsh lights. Grant entered the bay, his presence commanding. Aaron emerged from the Kelith ship, accompanied by two smaller figures cloaked in tattered robes. The aliens' movements were cautious, deliberate, as if walking a tightrope over an abyss. Commander Grant, Aaron said, bowing slightly, your hospitality is appreciated. This isn't hospitality, Grant replied, his tone as cold as the void outside. It's survival. Talk. Aaron gestured to its companions, who produced a holographic device. The air shimmered with projections of Empire fleets, vast, unending formations of starships, their configurations intricate and precise. The sheer scale was staggering, a living storm of war. This is what you face, Aaron said, its voice trembling. But even the mightiest storm has an eye. The projection shifted, zooming in on a massive central ship, a monolithic dreadnought surrounded by smaller vessels. This is the Dominion, the flagship of their fleet. It controls their forces through a central AI network. Sever that connection, and their coordination collapses. Ward frowned, her skepticism evident. And how exactly do you propose we sever it? Aaron's gaze hardened. A surgical strike, a small team, armed with EMP disruptors, infiltrates the Dominion and disables the AI core. It won't destroy the fleet, but it will give you time to regroup, to prepare. Grant's expression was unreadable, but his mind was a storm. The plan was madness, but it was also the first glimpse of a weakness in the Empire's seemingly impenetrable armor. We'll consider it, he said finally. For now, you're under observation. Step out of line and it's over. Aaron nodded, the weight of desperation etched in its every movement. Thank you, Commander, for hope. As the Kelith delegation was escorted away, Grant remained in the docking bay, staring at the empty space where their ship had landed. The scent of scorched metal lingered in the air, a reminder of the battles already fought and the greater ones to come. He activated his comm. Ward, meet me in the war room. We need to plan for what happens when the Empire realizes we're not going quietly. The war room was a stark contrast to the rest of the Vanguard, its walls lined with holographic displays, the air humming with the faint buzz of active systems. Grant stood at the central console, his hands gripping its edges as he studied the projections of Earth's defenses. We're outnumbered, Ward said bluntly, standing beside him. Even with the Kelith's intel, their fleet will overwhelm us. Then we make them fight on our terms, Grant replied. His voice carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken contingencies. We use the Argus array, the orbital platforms, everything. We bleed them dry before they reach Earth. Ward hesitated, then spoke, her tone softer. Sir, this is more than just tactics, isn't it? You're carrying the weight of the whole planet on your shoulders. Grant's jaw tightened. For a moment he said nothing, the silence filled with the faint hum of the displays. Finally he spoke, his voice low. Earth survived everything thrown at it, wars, disasters, ourselves. We're still here because we don't give up, and I'll be damned if I let the Empire be the thing that breaks us. Ward nodded, her respect for him deepening. Then let's make sure they regret picking this fight. As the Vanguard prepared for the next phase, the void outside remained eerily still, a canvas waiting for the chaos to come. But within the station, the spark of defiance had become an inferno. Humanity was ready to face the storm. The hum of the UES Vanguard's engines reverberated faintly through the walls, a steady rhythm that seemed to mirror the pulse of its crew. Commander Elias Grant leaned over the holotable in the war room, the faint glow from the projections casting sharp shadows across his weathered face. The Empire's fleet loomed in miniature above the table, a sea of jagged starships, their formations tight and unyielding, their numbers a testament to overwhelming power. "You're sure about this?" Lieutenant Ward asked, her voice tinged with unease. She stood opposite Grant, her arms crossed tightly as if holding herself together. "Sending a stealth team into Empire territory is a gamble. If they're caught—" "They won't be," Grant interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. "They can't be. We don't have the luxury of waiting for the next move. If we're going to survive, we need to hit first. And for that, we need intel." The projection shifted, zooming in on a distant star system labeled Oranon Prime, an Empire-controlled mining colony. Aaron, the Kalith resistance leader, stood at the edge of the room, his translucent skin catching the light as he stepped closer. "Oranon is vital to the Empire's war machine," Aaron said, his voice soft yet firm. "Its refineries produce the fuel that powers their fleets. If you strike there, it will cripple their supply lines. And it's also heavily guarded," Ward countered, her skepticism evident. "We're talking orbital defenses, ground troops, surveillance drones. How exactly do you suggest we get in without being vaporized?" Aaron met her gaze, unflinching. "There's a weakness in their detection grid, an asteroid belt that runs parallel to the colony's orbit. It creates blind spots in their sensors. Your ships can slip through unnoticed." Grant studied the holotable in silence, his mind piecing together the fragments of a plan. Finally he straightened, his voice a quiet command. "Assemble the team. I'll lead them myself." "Sir," Ward protested, her voice rising, "you're too valuable to risk on a mission like this. Let someone else—" "This isn't up for debate," Grant said, his tone cutting through her objection like a blade. "If this mission fails, we're dead anyway. I'm going." Ward's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. She knew better than to argue when Grant's mind was set. Instead, she nodded curtly and turned to relay his orders. Hours later, the stealth cruiser Shadow's Edge slipped silently from the Vanguard's hangar, its matte black hull blending seamlessly with the void. The ship's interior was dimly lit, the only sounds the soft hum of its engines and the occasional murmur of the crew. Grant sat in the command chair, his hands gripping the armrests as the ship navigated the asteroid field with surgical precision. The cockpit was filled with the faint smell of ozone and heated metal, a reminder of the ship's delicate dance through the debris. The view screen displayed a chaotic ballet of tumbling rocks, some small as fists, others as large as city blocks. Each one glittered faintly with icy reflections, their jagged surfaces casting shadows that danced across the ship's hull. "Approaching Oranon Prime," the pilot announced, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "We're within their detection range." "Hold course," Grant ordered, his voice low but firm. "Keep us in the blind spot." The crew worked in silence, their movements precise and deliberate. The atmosphere was taut, the weight of the mission pressing down on everyone. The faint scent of sweat mingled with the recycled air, and Grant could feel the subtle vibration of the ship's thrusters through his boots. As they neared the colony, the view screen filled with the stark contrast of Oranon Prime. The planet's surface was a hellscape of industrial sprawl, towering refineries belching plumes of smoke into a crimson sky, their skeletal structures illuminated by the flicker of molten rivers that crisscrossed the ground. Orbiting the planet were several Empire warships, their angular forms bristling with weapons that glinted ominously in the dim light. "Stealth systems holding," the pilot reported, her fingers dancing across the controls. "We're undetected." Grant nodded, his eyes fixed on the view screen. "Good. Bring us into position above the colony's southern quadrant. That's where we'll infiltrate." The landing was smooth, the Shadow's Edge settling into a shadowed crevice on the planet's surface. The team disembarked quickly, their boots crunching against the rocky terrain. The air was thick and acrid, stinging their lungs with every breath. Overhead, the sky churned with smoke and ash, casting the world in a perpetual twilight. Grant led the team, his rifle held at the ready as they moved toward the refinery complex. The sound of machinery echoed across the landscape, a cacophony of grinding gears and hissing steam that made it impossible to hear anything else. The acrid scent of burning metal filled the air, clinging to their clothes and skin like a second layer. They reached the perimeter of the refinery, crouching behind a jagged outcrop of rock. Ahead, the complex sprawled like a mechanical behemoth, its labyrinthine corridors patrolled by Empire soldiers in gleaming silver armor. Drones buzzed overhead, their lights scanning the ground with clinical precision. "Timing is everything," Grant whispered, his voice barely audible over the din. "Wait for the drones to pass, then move." The team nodded, their movements synchronized as they advanced in short, controlled bursts. Each step was calculated, each breath held as they navigated the maze of pipes and catwalks. The refinery pulsed with heat, the metal underfoot radiating a stifling warmth that seeped through their boots. Inside, the air grew heavier, the scent of oil and scorched circuits filling their nostrils. The refinery's interior was a maze of twisting corridors and towering machinery, the walls slick with condensation that glistened like molten glass. "This way," Grant said, gesturing toward a control room perched above the main floor. They climbed a narrow staircase, the metal groaning under their weight, until they reached the room. The walls were lined with consoles and monitors, each one displaying streams of data in an alien script. Aaron stepped forward, his delicate fingers flying over the controls. The monitors flickered, their displays shifting to reveal schematics of the Empire's fleet. "Here," he said, his voice trembling with urgency. "This is what you need." Grant leaned over his shoulder, his eyes scanning the data. The schematics detailed the Dominion and its vulnerabilities. But there was something else, an encrypted file marked with a symbol he didn't recognize. "What's that?" he asked, pointing to the file. Aaron hesitated, his expression unreadable. "I don't know. It wasn't there before." Grant's gut tightened. "Download it anyway. We'll figure it out later." As the data transfer completed, the room shuddered violently, a deep rumble echoing through the refinery. The lights flickered and alarms blared, their shrill cries cutting through the air like a blade. "They found us," Grant said, his voice a cold command. "Move!" The team sprinted through the corridors, the sound of approaching soldiers growing louder with every step. The clash of metal boots against the floor echoed behind them, punctuated by the sharp crack of blaster fire. They reached the exit just as an explosion rocked the refinery, a plume of fire and smoke erupting behind them. The heat seared their skin, and the acrid stench of burning fuel filled their lungs as they sprinted toward the shadow's edge. The ship's ramp lowered, and they scrambled aboard, the engines roaring to life as the refinery disappeared in a blinding inferno. The crew collapsed into their seats, their breaths ragged as the ship ascended into the relative safety of space. Grant sat in the command chair, his grip tightening on the armrests. His mind churned with questions as he stared at the encrypted file glowing faintly on the console. Whatever it contained, he knew one thing. It was more than just data. It was a key to something far greater. And whatever lay ahead, it was only just beginning. The Shadow's edge slipped back into the hangar of the UES Vanguard, like a shadow swallowed by the night. Its scorched hull bore the scars of their mission, jagged burns and pockmarks that told the story of their escape. The hiss of depressurizing hydraulics was the first sound to pierce the heavy silence as Commander Elias Grant stepped onto the deck. The crew surrounding him straightened, their faces lined with both exhaustion and anticipation. Lieutenant Ward was waiting, her sharp eyes darting from Grant to the data drives clutched in his hand. "Did you get what we need?" she asked, her voice tight. "We got more than we bargained for," Grant replied, his tone weighted with implication. "Assemble the War Council. We don't have time to waste." The war room buzzed with activity as the senior officers and representatives of Earth's military forces gathered. The air was thick with tension, an unspoken understanding that what came next would determine not just the outcome of the war, but humanity's survival. Aaron, the Keleth resistance leader, stood at the edge of the room, his pale features unreadable as he watched the proceedings. The holographic table flickered to life, projecting the schematics of the Empire's fleet. The Dominion, their flagship, dominated the display, a behemoth of impossible scale, bristling with weapons that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. It was the heart of the Empire's war machine, the linchpin of their strategy. Grant placed the encrypted file on the console, the drive clicking into place. The data unfolded across the table, revealing detailed schematics of the Dominion's interior. But the file's contents didn't stop there. It revealed a second layer, a network of connections stretching across the galaxy, linking the Dominion to other Empire strongholds. This, Grant said, gesturing to the display, is their lifeline. The Dominion isn't just a ship, it's their nerve center. It coordinates every fleet, every attack, every defense. If we take it out, we don't just cripple them, we sever their ability to wage war. Ward leaned in, her brow furrowing as she studied the holographic web. How do we get close enough to deliver a strike? Their fleet outnumbers us 100 to 1. A direct assault would be suicide. Aaron stepped forward, his translucent skin catching the light. There's a weakness in their network. The Dominion relies on quantum relays to maintain its coordination. If we target those relays, we can force the ship to operate independently. Vulnerable, isolated. Grant nodded. We hit the relays first. 3 of them, spread across the system. Small, lightly defended. Once they're down, we bait the Dominion into a trap. The officers exchanged uneasy glances. One of them, a grizzled colonel with a scar tracing his jawline, spoke up. A trap? Against that monster? Even isolated, it's a floating fortress. That's why we make them come to us, Grant said, his voice calm but unyielding. The Argus Array, it's time we put it to use. The mention of Earth's most secret weapon sent a ripple through the room. The Argus Array was a planetary defense platform, experimental and untested in combat. It had been designed for one purpose: to deliver a concentrated energy burst capable of penetrating the most advanced shields in the galaxy. But its power came at a cost. Overuse could destabilize Earth's orbit, a risk too great to consider until now. Ward broke the silence, her voice measured. You want to lure the Dominion within range of the array, then take it out in one shot? Grant nodded. Exactly. We bait them with a tactical withdrawal, make them think we're retreating, that Earth is vulnerable. They'll come in for the kill, and that's when we hit them. Aaron's voice was soft but firm. And the relays? Who handles those? I will, Grant said. His gaze swept the room, silencing any objections before they could be spoken. This has to be surgical, fast, precise. We hit all 3 relays simultaneously and disable their network. Then we fall back and prepare for the final strike. The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the faint hum of the holographic display. The enormity of the plan settled over them like a leaden weight. It was bold, reckless even, but it was also their best chance. Prep the teams, Grant said finally, his voice cutting through the tension. We move at dawn. The operation began with a cold efficiency that belied the chaos to come. 3 strike teams, each aboard a stealth cruiser, launched from the Vanguard, their trajectories calculated to thread the needle between Empire patrols and automated defenses. The relays were spread across the system, their locations marked by faint pulses on the navigational displays. Grant's team targeted the first relay, a sleek, angular structure orbiting a barren moon. The cruiser approached under the cover of its cloaking field, its engines whispering against the silence of space. Inside, the air was tense, the scent of adrenaline and anticipation mingling with the metallic tang of recycled oxygen. Visual on the relay, the pilot announced, her voice hushed. No sign of enemy ships. That's what worries me, Grant muttered, his eyes fixed on the view screen. The relay loomed ahead, its surface bristling with antennae that glowed faintly with energy. It looked deceptively dormant, a sleeping giant waiting to strike. The team disembarked quickly, their boots crunching against the relay's surface. The faint hum of the machinery vibrated through their souls, a reminder of the power coursing beneath their feet. Grant led the way, his rifle at the ready, as they moved toward the control hub. Inside, the air was cold and sterile, the walls lined with consoles that pulsed with a faint alien light. The smell of ozone was sharp and biting, a byproduct of the relay's energy output. Aaron worked quickly, his delicate fingers dancing across the controls as he bypassed the security systems. "Almost there," he said, his voice taut with concentration. "Just a few more." An alarm blared, its shrill cry cutting through the room like a knife. The lights dimmed, replaced by a pulsing red glow. Grant spun, his rifle aimed at the doorway as the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the corridor. "They know we're here," he said, his voice a grim growl. "Hold them off while Aaron finishes." The first Empire soldiers burst into the room, their armor gleaming under the red light. Grant fired, the crack of his rifle deafening in the confined space. The air filled with the acrid scent of burnt metal and ozone as the team fought to hold the line. "Done!" Aaron shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We're clear!" "Fall back!" Grant barked, covering their retreat as they sprinted toward the cruiser. The relay erupted in a plume of fire and smoke behind them, the explosion shaking the ground beneath their feet. Hours later, back aboard the Vanguard, the War Council reconvened. The holographic display showed the results of their efforts. All 3 relays were down, their destruction leaving a gaping hole in the Empire's network. "They'll know we're coming now," Ward said, her voice edged with both triumph and caution. "The Dominion won't take this lying down." "They don't have to," Grant replied, his gaze fixed on the display. "We've already made our move. Now we see if they take the bait." Outside the observation window, the void of space stretched endlessly, a canvas for the battle yet to come. The Vanguard's crew worked tirelessly, their movements precise and deliberate as they prepared for the final confrontation. The hum of the engines was a constant reminder of the stakes, a pulse that echoed in the hearts of everyone aboard. As Grant stood at the window, the weight of the plan pressing against his shoulders, he allowed himself a brief moment of reflection. The Empire thought it had humanity cornered, but they had underestimated one simple truth. Cornered animals didn't surrender. They fought. The UES Vanguard drifted silently through the void, its exterior lights dimmed to blend with the endless expanse of stars. The silence inside the war room was suffocating, punctuated only by the faint hum of machinery and the low voices of officers discussing final preparations. Commander Elias Grant stood at the center, his gaze fixed on the holographic projection of Earth's orbit. Every flickering light, every marker, was a representation of humanity's resistance. Lieutenant Ward leaned over the table, her brow furrowed as she studied the tactical readouts. "The Dominion is moving," she said, her voice sharp. "They're regrouping near the inner system. If they engage at full strength, we won't have time to reposition the array." "They'll engage," Grant replied, his voice a calm contrast to the tension surrounding him. "We've forced their hand. The relays are gone. They're blind and angry, and that's when they're most vulnerable." Aaron, the Keleth resistance leader, stepped forward, his translucent features illuminated by the glow of the display. "And if they see through the ruse, if they suspect the array, then we adapt," Grant said. His tone left no room for doubt, but there was an edge to his words, a quiet admission that there were no guarantees. The display shifted, zooming in on the Argus array, a towering construct of interconnected satellites and ground stations. It glimmered faintly against Earth's shadow, its massive energy conduits pulsing like the veins of a sleeping giant. The array was humanity's secret weapon, its last hope. But its activation carried risks no one fully understood. "Positioning is critical," Ward said, gesturing to the Dominion's projected trajectory. "If we fire too early, their shields will absorb the blast. Too late, and the recoil could destabilize the planet's orbit." "Then we don't miss," Grant said, his gaze hard as steel. "We draw them in, force them into the kill zone. The Vanguard will lead the charge, supported by the lunar defense grid. Once the Dominion is in range, we retreat, and the array takes the shot." Aaron tilted his head, his reflective eyes narrowing. "And what of the rest of their fleet? They won't simply stand idle." We'll deal with them in pieces, Grant replied. He gestured to the holographic display, highlighting a series of defensive positions across the inner system. Mars, Luna, and the orbital platforms will provide cover fire. It won't stop them, but it'll buy us the time we need. The room fell into a tense silence as the enormity of the plan settled over them. Each phase was precise, dependent on timing and coordination. A single misstep could spell disaster. Ward broke the silence, her voice low. We're cutting it razor thin, sir. That's where we shine, Grant said, a faint flicker of a smile crossing his lips. Humans don't fight fair. We fight smart. The hours before the battle were a blur of preparation. Crews swarmed the Vanguard's corridors, their boots echoing against the metallic floors. The scent of machine oil and sweat hung heavy in the air as engineers double-checked systems, their hands stained with grease and grime. Weapons bays buzzed with activity as technicians calibrated railguns and missile arrays. In the hangar, fighter pilots prepared for launch, their helmets clutched under their arms. The sharp tang of ozone from the charging engines filled the space, mingling with the faint vibrations of the ship's core. Conversations were brief, punctuated by the occasional bark of an officer or the hiss of hydraulics. Grant walked the length of the hangar, his presence a steadying force. He paused near a group of soldiers, their faces hardened with resolve. You know the stakes, he said, his voice carrying over the din. This isn't just about Earth. It's about showing the Empire that we don't break, that we don't run. We fight because we have something worth protecting. The soldiers straightened, their eyes blazing with determination. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. Grant nodded, moving on. Every word, every glance was calculated to ignite the fire they would need in the hours to come. The Dominion arrived like an omen, its massive silhouette blotting out the stars as it emerged from hyperspace. Its angular hull glowed faintly, reflecting the light of distant suns, and its weapons bristled with an energy that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of space. Surrounding it were hundreds of smaller ships, their formations tight and disciplined. On the Vanguard's bridge, the atmosphere was electric. Officers moved with a deliberate urgency, their eyes darting between consoles and displays. The faint hum of the engines was drowned out by the low murmur of voices and the occasional burst of static from the comms. They're here, Ward said, her voice steady but tense. Exactly as predicted. Grant stood at the center of the room, his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze was fixed on the Dominion's position, its trajectory aligning with the calculated kill zone. Hold formation, he ordered. Let them come to us. The first exchange came moments later. The Empire's ships surged forward, their weapons lighting up the void with bursts of plasma and ion fire. The Vanguard's shields flared under the assault, their energy rippling like water against a storm. The scent of ozone filled the air as the system strained under the pressure. Return fire, Grant commanded. The Vanguard's railguns roared to life, their projectiles streaking through space with devastating precision. Explosions dotted the Empire's ranks as smaller ships were torn apart, their debris scattering like embers in the wind. The lunar defense grid joined the fray, its beams slicing through the darkness with surgical accuracy. On the ground, the Argus array hummed to life. Energy conduits glowed with an otherworldly light, their pulse matching the rhythm of the battle above. Technicians worked feverishly, their faces slick with sweat as they monitored the system's output. The room buzzed with tension, the air thick with the metallic tang of superheated circuits. They're closing in on the kill zone, Ward reported, her voice cutting through the chaos. 15 minutes until optimal range. Grant nodded, his mind a storm of calculations. The Dominion was inching closer, its weapons tearing through Earth's defenses like a predator closing in on its prey. The Vanguard trembled under the assault, its shields flickering with each impact. Keep them focused on us, Grant said. If they sense the array, this is over. The minutes crawled by, each second a knife edge of anticipation. The Dominion loomed larger on the display, its weapons glowing with an intensity that seemed to bleed through the screen. The smell of scorched metal filled the bridge as systems overloaded, the hum of the engines rising to a fever pitch. Range confirmed, Ward said, her voice steady despite the tension. The array is ready. Grant's gaze hardened. All ships, fall back. Draw them in. The Vanguard and its remaining allies began a calculated retreat, their movements precise as they lured the Dominion deeper into the kill zone. The Empire's ships pursued relentlessly, their formations tightening as they prepared for a final push. On the surface, the Argus array reached critical capacity. Its conduits blazed with light, the air around it shimmering with heat. The ground trembled as the weapon prepared to fire, its energy focused into a single devastating point. "Now," Grant said, his voice a razor's edge. The array unleashed its fury. A beam of pure energy lanced through space, its brightness rivaling the sun. The Dominion shields flared desperately, their energy bending and breaking under the assault. The beam tore through the ship's core, a chain reaction of explosions ripping it apart from within. On the bridge, a deafening silence followed. The Dominion's remains drifted into the void, its once mighty presence reduced to glowing debris. The Empire's fleet faltered, their movements disjointed as panic set in. Grant exhaled slowly, his grip on the armrest loosening. The bridge erupted in cheers, the sound a wave of relief and triumph. But his gaze remained fixed on the display, where the remnants of the battle still played out. "They'll be back," he said quietly, "but they'll think twice before underestimating us again." Ward stepped beside him, her expression softening. "We did it, sir." Grant nodded, the faintest hint of a smile crossing his lips. "Today, we showed them what it means to be human." The shattered remnants of the Dominion drifted through space, a silent testament to humanity's defiance. Yet, Commander Elias Grant knew the battle was far from over. The Empire's fleet, though disoriented, remained a threat, their movements frenzied, but still formidable. Victory in this skirmish was only a foothold in a much larger war. Standing on the bridge of the UES Vanguard, Grant surveyed the tactical displays. Each flickering light represented lives, human and alien alike, caught in the grip of an unrelenting conflict. The air was heavy with the metallic tang of overheated systems and the acrid stench of scorched wiring. Voices murmured intense conversations as officers relayed reports, their words clipped and efficient. "Status report," Grant said, his voice cutting through the din. Lieutenant Ward stepped forward, her face drawn but resolute. "The Dominion is destroyed, and the Empire's fleet is in disarray. But they're regrouping near the outer edges of the system. Early scans suggest they're calling reinforcements." "Of course they are," Grant muttered, his jaw tightening. His mind raced, weighing the variables. "We don't have the resources to hold them off indefinitely. We need to finish this now." Aaron, the Caliph resistance leader, stood nearby, his reflective eyes narrowing as he studied the displays. "Their reinforcements will be vast," he said, his voice soft but grave. "If the Empire regains control, your victory here will be meaningless." "Which is why we're going after their heart," Grant replied, his tone sharpened with determination. "The Dominion was their linchpin, but their command structure is more resilient than we'd like. We need to strike at the core of their operations." Ward frowned, her skepticism evident. "You're talking about their central command hub, deep in Empire territory, surrounded by fleets and planetary defenses." "Exactly," Grant said, his gaze unyielding. "If we take it out, we shatter their ability to coordinate across the galaxy. They'll lose control, and their war machine will crumble." Aaron tilted his head, his bioluminescent skin shimmering faintly. "And how do you propose to breach their core?" "It's hidden within the Veil Nebula, a region heavily fortified and notoriously unstable." Grant turned to the holotable, activating a new projection. The nebula swirled into view, its gaseous tendrils glowing with eerie hues of green and purple. Surrounding it were dense formations of Empire warships and orbital defense platforms. At its center, a sprawling fortress bristled with weaponry, a monolithic structure that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. "We won't go in guns blazing," Grant said, his voice steady. "We'll use stealth and misdirection. A small strike team infiltrates the fortress, plants charges at key structural points, and takes out their command node. Meanwhile, The Vanguard and our remaining forces stage a diversionary assault at the outer perimeter, drawing their attention. Ward crossed her arms, her tone cautious but intrigued. A diversion that big will cost us. If they call our bluff. They won't, Grant said, cutting her off. We'll make sure they believe the attack is real. They'll commit their forces to defend the perimeter, leaving the core vulnerable. Aaron studied the plan in silence before nodding slowly. It's risky, but with precise timing it might work. Risk is all we have left, Grant replied, his tone dark but resolute. Prep the teams. We leave in 6 hours. The UES Vanguard and its fleet moved toward the Veil Nebula like phantoms, their engines running low to avoid detection. The ship's interior buzzed with activity, a controlled chaos of final preparations. Soldiers double-checked their gear, the scent of gun oil and freshly charged plasma cartridges filling the air. Engineers moved between consoles, their fingers dancing over keyboards as they calibrated systems for the coming assault. Grant walked the length of the ship, his boots echoing against the deck. Every glance, every nod was a silent acknowledgement of the stakes. He paused near a squad of soldiers loading equipment into a dropship. "Listen up," he said, his voice carrying over the clatter of crates. The soldiers stopped, their eyes fixed on him. This mission isn't about glory or revenge. It's about survival. Every second we buy, every distraction we create, gives the strike team a chance to succeed. Trust in your training, trust in each other, and remember, Earth is counting on you. The soldiers saluted, their faces set with grim determination. Grant moved on, his thoughts a storm of strategy and consequence. He knew the risks better than anyone, but there was no alternative. Humanity couldn't afford to falter. As the fleet reached the edge of the nebula, the Vanguard sensors lit up with activity. The Empire's defenses were formidable, waves of patrolling ships and automated turrets that bristled with readiness. The nebula itself was a swirling chaos of ionized gas and electromagnetic storms, its shifting currents a natural labyrinth. "Diversion team, prepare for engagement," Grant ordered. "Strike team, you're clear to move." The strike team's cruiser, cloaked in adaptive camouflage, slipped into the nebula like a wraith. Inside, Grant sat alongside Ward and Aaron, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of the controls. The cockpit was silent save for the soft hum of the engines and the occasional crackle of static from the comms. The nebula enveloped the ship in a kaleidoscope of colors, its shifting light casting eerie shadows across the interior. The air was heavy with tension, every movement deliberate. The scent of ionized gas seeped through the filtration systems, a metallic tang that clung to their senses. "Approaching the fortress," the pilot reported, her voice low but steady. "Activating stealth systems." The fortress loomed ahead, a hulking mass of metal and energy that seemed to pulsate with its own malevolent rhythm. Turrets rotated lazily, scanning the void for threats, their mechanical movements precise and menacing. "Keep us in their blind spots," Grant said, his voice a whisper. "We only get one shot at this." The cruiser weaved through the fortress's defenses, its movements a delicate dance between detection and destruction. The tension inside the ship was palpable, every breath shallow, every heartbeat a countdown. They docked at a maintenance port, the hiss of the airlock a sharp contrast to the suffocating silence. The strike team disembarked quickly, their boots silent against the cold metallic floor. The air inside the fortress was oppressive, thick with the faint hum of energy conduits and the acrid scent of burning fuel. "Split up," Grant ordered, his voice low but firm. "Plant the charges at the designated points. We regroup in 10 minutes." The team moved with precision, their footsteps barely audible as they navigated the labyrinthine corridors. Each turn revealed new dangers, patrolling guards, surveillance drones, and walls lined with pulsating cables that seemed almost alive. The air vibrated with tension, the faint hum of the fortress's systems a constant reminder of the stakes. Grant and Ward reached the central control room, its walls lined with consoles that glowed with alien symbols. The air was cold and sterile, the faint scent of ozone biting at their senses. "This is it," Ward said, her voice barely above a whisper. She began planting charges along the structural supports, her movements quick and efficient. Grant's attention was drawn to the main console, its display flickering with streams of data. He hesitated, then accessed the system, his fingers flying over the unfamiliar interface. "What are you doing?" Ward asked, glancing at him. "Looking for leverage," Grant replied. His gaze narrowed as he uncovered encrypted files detailing the Empire's fleet movements and supply chains. This could change everything. Before he could delve further, an alarm blared, its shrill cry echoing through the corridors. The walls pulsed with red light, and the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. "They know we're here," Ward said, her voice tense. "We need to move." Grant nodded, downloading the data onto a portable drive before turning to Ward. "Charges set?" "Ready," she replied. "Then let's blow this place to hell." The strike team regrouped at the docking port, their movements hurried but controlled. As they boarded the cruiser, the fortress trembled, the charges detonating in a chain reaction that sent plumes of fire and smoke cascading through its structure. "Get us out of here," Grant ordered, his voice calm despite the chaos. The cruiser shot into the nebula, the fortress collapsing behind them. Explosions rippled through its core, illuminating the swirling gases with bursts of red and orange. As the ship cleared the nebula, the comm crackled to life. "Diversion team is holding the line," came the report. "But we've taken heavy losses." Grant exhaled slowly, the weight of the mission pressing against him. The data they had recovered was invaluable, but the cost of the battle was a reminder of the war's relentless toll. "We're not done yet," he said, his voice a mix of determination and weariness. "But today, we've taken their heart. Let's make sure they feel it." The Shadow's Edge coasted through the void, the Veil Nebula fading into the backdrop like the smoldering remnants of a dying star. Inside, the crew worked in silence, their faces etched with exhaustion and resolve. Commander Elias Grant stood at the cockpit's edge, the soft glow of the controls casting his features in sharp relief. The weight of the data drive in his pocket felt heavier than its size, a silent reminder of the lives traded for its acquisition. "Comms online," Lieutenant Ward announced from her station, her voice cutting through the hum of the engines. "The Vanguard is signaling. They're holding position at the fallback point." "Patch them through," Grant said, his gaze never leaving the viewport. The image of Admiral Kairos filled the console, his expression grim but resolute. Behind him, the UES Vanguard's bridge buzzed with controlled chaos. "Report!" the Admiral demanded, his tone as sharp as the edge of a blade. Grant's voice was steady, his words precise. "The mission was a success. The Empire's core fortress is destroyed, and we've recovered critical data on their fleet and supply lines. But the cost was high. The diversion team sustained heavy casualties." Admiral Kairos nodded, his expression softening for a moment. "Understood. Those sacrifices won't be in vain. What's the status of the strike team?" "All accounted for," Grant replied. "We're en route to rendezvous with the fleet. Once we're back, we'll analyze the data and plan our next move." Kairos's gaze hardened. "Make it fast. Intel suggests the Empire is already rallying reinforcements. We don't have much time." The transmission ended, leaving the cockpit in tense silence. Grant turned to Ward, his voice low but firm. "How long until we reach the fleet?" 4 hours if we maintain this trajectory," Ward replied. Her fingers danced over the controls, adjusting their course. "We'll be cutting it close." "Close is all we've got," Grant said, his tone unyielding. He turned back to the viewport, his thoughts already racing ahead to the battle to come. The UES Vanguard loomed large as the Shadow's Edge docked, its massive hull bearing the scars of relentless combat. The hangar buzzed with activity as engineers and medics swarmed the returning strike team. The air was thick with the acrid stench of plasma burns and the sharp tang of spilled hydraulic fluid. Grant stepped onto the deck, his boots clanging against the metal floor. Ward followed close behind, the data drive clutched tightly in her hand. They moved through the chaos with purpose, their destination clear. The war room was alive with activity. Officers crowded around the central hollow table, their faces illuminated by the glow of tactical displays. The tension in the air was palpable, a charged current that seemed to vibrate through the walls. Grant placed the data drive on the console, the display flaring to life as its contents unfolded. The room fell silent as schematics, fleet movements, and supply chain details filled the holographic space. Every eye was fixed on the display, the magnitude of the information sinking in. "This is it," Grant said, his voice cutting through the quiet. "The key to turning the tide." Admiral Cairo stepped forward, his sharp eyes scanning the data. "What are we looking at?" Grant gestured to the display, his movements precise. "Supply routes, refueling stations, command nodes. This data exposes every weakness in their logistical network. If we target these points, we can cripple their ability to sustain their forces." Ward chimed in, her voice steady. "It's not just about supply lines. The data suggests internal fractures within the Empire, splinter factions, dissent among their ranks. If we exploit these divisions, we can sow chaos from within." Kairos's gaze was unyielding, his mind clearly working through the possibilities. "What's your plan?" Grant straightened, his voice taking on the tone of command. "We launch a two-pronged offensive. First, we hit their supply lines, hard and fast. We target key refueling stations and disrupt their logistics. Meanwhile, we deploy infiltration teams to spread disinformation among their forces, amplifying their internal divisions." "And the fleet?" Kairos asked. Grant's expression hardened. "The Vanguard and its allies hold the line. We lure the Empire into overcommitting, drawing their forces into a decisive engagement. Once they're spread thin, we strike at their command nodes and cut off the head of the serpent." Cairo studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "It's bold, risky, but it's the best chance we have." The fleet mobilized with precision, their movements coordinated like a symphony of war. Fighters swarmed through the hangars, their engines roaring to life as pilots climbed into cockpits. The scent of ozone and fuel filled the air, mingling with the faint vibration of charging weapon systems. On the bridge of the Vanguard, Grant oversaw the preparations. The tactical displays showed the fleet's formations, their paths converging on the Empire's key supply routes. The plan was ambitious, requiring perfect timing and flawless execution. "Strike teams are in position," Ward reported. "Infiltration units are standing by." "Good," Grant said. His voice carried the weight of command, steady and sure. "Let's show them what it means to fight for survival." The first engagement was a storm of fire and steel. The Empire's refueling stations erupted in flames as the strike teams hit their targets with surgical precision. Explosions lit up the void, their shockwaves rippling through the surrounding debris fields. The air inside the ships was thick with tension, the scent of sweat and scorched metal clinging to every surface. Infiltration teams slipped behind enemy lines, their movements silent and deliberate. Disguised as Empire officers, they spread false orders and manipulated communications, sowing confusion and mistrust among the ranks. The Empire's forces faltered, their cohesion unraveling like a thread pulled taut until it snapped. On the front lines, the Vanguard led the charge. Railguns and missile arrays roared to life, their projectiles streaking through space with deadly precision. Empire ships crumbled under the onslaught, their formations breaking as chaos took hold. Grant stood at the bridge's helm, his voice a constant presence over the comms. "Hold the line. Focus fire on their flanks. Don't give them room to regroup." The ship shuddered as enemy fire struck its shields, the impact sending vibrations through the floor. The faint scent of burning circuits filled the air, a reminder of the stakes. Ward's voice cut through the din. "We've got incoming reinforcements on the left flank. Heavy cruisers." "Redirect the lunar defense grid," Grant ordered. "Target their engines. Slow them down." The battle raged on, the void alight with the clash of weapons and the glow of distant stars. Every movement, every shot, was calculated, the stakes pressing against the crew like the weight of a collapsing star. Hours later, as the dust of the engagement settled, the results of the offensive became clear. The Empire's forces were in disarray, their supply lines severed, and their command structure fractured. Reports from the infiltration teams confirmed widespread dissent among their ranks. Grant stood in the war room, the tactical display showing the aftermath of the battle. The fleet was battered but victorious, their efforts yielding a critical advantage. Admiral Kairos entered, his expression grim but resolute. "We've dealt them a heavy blow, but they're not finished." "No," Grant agreed. "But they're weakened, vulnerable, and now we have momentum." Kairos nodded. "What's your next move?" Grant's gaze hardened. "We take the fight to them, directly. This ends with us standing over the ashes of their empire." The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over them like the calm before a storm. The tide had turned, but the final battle loomed, its shadow stretching across the stars. The final battle began in silence, the void vast and empty, the stars watching like distant, indifferent gods. Humanity's fleet, led by the UES Vanguard, hung on the edge of the Empire's home system, a single spark against the looming darkness of the enemy's stronghold. The Imperial forces were already mobilizing, their fleets casting shadows that swallowed the light of nearby stars. Commander Elias Grant stood on the bridge, the faint glow of the tactical display reflecting in his eyes. The room was tense, the air heavy with the weight of countless lives resting on the next few hours. Every officer was at their post, their movements deliberate, their faces set. The Vanguard's engines thrummed beneath their feet, a steady heartbeat against the quiet storm of anticipation. "They're coming," Lieutenant Ward said, her voice low but taut with energy. She pointed to the tactical display, where the Empire's massive armada was forming into a battle line. Thousands of ships moved with deadly precision, their sleek, angular forms bristling with weapons. "Good," Grant replied, his voice calm yet firm. "Let them come. We'll meet them head on." Admiral Kairos's voice came through the comms, steady but edged with urgency. "Grant, we need to be sure. If this fails, if they break through, we'll lose everything." "It won't fail," Grant said, his gaze never leaving the display. "We've planned for this, we've paid for this, and now we finish this." The silence on the line was brief but heavy, a testament to the trust placed in him. "Understood. Godspeed, Commander." The Vanguard surged forward, its fleet spreading out into a wedge formation. Fighters screamed out of their hangars, their engines blazing trails through the dark. The Empire's forces moved to intercept, their ships firing the first volleys. Beams of energy and trails of missiles lit up the void, a deadly ballet of fire and light. The Vanguard's shields flared as enemy fire struck home, the impacts vibrating through the hull. "Return fire," Grant ordered, his voice cutting through the din. The ship's railguns roared, their projectiles tearing through the Empire's front line. Explosions blossomed like brief, violent stars, the shockwaves rippling through the enemy formation. "Flank their destroyers," Grant commanded, his tone unyielding. "Keep their capital ships pinned down. Don't let them regroup." The crew moved with precision, their training and resolve carrying them through the chaos. The scent of ozone and heated metal filled the bridge as systems strained under the assault. Sparks flew from overloaded consoles, the air thick with tension. "Enemy dreadnoughts advancing," Ward reported. Her voice remained steady, but there was a note of urgency. "They're focusing fire on the Vanguard." "Let them," Grant said, his expression unwavering. "They want to focus on us? Fine. We'll give them a show." The Vanguard turned, its massive railguns unleashing a torrent of fire. The shots punched through the shields of the closest dreadnought, striking its core. The resulting explosion sent debris spinning into the enemy line, forcing them to scatter. But the Empire was relentless. More ships surged forward, their weapons blazing. The Vanguard shuddered under the onslaught, its shields straining to hold. Grant gripped the console, his jaw tight. "Hold steady," he said, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We're not done yet." The Empire's flagship, a towering behemoth that dwarfed even the Dominion, loomed into view. Its weapons glowed with ominous energy, their power threatening to eclipse anything humanity could muster. Grant's gaze locked onto it, his expression hardening. "There it is," he murmured. "The heart of their empire." Ward turned to him, her eyes wide. "You're not seriously—" "We are," Grant interrupted. "That's our target." As the battle raged around them, Grant activated the comms, addressing the fleet. "This is Commander Grant. You know what's at stake. This is our moment, our chance to break the Empire's hold on the galaxy. They think they can crush us, but they don't understand what it means to be human. We don't just survive, we defy, we fight, and today, we win." A chorus of acknowledgments filled the channel, voices filled with determination. The fleet surged forward, their fire converging on the flagship. The enemy ship's shields flared but held, its massive form unmoving. "Target its weapon arrays," Grant ordered. "We need to neutralize its firepower." The Vanguard's weapons roared to life, their shots striking the flagship's surface. Smaller ships darted in, exploiting every opening, their attacks coordinated and relentless. Explosions rippled across the flagship's hull, its shields flickering. "They're focusing all fire on us," Ward said, her voice tight. "Shields are at critical." "We just need to hold a little longer," Grant replied. He activated the comms again, this time to the infiltration team hidden aboard the flagship. "Team Alpha, status?" A crackling response came through. "Charges set, Commander. Ready on your signal." Grant's gaze hardened. "Do it." Inside the flagship, explosions erupted, tearing through its internal systems. The ship shuddered, its weapons falling silent as fire and smoke consumed its corridors. On the Vanguard's bridge, cheers erupted, but Grant's expression remained focused. "Fall back," he ordered. "Give them no target to hit." The Vanguard and its fleet pulled back, their formations tightening as the flagship crumbled. Its core erupted in a blinding explosion, sending shockwaves through the Empire's fleet. Enemy ships scattered, their lines breaking under the chaos. "They're retreating," Ward reported, her voice filled with awe. "We've done it." Grant exhaled, the tension finally releasing from his shoulders. "No," he said quietly. "We've begun it." The battle was won, but Grant knew the war wasn't over. The Empire was wounded, but it wasn't dead. Yet for the first time, humanity had shown the galaxy its strength, its resolve, and its defiance. He turned to the crew, his voice carrying over the quiet hum of the bridge. "Today we proved that we don't back down. We don't run. The Empire wanted war, and we gave them one. And now, they'll remember what it means to face humanity." The stars beyond the viewport seemed brighter, their light a beacon of hope in the darkness. For the first time, the future felt like something worth fighting for.
The day the skies darkened over Earth began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged. The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance." Walker stepped forward. "This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations, but we are a sovereign planet. What exactly does protected species mean?" The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. "It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision," Commander Reed whispered to Walker. That sounds more like colonization than an alliance. Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council? 27 advanced civilizations form the council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. And if we decline? Walker asked, maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vorx's eyes blinked simultaneously. That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies. After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. "They're giving us an ultimatum," said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. "Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures." Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach. "What do you mean?" asked the Secretary General. "They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, their weapons, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all." Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. "Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, even their communication protocols, follows strict, linear patterns." The room fell silent as Reed continued. "We've analyzed their ship movements. Every maneuver, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise." General Martinez stood up. "Are you suggesting we have a chance against them?" Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. "I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope." Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years, a revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. "The Chimera isn't ready," said the science director. "We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The chaos drive is still unpredictable." "Unpredictable might be exactly what we need," Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the E2 end the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorx stood at the center. "Captain Walker, Commander Reed, the Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer." A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then, without warning, fired a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. "The linear cannon," Admiral Vorx announced with pride. "The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty." Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness. In Council thinking, "Impressive," he said carefully. "Earth has nothing comparable." "Of course not," Vorx replied. "Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer?" Reed asked. The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying, human settlements. As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, "Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables." Reed nodded slightly. "Their entire civilization values order above all. They fire straight. Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos," Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. "Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt." As they descended toward Earth, neither spoke. Again, both watching the massive council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the council lived by. The grand chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks. Others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity and dismissal. Admiral Vorks gestured with his four-fingered hand, and a three-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in the air. "Today, we will show you the true might of the Council," he announced. "Your primitive species must understand what you face should you choose unwisely." Walker maintained a neutral expression despite the insult. "We appreciate your candor, Admiral." A tall, insect-like alien with crystalline eyes stepped forward. "I am General Krill of the Strategic Fleet. For 10,000 cycles, the Council has maintained order through superior technology and discipline." His mandibles clicked as he spoke. "The demonstration will begin shortly." Reed studied the alien representatives carefully. Despite their different biologies, they all shared something, an almost religious reverence for order and symmetry. Even their seating arrangement formed perfect geometric patterns. Outside the massive council mothership, smaller vessels moved into formation. The humans and council representatives watched through a view screen that showed a section of empty space near Jupiter. "We have positioned a target drone at a distance of 1 astronomical unit," General Krill explained. "Observe true power, wielded with perfect precision." 3 council ships aligned themselves in a triangle formation. Energy began to build between them, forming a web of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. "The linear cannon requires 3 ships for maximum effectiveness," Admiral Vorks explained. "Each vessel provides one component of the firing solution. Absolute coordination is required, something only truly advanced species can achieve." The energy reached a critical point and then shot forth as a perfect beam of blinding blue light. It traveled in an absolutely straight line, unnaturally so, as if the very concept of deviation had been erased from physics. When it struck the target drone, the small ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly cylindrical void in space. "The linear cannon doesn't merely destroy," Vorks continued, pride evident in his voice. "It removes matter from existence by severing the quantum bonds between particles. No debris, no radiation, no aftermath, only perfect deletion." Walker exchanged a quick glance with Reed. This was valuable intelligence. "Most impressive," Walker said. "May I ask how the targeting works?" General Krill seemed pleased by the question. "The linear cannon can only fire in a perfect straight line. Once the 3 ships establish the firing solution, it cannot be altered. This is why precise positioning and mathematical perfection are the foundation of Council military doctrine." "And if the target moves?" Reed asked innocently. Several council members made sounds that might have been laughter. "A common question from species new to galactic conflict," Vork said condescendingly. "In space warfare, true technological superiority removes the need for unpredictability. Our targeting computers can calculate an object's movement with perfect accuracy, allowing us to position our forces where the target will be, not where it is." Fascinating, Walker said, mentally cataloging the tactical weakness this revealed. Your approach to warfare is certainly different from Earth's military history. Admiral Vorks tilted his head. Different? No, Captain. Superior. Your species still relies on chaotic tactics and wasteful explosives because you lack the ability to achieve perfection. The demonstration continued as the Council ships performed increasingly complex maneuvers, always in perfect geometric patterns. They destroyed asteroid fragments with surgical precision, carving them into perfect cubes and spheres with their energy weapons. During a short break, Walker and Reed were escorted to an observation deck. Reed whispered, "They're showing off." Walker nodded slightly. "And telling us exactly how they fight. Notice how every ship moves in predictable patterns? How their formations never adapt to changing circumstances? They've never faced an enemy that survived long enough to require adaptation," Reed replied. "Their weakness is their rigidity." A soft chime indicated the demonstration was resuming. This time, Admiral Vorks himself guided them to a different section of the mothership. "You will now witness our fleet's coordination capabilities," he announced as they entered a vast chamber lined with viewing ports. Outside, hundreds of Council ships moved in perfect unison, forming complex three-dimensional patterns that shifted and realigned with mathematical precision. It was beautiful, but eerily mechanical. "Each vessel knows its exact position relative to every other ship," Vorks explained. "There is no confusion, no chaos in our operations. This is why the Council has remained undefeated for millennia." Walker studied the formations carefully. "Do all your ships carry the linear cannon?" "Only our capital ships possess that technology," General Krill replied, "but every Council vessel follows the same principles of linear warfare." As the demonstration concluded, the Council ships returned to their perfect hexagonal docking pattern around the mothership. Walker and Reed were escorted back to the chamber where the Council representatives waited. "You have now seen a fraction of our capabilities," Admiral Vorks announced. "Your species has 72 hours remaining to accept protectorate status. I trust this demonstration has made the correct choice obvious." Back on their shuttle returning to Earth, Walker and Reed finally spoke freely. "Their entire strategy revolves around predictability," Walker said, excitement in his voice despite the grave situation. "They expect enemies to follow patterns they can calculate." Reed nodded, already typing notes into her secure tablet. "Their ships are powerful, but they move like pieces on a chessboard, following strict rules and patterns. And their prized weapon can only fire in a straight line," Walker added. "It's devastating, but limited by its own perfection." "Project Thunderbolt was designed for exactly this scenario," Reed said. "The Chimera doesn't move in straight lines, or predictable patterns." Walker smiled for the first time since the aliens arrived. "I think it's time we showed the Council what humanity brings to the galaxy." When they landed at the United Defense Command Center, they were immediately escorted to the underground war room. Earth's military and political leaders waited anxiously for their report. General Martinez stood as they entered. "How bad is it?" Walker surprised everyone with a confident smile. "Their technology is advanced, but their tactics are rigid to the point of vulnerability. They've shown us exactly how they fight, in straight lines and perfect formations." "And?" the Secretary General asked. "And humanity has never fought that way," Walker replied. "Our strength has always been adaptation, unpredictability, chaos when necessary." Reed activated a holographic display showing the Council's linear cannon. "They expect submission because they believe their way is the only way, but they've never encountered humans before." General Martinez leaned forward. "Project Thunderbolt?" Walker nodded. "The Chimera is our answer to their linear cannon. They fire straight. We'll show them what happens when humans decide to get creative." Behind them on the main screen, the countdown timer showed 68 hours until the Council's deadline expired. Beneath the Defense Command Center, in a secure hangar carved deep into the Earth, engineers and scientists worked frantically to prepare humanity's secret weapon, a ship designed to break every rule the Galactic Council lived by. deep beneath the Rocky Mountains in a facility that officially didn't exist, the final preparations for Project Thunderbolt reached their climax. The massive underground hangar buzzed with activity as hundreds of engineers and scientists worked around the clock. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood on an observation platform overlooking the centerpiece of humanity's secret defense project, the USS Chimera. Unlike the sleek, geometric perfection of Council ships, the Chimera looked almost unfinished. Its hull was a patchwork of different materials, with curves and angles that seemed to follow no logical pattern. Parts of it appeared to shift and change, even as they watched. "She doesn't look like much," General Martinez said as he joined them on the platform. Walker smiled. "That's the point. The Council would look at her and see a primitive, cobbled-together mess. They wouldn't understand what they're seeing." Chief Engineer Mike Thompson approached, his jumpsuit stained with hydraulic fluid and his eyes red from lack of sleep. Despite his exhaustion, excitement radiated from him. "She's ready," Thompson announced. Final tests on the Chaos Drive exceeded expectations. The Chimera can move in ways that should be physically impossible. Reed turned to him. "Explain it to the General. He needs to understand what makes the Chimera different." Thompson gestured toward the strange vessel. "The Council's ships and their weapons operate on principles of perfect linearity. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. The Chimera is the opposite." He activated a holographic display showing the ship's internal systems. The Chaos Drive doesn't push the ship in a single direction like conventional engines. Instead, it creates localized quantum fluctuations that temporarily alter the fabric of space-time around the vessel. "In simple terms," the General asked. "She doesn't move through space, space moves around her," Thompson said. "The Chimera can appear to change direction instantly because she's not actually turning. The universe is bending around her." Walker added, "And that makes her movement impossible to predict using standard physics models, like the ones the Council relies on." The General studied the strange ship. "And the weapons?" Thompson's face lit up with pride. "Just as unconventional. The Council uses weapons that fire in straight lines. Ours are designed to be unpredictable." He pointed to what looked like bulbous protrusions along the ship's hull. "These are scatter cannons. They don't fire a single beam, but thousands of energy particles that ricochet off each other, creating unpredictable attack patterns. And these," he continued, indicating strange, dish-like structures, "are quantum mirror arrays. They can capture energy, like from the Council's linear cannon, and redirect it in random patterns." "Random?" the General frowned. "How do we aim?" "We don't exactly," Thompson admitted. "The targeting system uses probability algorithms instead of direct calculations. The weapons officer selects a target zone rather than a precise point." Walker stepped in. "It's like the difference between a sniper rifle and a shotgun, General. The Council are perfect snipers, but they've never faced someone who changes the rules of the game." The General nodded slowly. 24 hours until the Council's deadline. When can you launch?" "We're ready now," Walker said confidently. Hours later, a small group gathered in the United Defense Command Center. On the main screen, Admiral Vorks's face displayed growing impatience. "Your time grows short, humans," the alien said. "The Council requires your answer." The Secretary General stepped forward. "Admiral, we wish to present our response in person. We request permission to approach your vessel with a small diplomatic ship." Vorks's 6 eyes blinked in sequence. "Permission granted, but be warned, any sign of hostile intent will be met with immediate destruction." When the transmission ended, Walker turned to his assembled crew. "This is it. Everything we've planned for. The Council expects a diplomatic vessel carrying Earth's surrender. Instead, they'll get their first look at the Chimera." The 20 crew members of the Chimera represented Earth's finest. Pilots, engineers, scientists, and soldiers, chosen not just for their skills, but for their ability to think creatively. "They won't recognize what they're seeing," Reed told the crew during the final briefing. "The Chimera doesn't match any known ship design. They'll scan us, but their sensors are designed to detect specific energy signatures and regular patterns. The Chaos Drive emits neither. Walker took his place in the command chair. Our mission isn't to attack first. We'll approach openly, let them scan us, and wait for their reaction. Remember, the Council has never faced a species that didn't either surrender or fight conventionally. Thompson spoke from his engineering station. The Chaos Drive is operating at 87% efficiency. We could push it higher, but the stability curves become unpredictable above 90%. 87% is enough, Walker assured him. Weapons status? Scatter cannons charged, reported the weapons officer. Quantum mirrors aligned and ready. Defensive systems active. Walker took a deep breath. Launch sequence initiated. Open the mountain. Above them, the massive doors built into the mountainside slid open, revealing the night sky. The Chimera rose silently, its strange drive emitting no visible exhaust or energy signature. As they climbed through the atmosphere, Council ships detected their movement and adjusted their positions, moving into their standard hexagonal defense formation. "They're tracking us," Reed reported, "but they're confused. Their communications indicate they can't identify our propulsion system." Walker smiled. "Good. Let's keep them guessing." The Chimera approached the Council mothership at a measured pace. On the Council's command deck, Admiral Vorks and General Krill watched the approaching vessel with growing concern. "What manner of ship is that?" Krill demanded of his sensor operators. "It matches no known configuration. Its hull composition is changing," one operator reported, "and we cannot detect its propulsion system." Vorks's eyes narrowed. "A primitive attempt at stealth technology. Scan it again." On the Chimera, Walker received a transmission request from the mothership. "On screen," he ordered. Admiral Vorks appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. "Captain Walker, this is not a diplomatic vessel." "It is today," Walker replied calmly. "Admiral, I present the USS Chimera, Earth's first true starship." Vork studied the strange vessel on his scanners. "This contraption is what you present to the Council? It appears barely capable of spaceflight." "Appearances can be deceiving," Walker said. "We request permission to demonstrate the Chimera's capabilities before we continue diplomatic discussions." "General," Krill moved into view beside Vorks. "This is some kind of deception. Their species cannot have developed advanced spaceflight technology." "Not advanced by your standards, perhaps," Walker replied, "but effective nonetheless. Allow us to show you." Vorks and Krill conferred briefly before the Admiral turned back to the screen. "Very well. You may demonstrate your vessel's capabilities in the designated testing zone. But be warned, any approach toward Council ships will be considered hostile action." Walker nodded. "Understood. Chimera out." As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew with a grim smile. "They're underestimating us exactly as we hoped. Now let's show the Galactic Council what happens when humans decide to fight back." The Chimera moved toward the testing zone, its strange hull seeming to shift and blur as it traveled. Behind it, Council ships maintained their perfect formation, ready to fire their linear cannons at the first sign of threat. What they didn't realize was that the strange human ship was designed specifically to survive such an attack, and to respond in ways no Council species had ever imagined possible. The designated testing zone was a clear area of space between Earth's moon and the massive Council fleet. Admiral Vorks and the other Council representatives watched from their command ship as the strange human vessel took position. "Begin your demonstration," Vorks commanded, his tone making it clear he expected little of interest. Inside the Chimera, Captain Walker looked at his crew. "Let's start with something simple. Navigation, execute pattern alpha." The helmsman tapped her controls, and the Chimera began to move. Unlike the straight lines and perfect arcs of Council ships, the Chimera's path seemed random, almost erratic. It accelerated suddenly, then stopped in ways that defied normal physics. It appeared to zigzag through space, changing direction without turning. On the Council mothership, the sensor operators were growing increasingly confused. "Admiral, we cannot predict its movement pattern," one reported. "Our targeting systems cannot establish a firing solution." General Krill stepped forward, mandibles clicking in agitation. "Impossible. All objects follow predictable paths through space." "Not this one," the sensor operator insisted. "It's changing vectors without using conventional thrust. There's no consistent pattern to analyze." Vork's expression darkened. "A simple trick. Deploy the observer drones to gather more data." Small spherical drones launched from the Council ships, surrounding the Chimera in a perfect grid pattern. Each drone emitted scanning beams that would allow the Council's computers to build a complete model of the human ship. Inside the Chimera, Reed monitored the drones. "They're scanning us with standard spectrum analyzers. They're trying to map our movement patterns." Walker nodded. "Time to show them why that won't work. Thompson, bring the Chaos drive to 75% and execute pattern beta." "Aye, Captain," Thompson replied from engineering. Chaos drive to 75%. The Chimera suddenly blurred, seeming to be in multiple places at once. The Council drone's scanning beams passed through empty space as the ship appeared to phase in and out of position. "They're confused," Reed reported with a smile. "Their scanning drones are recalibrating, trying to get a lock on us." In the Council command ship, alarms began to sound. "Admiral, we've lost tracking," an operator reported. "The human vessel is flickering." "Flickering?" Vorks demanded. "Explain." "It appears to exist in multiple positions simultaneously," the operator said, confusion evident in his voice. "Our scanners cannot determine its true location." General Krill slammed a clawed hand on the console. "This defies physics. It must be a sensor malfunction." Vork studied the display carefully. "No, this is something else. Some kind of primitive stealth technology. Deploy the linear cannon array. We will end this demonstration with a display of true power." 3 Council battleships moved into triangle formation, their energy systems beginning to charge for a devastating linear cannon shot. On the Chimera, alarms sounded. "Captain, they're deploying their linear cannon," the tactical officer reported. Walker remained calm. "Just as we expected." "Reed, are the quantum mirrors ready?" "Yes, Captain. All arrays online and tracking the energy buildup." Walker opened a channel to the Council ship. "Admiral Vorks, we detect your weapons charging. Is this part of the demonstration?" "As well." Vorks's face appeared on screen, his 6 eyes narrowed. "Your vessel's unusual movement patterns are concerning, Captain. The Council must verify that this is not a prelude to hostile action." "By firing on us?" Walker asked, raising an eyebrow. "The linear cannon will pass near your vessel," Vorks stated, "to demonstrate our precision, unless, of course, you wish to end this charade and accept the Council's authority." Walker smiled calmly. "We're happy to continue the demonstration, Admiral. Please proceed." As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew. "Battle stations. Thompson, push the Chaos. Drive to 85%. Tactical, prepare the quantum mirrors." The crew worked with practiced efficiency as the 3 Council ships completed their firing alignment. Energy built between them, forming the now familiar web of light. "They're targeting a point where they predict we'll be," Reed reported. "Based on a standard movement algorithm." Walker nodded. "Which is why we won't be there. Helm, execute pattern Gamma on my mark." The linear cannon reached full charge, and the beam of pure energy shot forth. A perfect blue line cutting through space exactly where the Chimera would have been if it followed normal physics. But at Walker's command, the Chimera had shifted in a way the Council's targeting computers couldn't predict. The ship seemed to fold space around itself, reappearing instantly at a different location. The linear cannon's beam passed through empty space. On the Council mothership, stunned silence fell. "It evaded," a tactical officer finally reported. "Without changing course or accelerating." General Krill's voice rose in anger. "Impossible! Recalibrate the cannons! Fire again!" The Council ships began to reposition for another shot, but they moved with the same predictable precision as before. Walker watched them on the Chimera's displays. "Their greatest strength is their greatest weakness," he observed. They can't adapt their tactics. Helm, take us on approach vector Delta. Let's give them a real challenge. The Chimera accelerated toward the Council formation, its path a series of impossible turns and sudden shifts. The Council ships tried to track it, but their targeting systems weren't designed for such unpredictable movement. They're firing again, Reed warned as the linear cannon charged once more. This time, Walker didn't evade. Activate quantum mirrors, he ordered. As the blue beam shot toward the Chimera, the strange dishes on the ship's hull glowed to life. When the linear cannon's energy struck, instead of vaporizing the ship, the energy was caught in the quantum mirrors. For a moment, the Chimera glowed bright blue, seeming to absorb the devastating attack. Then, the quantum mirrors redirected the energy, not in a straight line, but in dozens of random, ricocheting beams that scattered in all directions. Several beams struck Council ships, not with enough force to destroy them, but enough to damage their perfect hulls. Alarms blared throughout the Council fleet as the impossible happened, their own weapon used against them in a way they had never conceived possible. Direct hit on our port side, a Council officer reported, panic in his voice. The human vessel redirected the linear cannon's energy. Admiral Vork stood rigid with shock. All ships defensive formation. Prepare for... But he couldn't finish the order because he didn't know what to prepare for. In 10,000 years of Council dominance, no species had ever survived a linear cannon shot, let alone reflected it back. On the Chimera, the strain of the maneuver was evident. Systems sparked and alarms sounded. Quantum mirrors at 30% capacity, the tactical officer reported. They can't take another direct hit. Thompson's voice came over the comm. The chaos drive is overheating. We need to reduce power or risk a cascade failure. Walker nodded grimly. We've made our point. Take us to safe distance. Standard drive only. As the Chimera backed away, the Council ships fell into disarray. Their perfect formations broke as commanders tried to process what they had witnessed. Walker opened a channel to Admiral Vorks. The alien's face showed a new emotion. Uncertainty. This demonstration is concluded, Admiral, Walker said calmly. Earth awaits your response. For the first time, Vorks had no ready answer. The Council's perfect weapons had failed against human unpredictability, and the galaxy would never be the same. Silence hung over the Council's grand chamber. The 27 representatives sat in their usual perfect circle, but the atmosphere was anything but orderly. Admiral Vorks stood at the center, facing Captain Walker and Commander Reed. In 10,000 years, Vorks said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet, no species has ever survived a direct encounter with the linear cannon. Yet your vessel not only survived but redirected our own energy against us. Walker stood tall, showing neither pride nor fear. The Chimera was designed specifically to counter your tactics, Admiral. We studied the few records we had of Council, encounters with other species, and identified your greatest strength and weakness. Which is? Asked General Krill, his crystalline eyes glinting. Predictability, Reed answered simply. Your civilization values order above all else. Your ships move in perfect formations. Your weapons fire in straight lines. Your tactics haven't changed in millennia because they've never needed to. Murmurs spread among the Council representatives. A floating spherical being pulsed with blue, light as it spoke. You claim to have anticipated our arrival? Impossible. Your species has only recently achieved basic spaceflight. Walker smiled slightly. Not exactly. Humanity has known about the Galactic Council for nearly 50 years. The chamber erupted in surprised exclamations and clicking sounds. Admiral Vorks raised his hands for silence. Explain. In 1977, one of our space probes encountered a damaged Council scout ship at the edge of our solar system, Walker explained. The crew was dead, but the ship's data core was intact. We reverse-engineered what we could and learned about the Council. Impossible, General Krill insisted. Our technology is far beyond your capability to understand. True, Walker admitted. We couldn't replicate your technology, but we could study your tactics, your patterns, your philosophy. and we began preparing. Reed activated a small device that projected images of Earth's hidden facilities. Project Thunderbolt wasn't about matching your technology, it was about countering it. We knew that if we ever encountered the Council, conventional weapons would be useless. So instead, Walker continued, we developed technology that embraced chaos rather than order. The Chimera doesn't move, fight, or think like Council ships, because it was designed specifically not to. Admiral Vork studied the humans with new interest. You knew we would come, and you prepared a single vessel as your defense? One was enough to prove our point, Walker said confidently. We have the designs for 30 more. This was a bluff. The Chimera had nearly depleted Earth's rare resources, but Vorks had no way to know that. A tall, willowy alien with pale skin spoke next. Your species presents a unique situation. The Council has never encountered a civilization that specifically developed countermeasures to our tactics. Walker nodded. Because most species try to imitate you, to develop along the same technological path, we chose a different approach. Chaos, Vork said, almost with distaste. Adaptability, Walker corrected. Humanity's greatest strength has always been our ability to adapt, to find unexpected solutions, to think differently when faced with challenges. The Council representatives conferred among themselves in hushed tones. Finally, Admiral Vorks turned back to the humans. The Council must reconsider Earth's status, he announced formally. Your demonstration has raised questions about our standard protocols. For the first time, Walker allowed himself to relax slightly. Earth is prepared to join the Galactic Council, but as equals, not as a protectorate. Unprecedented, muttered General Krill. So was surviving the linear canon, Reed pointed out. The debate continued for hours. Council species argued among themselves, some insisting that humans be contained, others arguing for a more careful study of Earth's unusual approach to technology. Finally, the willowy alien, who Walker learned was named Diplomat Ilara, representing one of the oldest Council species, offered a compromise. The Council requires stability and order, she said. But perhaps there is value in controlled chaos. If humans can develop technology that counters our greatest weapons, what might others develop? Perhaps we have become too predictable. Admiral Vork seemed reluctant but nodded. A valid concern. Our dominance has led to complacency. We propose an arrangement, Diplomat Ilara continued. Earth will join the Council not as a protectorate but as a provisional member. In exchange, human engineers will work with Council scientists to develop new defensive systems less vulnerable to unconventional attacks. Walker exchanged a glance with Reed before replying. And Earth maintains its sovereignty, our right to develop our own path? Within Council guidelines, Vork stipulated. But yes, with greater autonomy than standard protectorates. Walker considered the offer carefully. We accept your terms, with one addition. Complete access to Council star charts and data on all known species. If Earth is to be part of this galactic community, we need to understand it fully. More debate followed, but eventually agreement was reached. The Chimera's demonstration had forced the Council to recognize that their perfect order had created perfect predictability, a dangerous weakness if ever exploited by a truly hostile force. 3 months later, Captain Walker stood on the observation deck of a new facility orbiting Earth. Below him, Council ships moved in formation alongside human vessels, conducting joint exercises. The USS Chimera floated nearby, now joined by 2 smaller vessels incorporating both human and Council technology. Commander Reed joined him, holding a data tablet. The Council is keeping their end of the bargain. Their engineers are actually learning from us, incorporating randomized defensive patterns into their ship designs. Walker nodded. And their data on the galaxy has opened up possibilities we never imagined. Hundreds of worlds, thousands of species. Some not as friendly as the Council, Reed pointed out. Their records show increasing activity from beyond the galactic rim, ships that don't follow any known patterns. The real reason they're adapting, Walker said thoughtfully, The Council senses a threat coming, something even their perfect order can't handle. Admiral Vorks entered the observation deck, moving with the fluid grace of his species. Over the past months, the Admiral had developed a grudging respect for the humans. "Captain Walker, Commander Reed," he greeted them. "The joint fleet exercises are proceeding well. Though I must admit, watching Council ships perform your chaotic maneuvers is unsettling." Walker smiled. "Change usually is. Indeed." Vorks turned to look out at the stars. "Our tacticians have analyzed the data from beyond the rim. The patterns, or rather the lack of patterns, is concerning. Whatever approaches uses methods even more unpredictable than your own. Then it's good we're working together," Walker said. "The Council brings 10,000 years of stability and technology. Humanity brings adaptability and unconventional thinking." "A formidable combination," Vorks admitted. "Perhaps the ancient prophecy was correct." Reed raised an eyebrow. "Prophecy? There is an old saying among the founding species," Vorks explained. "When order reaches perfection, chaos will rise to balance the scales. We always interpreted it as a warning against disorder. Now I wonder if it meant something else entirely." Together, the three figures watched as human and alien ships practiced new formations, not in perfect geometric patterns, but in seemingly random arrangements that would confuse enemy targeting systems. The Council had learned that firing in straight lines was no longer enough, and humanity had found its place among the stars, not as servants or subjects, but as the unpredictable element that might save the galaxy from an even greater chaos that loomed beyond the rim. When that threat finally arrived, it would face not just the perfect order of the Council, but the creative chaos of humanity, a combination unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen.
Du-Hyun sat at his desk in the Great Galactic Library, staring at his screen with growing confusion. As a junior archivist, his job was simple: update the database entries for different star systems. It was usually boring work, but today was different. "This has to be wrong," he muttered, adjusting his standard issue data glasses. The entry for the Sol system, specifically its third planet, Earth, carried the highest danger rating he had ever seen. Even more strange, it had almost no explanation attached to it. The white walls of his office seemed to close in as he leaned closer to the floating display. Most dangerous planets had long lists explaining why they were classified that way. Some had deadly atmospheres, others had aggressive predators, a few had powerful natural disasters. But Earth's entry just showed 5 red warning symbols, and the words, "Don't even think about it," in bold letters. Do-Hyun checked the system again. Everything else looked normal. A yellow star, 8 planets. Nothing special. He had processed thousands of similar systems this week alone, but none had warnings like this. He decided to ask his superior about it. Walking down the long white corridor, he found Jae-Yun in her office. She was an older archivist who had worked in the library for over 50 years. "Excuse me, senior archivist," Du-Hyun said, bowing slightly. "I found something strange in the database." Jae-Yun looked up from her work, her silver hair neatly arranged in the traditional style of senior archivists. "What is it?" "It's about Earth. The warning level seems wrong. It's higher than even the deadly gas giants in the Proxima system." Jae-Yun's face changed immediately. Her usual calm expression turned serious. "Earth, you should leave that entry alone." "But why?" "There's no explanation. It doesn't make sense. It's just a planet with basic life forms." Jae-Yun stood up and closed her office door. "Listen carefully, Du-Hyun. Some things in the database are classified this way for good reasons. Earth is one of them. But as archivists, isn't it our job to make sure information is correct and complete? Sometimes, keeping information minimal is the safest choice." Jae-Yun sat back down and began working again, clearly wanting to end the conversation. Do-Hyun returned to his office, but he couldn't focus. His training taught him that proper documentation was essential. Every classification needed clear reasons. It was a basic rule of the Great Library. Making sure no one was watching, He started searching deeper in the database. He had high-level access as an archivist, even if he was junior. There had to be more information somewhere. He found his first clue in an old report. It was marked as highly classified, but his access allowed him to read it. The report mentioned a research ship that visited Earth about 50 years ago. The ship was one of the most advanced in the galaxy. It never returned. As he dug deeper, he found more strange reports. Stories about Earth that didn't make sense. Advanced alien species avoiding the planet. Warning messages from different civilizations. All of them seemed afraid of this one, seemingly ordinary world. Do Hyun saved everything he found to his personal device. He knew he should probably stop looking. Jae-yun's warning was clear, but his curiosity was too strong. Something big had happened with Earth, something that scared even the most powerful species in the galaxy. As he prepared to leave for the day, his screen suddenly showed a new message. Someone had accessed his search history. They knew what he had been looking for. The message was simple: report to the High Council tomorrow morning. Bring your findings about Earth. Do-hyun sat back in his chair, his heart beating fast. In all his years as an archivist, he had never been called to the High Council. Nobody at his level ever was. He looked at Earth's entry one more time. "Don't even think about it," glowed brightly on his screen. Now he wondered if he should have followed that advice. Captain Hejun stood proudly on the bridge of the Stellar Explorer, the most advanced warship in the galactic fleet. The year was 2157, and his mission was simple: make first contact with Earth. No one expected any problems. After all, Earth was just beginning to explore its own solar system. "Captain, we are approaching Earth's moon," reported his navigation officer. "Their primitive scanning systems haven't detected us yet." Hejun smiled. His ship had the best cloaking technology in the galaxy. Even advanced civilizations couldn't detect it. These humans, with their basic space stations and chemical rockets, had no chance of seeing them coming. "Begin the standard first contact procedure," Hejun ordered. "Let's show them how vast the galaxy really is." The Stellar Explorer moved closer to Earth, its massive hull reflecting the sun's light. It was bigger than anything humans had ever built in space. The ship carried enough weapons to conquer a small solar system, though they were only for defense. The Galactic Council never started fights. "Sir, we're picking up some strange signals," the sensor operator said. "They seem to be coming from Earth's surface." Hejun wasn't worried. Probably their primitive communication systems. Nothing to worry about. Suddenly, all the ship's alarms started ringing. Red lights flashed everywhere. "Captain, multiple objects approaching at high speed." The sensor operator's voice was filled with fear. "They're coming from hidden bases on the moon." Hejun couldn't believe it. The humans weren't supposed to have anything on the moon. His crew had checked carefully before approaching. "Show me." The main screen displayed several small ships rushing toward them. They looked simple, almost crude compared to the Stellar Explorer, but they were fast, much faster than they should be. "They can't harm us," Hejun said confidently. "Our shields can stop anything." The human ships fired their weapons. They were simple missiles, powered by chemical engines. The crew of the Stellar Explorer actually laughed. Such basic weapons couldn't possibly. The first missile hit, then another, and another. The mighty shields of the Stellar Explorer, which could stop energy weapons and plasma blasts, had a fatal weakness. They were designed to block advanced weapons, not the simple kinetic force of chemical explosions. "Shields failing," someone shouted. "These primitives are using some kind of nuclear devices." Hejun couldn't understand what was happening. How did the humans know they were coming? How did they build those moon bases without anyone noticing? Why did their simple weapons work so well? "Send a message to the Galactic Council," he ordered. Tell them we were wrong about Earth." More missiles hit the ship. Systems started failing. The proud Stellar Explorer, pride of the galactic fleet, was being defeated by a species that hadn't even reached Mars yet. "Sir, They're sending us a message, the communication officer said, surprised. Play it, June ordered. A calm human voice filled the bridge. Attention alien vessel. This is Earth Defense Command. Your presence has been monitored since you entered our solar system. Your weapons are tracked. Your shields are failing. Retreat immediately or be destroyed. This is your only warning. Hajum gave the order to retreat. As the damaged stellar explorer limped away from Earth, he recorded his final mission log. First contact with Earth has failed. We severely underestimated them. They have hidden capabilities far beyond their apparent technology level. Most concerning is not their weapons, but their preparation. They knew we were coming. They were ready. Earth is not a primitive world discovering space. It is a fortress, waiting for us. The Galactic Council must be warned. The Stellar Explorer made it back to Council space, but the damage was severe. The most advanced ship in the galaxy had been defeated by what everyone thought was a primitive species. When Hajun presented his report to the Council, they made their first entry in Earth's file. Approach with extreme caution. It was the beginning of Earth's reputation in the galaxy, but it was only the beginning. Sang Mei stood before the Galactic Council, her research notes floating in front of her. As a xenoanthropologist, she had studied many species across the galaxy, but none had confused her like humans. Honorable Council members, she began, my team has completed our study of human biology and psychology. Our findings are concerning. The Council chamber was silent. After the first contact incident, everyone wanted to understand more about humans. Sangmi's research had taken 5 years, analyzing human data from a safe distance. First, let me explain human physical capabilities, she continued. Humans appear weak compared to many species. They cannot fly. They have no natural weapons. Their muscles are not particularly strong, but they have one trait that makes them unique. They never stop. She showed videos of human athletic events, marathon runners continuing for hours, swimmers crossing vast oceans, climbers scaling mountains without equipment. Most species in the galaxy evolved to conserve energy, Sangmai explained. They rest when tired. They stop when hurt. Humans do not. They keep going even when their bodies tell them to stop. We have never seen anything like it. One council member interrupted, but surely their bodies have limits. That is another strange thing, Sangmei replied. Humans can survive injuries that would kill most species. They heal in ways we don't understand. Their bodies adapt to almost any condition. She showed more data. Humans living in extreme cold and heat. Humans surviving terrible accidents. Humans recovering from injuries that should be fatal. But physical traits are only part of the story, Sangmei continued. Their minds are even more remarkable. Humans have an ability we've never seen before. They imagine things that don't exist, and then they make them real. The council chamber filled with murmurs. This was not a normal trait among species. Other species invent things based on need. Humans invent things simply because they can imagine them. They create stories about impossible things, and then they work until these impossible things become possible. Sangmei showed examples. Ancient human stories about flying machines, written long before airplanes existed. Tales of space travel from before they had rockets. Stories of devices that could talk to each other across vast distances, written centuries before their internet. And there is one more thing, Sangmei said quietly, something that truly sets them apart. Humans become stronger when threatened. She explained how most species became weaker under pressure. They made mistakes when scared, but humans, they became more focused, more determined, more dangerous. We found records of human military units continuing to fight even when completely surrounded, of injured humans protecting others despite their wounds, of small groups defeating much larger forces through sheer determination. The council was silent again, but now it was a worried silence. My conclusion is this: humans are not powerful because of their technology or their strength. They are powerful because they do not accept limitations. When we tell them something is impossible, they take it as a challenge. When we try to stop them, they push harder. Sangmei finished her presentation with a final warning. If the galaxy tries to contain humans, they will resist. If we try to control them, they will break free. And if we try to fight them, she paused, they will fight back harder than any species we have ever encountered. After she finished, the Council immediately upgraded Earth's danger classification. They added a new note to the file. Human determination levels exceed all known parameters. Conflict not recommended. As Sangmei left the chamber, she thought about everything she had learned about humans. She was glad they were far away from her home world. But she also wondered what amazing things they might achieve if the galaxy gave them a chance instead of fearing them. Taiwan had never felt comfortable in the military archives. As a diplomatic officer, he preferred peaceful solutions. But the Council had given him an important task: study Earth's military history. He needed to understand how humans fought their wars. The archive room was dark and quiet. Taiwan sat at his desk, surrounded by historical records from Earth. What he found made him more uneasy with each passing hour. "Computer, show me human weapons development," he commanded. The screen in front of him filled with images. He started taking notes. In just 300 years, he wrote, humans went from simple gunpowder weapons to nuclear bombs. No other species has advanced so quickly. But it wasn't just the speed that worried him. It was how humans thought about weapons. Every peaceful discovery they made somehow became a tool for war. He found records of human scientists who discovered radiation while trying to help sick people. Within years, they had built atomic bombs. They invented computers to solve math problems, then used them to guide missiles. They studied germs to cure diseases, then learned how to make biological weapons. Most concerning, he wrote in his report, is their habit of turning everyday items into weapons. They take simple tools and make them dangerous. Even their games teach them about war. Taiwan watched videos of human children playing strategy games. Building blocks became fortress walls. Simple toys became pretend weapons. Even their sports looked like battle training. They are always preparing, he wrote, always thinking about how to fight better, even when they are at peace. He found something else strange. Humans kept detailed records of their wars, but not to celebrate victories. They studied their mistakes. They learned from their defeats. Each loss made them stronger. Computer, show me Earth's current military technology, he ordered. The screen showed modern human weapons. They were not as advanced as galactic weapons, but they were different, unpredictable. Humans didn't follow normal patterns of weapon design. Taiwan remembered something his teacher once said. Advanced species build elegant weapons. Humans build effective ones. He found examples of this everywhere. While other species made complex energy shields, humans simply made their armor thicker. While others built sophisticated targeting systems, humans made weapons that didn't need careful aim. They preferred simple solutions that couldn't easily fail. Near the end of his research, Taiwan found recordings of human soldiers training. They were practicing fighting against advanced alien technology. The humans hadn't met aliens yet, but they were already preparing for that fight. Final conclusion, he wrote in his report, humans do not think about war the way other species do. They do not wait for threats to appear. They imagine every possible threat and prepare for it. They turn everything they learn into a potential weapon. Most importantly, they never stop improving their abilities to fight. He sent his report to the Council with one last note. Recommend extreme caution in any military action against Earth. Humans do not fight to win. They fight to make sure their enemies never want to fight them again. That evening, Taiwan left the archives feeling troubled. He had studied many species' military histories before, but humans were different. They didn't see war as glorious or honorable. They saw it as a problem to solve. And humans, he had learned, were very good at solving problems. The Council read his report the next day. They added another warning to Earth's file. Military capability exceeds apparent technology level. Extreme caution advised. Security analyst Minna frowned at her screens in the Galactic Defense Center. She had spent months investigating a disturbing pattern. Failed invasion attempts of Earth. Each case revealed something that made the planet even more dangerous than previously thought. The first case was from the Stellar Federation, an advanced civilization that had tried to establish a secret base on Mars. They had planned to study Earth from there. Minna pulled up their final report. Base construction proceeded as planned, she read aloud. Then Earth's primitive satellites changed direction. They detected our presence despite our advanced cloaking technology. Within days, human spacecraft approached Mars. They had no right to have such capabilities. We abandoned the base before they arrived. Minna noted how quickly humans had spotted the intruders. But the next case worried her even more. The Centauri Alliance had attempted a small invasion of Earth's Arctic region, believing it too remote for humans to defend. The humans knew we were coming, the Centauri report stated. They had built hidden bases under the ice. Their weapons were primitive but effective. Most concerning, they recovered pieces of our damaged ships. Within months, they had copied some of our technology. We cannot risk another encounter. That pattern kept repeating. Every species that attacked Earth left behind pieces of advanced technology. The humans studied each piece and learned from it. They didn't just copy the technology. They improved it, finding new ways to use it that the original inventors hadn't considered. Minna opened another file. This time, it was a failed attempt to infiltrate human military bases. The report was barely 2 paragraphs long. Humans have designed their military systems to be impossible to control remotely. They use simple, manual controls that our advanced technology cannot interface with. They are not primitive. They are deliberately making their technology hard to hijack. She leaned back in her chair, thinking about what she had discovered. Other species tried to make their technology more advanced. Humans made their technology more reliable. Other species aimed for elegant solutions. Humans prepared for everything to go wrong. The most recent case was the most frightening. A highly advanced species had tried to disable Earth's defenses with a computer virus. The humans not only stopped the attack, they traced it back to its source. They sent a reply message that made the alien civilization's leaders very nervous. Nice try. We've learned a lot from your code. Thanks for the lessons. Minna wrote her final report for the Council. Each attempt to subdue Earth has made them stronger. They learn from every attack. They adapt faster than any species we have encountered. Most importantly, they remember everything. They use every encounter to prepare for the next one. She added a personal note at the end. Earth's apparent technological level is deceiving. They appear less advanced than they are because they choose to be. They prefer technology they can rely on over technology that merely looks impressive. We must assume they are more capable than they appear. The council chamber was silent as they read her report. One council member finally spoke. How many invasion attempts have failed? At least 15, Minna replied. Those are only the ones we know about. There might be more, species that failed so badly they were too embarrassed to report it. The council updated Earth's file again. The new warning was simple but clear. This species becomes more dangerous with each attempted invasion. Direct conflict will result in rapid technological advancement by human forces. Avoid all hostile actions. As Minna left the council chamber, she wondered what other surprises Earth had in store. One thing was certain. Anyone who tried to attack Earth wouldn't just fail. They would make humanity even stronger than before. The Grand Council chamber had never been so full. Representatives from every major galactic civilization had gathered for an emergency session. Council member Yungai stood at the central podium, his formal robes gleaming under the chamber's lights. Honorable members of the council, he began, we must discuss Earth's classification. Recent events have shown that our current approach is insufficient. The chamber's massive screens displayed all the collected data about Earth, failed invasion attempts, surprising technological advances, unusual biological capabilities. Each report painted a clearer picture of humanity's potential threat. We have three options, Yoomge continued. First, we could attempt to contain Earth. Second, we could try to guide their development. Third, we could leave them completely alone. A representative from the Stellar Federation stood up. Containment is impossible. They would detect any barriers we build. We learned that lesson on Mars. Guidance has also proven difficult, added another council member. They advance in unexpected ways. They take our simplest technologies and find military applications we never imagined. Yoomge nodded. This brings me to my main concern. Earth's development is not following normal patterns. When most species reach space, they seek trade and cultural exchange. Humans are different. They prepare for war. He showed images of Earth's space stations. They looked peaceful, but careful analysis revealed hidden weapon systems. Their satellites appeared to be for communication, but could quickly become weapons platforms. Most concerning is their rate of advancement, Yoomge explained. In the time we have watched them, they have solved problems that took other species centuries to figure out. They do not follow the expected path of technological development. The chamber erupted in worried discussion. One delegate asked, "Are they a threat to galactic peace?" Yoomge considered his answer carefully. They could be, but they could also become valuable allies. Humans have qualities we have never seen before. They compete fiercely among themselves, yet unite instantly against outside threats. They wage terrible wars, yet show remarkable kindness. They destroy their environment, yet work tirelessly to save it. He displayed more data. Their greatest strength is not their weapons or their technology. It is their ability to imagine possibilities. When they face a problem, they do not try one solution. They try every solution they can think of, all at once. They call this innovation. The council members watched in silence as Yoomge showed examples of human innovation. Problems that had taken other species multiple generations to solve, humans had solved in decades. Not because they were smarter, but because they tried thousands of different approaches simultaneously. My recommendation is this, Yoomge said firmly. We should classify Earth as a do not engage zone. Not because they are hostile, but because any interaction with them could have unexpected consequences. They learn too quickly. They adapt too well. They turn every encounter, peaceful or hostile, into an opportunity to become stronger. The council voted. The decision was unanimous. Earth's classification would be upgraded to the highest level of caution. The official recommendation would be simple. Don't even think about it. As the session ended, Yoomge added one final note to Earth's file. This species represents both the greatest potential threat and the greatest potential ally our civilization has ever encountered. Their future development will significantly impact the galaxy. Treat with extreme caution. The council members left the chamber that day with mixed feelings. They had just classified an entire planet as too dangerous to approach. Yet many of them couldn't help but admire humanity's unique qualities. They just hoped those qualities would be used for peace rather than war when humans finally joined the galactic community. The Galactic Council's security system was considered perfect. No unauthorized ship could pass through the defensive barriers. No unknown vessel could approach the council station. The system had worked flawlessly for over 1,000 years. Until today, the alert sirens broke the usual calm of the council station. Security Chief Bonnoir rushed to the control center, his face pale with worry. "Report," he commanded. "Sir, an unknown ship just appeared inside our defense perimeter," his officer replied. It's impossible. They didn't break through our shields. They just appeared, as if they had always been there." The ship was small by galactic standards. It was clearly of human design, with none of the elegant curves that marked advanced galactic vessels. Instead, it looked functional, almost simple. "Incoming transmission. announced the communication officer. The main screen activated. A human stood there, wearing a simple dark suit. He smiled politely at the camera. "Greetings," he said. "I am Ambassador Jinwoo from Earth. We request permission to dock." The control room fell silent. Earth wasn't supposed to have ships capable of reaching the Council station. They weren't supposed to know the station existed. Yet here they were. Security Chief Bonhua followed protocol and contacted the Council. Within minutes, an emergency session convened. The human ship waited patiently, floating just outside the station. "How did they find us?" one Council member asked. "How did they get through our defenses?" Ambassador Jinwoo's voice came through again, still perfectly calm. "If you're wondering about your defenses, we found 7 different ways to bypass them. We chose the method that would cause the least disruption to your systems. We believe in being polite." The Council members looked at each other in shock. The humans hadn't just defeated their security. They had found multiple ways to do it and chosen the most courteous option. Finally, they granted permission to dock. Ambassador Jinwoo walked into the Council chamber alone, without guards. He carried no visible weapons. His smile remained polite and friendly. "Honorable members of the Council," he began, "Earth has known about your presence for some time. We have monitored your observations of our planet. We have studied the remains of various attempted incursions into our solar system. We have learned much." The Council chamber remained silent as Jinwoo continued. "We understand your concerns about Earth. We know you find us unpredictable and potentially dangerous. But we wish to offer a simple choice. We can be either your greatest allies or your worst nightmare. The decision is yours." One Council member found their voice. "Is that a threat, Ambassador?" Jinwoo's smile didn't waver. "Not at all. It's an observation. Earth seeks peaceful cooperation with the galactic community. We have much to offer, but we will not be controlled, contained, or limited. We have proven this several times already, I believe." He placed a small device on the Council table. It projected a hologram showing various human achievements that the Council didn't know about. Technological advances they had kept hidden. Defensive capabilities they had never revealed. "This is a small demonstration of what we can do," Jinwoo explained. "We prefer to use our abilities for peace and progress. But we will defend ourselves if necessary. The choice of how to proceed is yours." The Council understood the message clearly. The humans were not asking for permission to join the galactic community. They were announcing their presence and offering friendship, while demonstrating they didn't actually need the Council's approval. As Ambassador Jinwoo left the chamber that day, he left behind a very different Council. They had thought they were deciding Earth's fate. Instead, Earth had come to decide its own path in the galaxy. Do-hyun sat at his desk in the Great Galactic Library, just as he had when this story began. But now he had a different task: writing Earth's final classification entry. The Council had given him this responsibility after his initial discovery led to all these revelations. He looked at his screen, fingers hovering over the input panel. How could he summarize everything they had learned about humans? How could he explain why Earth deserved its unique classification? "Junior Archivist," a voice called. Do-hyun looked up to see Jae-hyun, his superior, entering his office. "The Council requires the new classification entry today." Do-hyun nodded. "I understand, but I want to make sure it's complete. We can't risk another misunderstanding about Earth's capabilities." He began to write, choosing his words carefully. The entry needed to be clear enough for anyone to understand, yet detailed enough to convey the full importance of the warning. Species classification: human, Earth. Threat level: maximum. Status: active engagement prohibited. Special designation: don't even think about it. Do-hyun paused, then continued with the detailed explanation. Earth represents a unique case in galactic classification. While their current technology appears less advanced than many spacefaring civilizations, their development pattern defies standard models. Key characteristics include: 1. Unprecedented adaptation speed. Humans learn from every encounter, hostile or peaceful, and rapidly implement improvements to their technology and strategies. 2. Innovative problem solving. Humans approach challenges from multiple angles simultaneously, leading to unexpected solutions and rapid advancement. 3. Psychological resilience. When faced with superior force or technology, humans become more determined rather than submitting. 4. Hidden capabilities. Earth maintains significant technological and military capabilities beyond their apparent development level. Warning. Any hostile action against Earth will result in immediate defensive response, rapid technological advancement, long-term strategic consequences, potential unified human resistance. Jai-yun rayed over his shoulder. You should add something about diplomatic contact, she suggested. Do-hyun nodded and added another section. Diplomatic advisory. Earth has demonstrated both the ability and willingness to engage in peaceful relations. However, they have also shown they cannot be coerced or controlled. Diplomatic approach must be based on mutual respect and equal standing. Recommended protocol. No military action. No technological restrictions. No attempted containment. Direct diplomatic engagement only. Treat as equal partner regardless of apparent technology level. As Do-hyun finished the entry, he remembered how this had started. A simple database anomaly had led to the discovery of humanity's true nature. Now he understood why the original entry had been so brief. Sometimes, the shortest warnings were the most important. He added one final note. This classification is not based on current human capabilities, but on their demonstrated potential for rapid advancement and adaptation. Any species considering interaction with Earth should ask themselves one question. Are you prepared for humans to learn from that interaction and potentially surpass you? If the answer is no, refer to primary classification. Don't even think about it. Do-hyun submitted the entry. The database accepted it immediately, updating Earth's file across the galaxy. From now on, any species accessing information about Earth would receive this clear warning about humanity's unique nature. Well done, Jai-yun said, reading the final version. You've managed to explain why Earth is dangerous without making humans sound like enemies. Because they're not enemies, Do-hyun replied. They're just human. And that's exactly what makes them so remarkable. The entry glowed on his screen, its warning clear to all who would read it. Earth had earned its place in galactic records not through conquest or technology, but by simply being unlike anything the galaxy had seen before.
The metallic gray of the asteroid belt stretched endlessly, a graveyard of forgotten stones, caught between the pull of a dying star and the whispers of the void. Mason Cross sat in the cramped cockpit of the Vanguard, his scarred hands deftly adjusting the controls as the ship weaved through jagged debris. His brow furrowed, the faint hum of the engines his only companion. Logan Price lounged in the co-pilot's seat, boots propped up on the dashboard, his cocky grin contrasting the tight quarters. Another day, another paycheck, Logan drawled, his southern accent dragging out the words. Think this signal's worth anything, Mason? It's worth looking into, Mason replied curtly, his focus never wavering. You don't ignore a distress call, especially not this deep out. Ethan Hawke, the third member of the crew, stood behind them, arms crossed and eyes scanning the endless stars. A former military engineer, Ethan carried himself with a quiet intensity that contrasted sharply with Logan's laid-back demeanor. The signal had come unexpectedly, breaking through the white noise of the asteroid field. It was weak, almost desperate, but unmistakable, a call for help. The trio, accustomed to scavenging old ships and salvaging tech, hadn't expected much. Yet as the Vanguard drew closer to its source, an unnatural shadow loomed ahead. That's no ordinary ship, Ethan muttered, stepping closer to the viewport. The vessel came into view slowly, emerging from the darkness like a phantom. Its surface was pocked with jagged holes, its once sleek biomechanical hull now marred by pulsating growths. It was massive, dwarfing the Vanguard in both size and presence. Tendrils of faint bioluminescence flickered along its sides, giving the impression that the ship was alive and suffering. "Sweet mercy," Logan whistled, his boots hitting the floor as he leaned forward. "What in the hell is that thing?" Mason tightened his grip on the controls. "Something that doesn't belong out here, that's for sure." The distress signal grew stronger as they approached, its tone shifting to something almost melodic, like a song sung through static. Mason's fingers danced across the console, translating the alien language into something readable. The words that appeared on the screen were crude but chillingly clear. "Help. Infested. Dying asterisk asterisk." Ethan's jaw tightened. "It's sentient. Sentient or not," Logan said. "We're not equipped to deal with whatever that is." "We didn't come out here to turn our backs," Mason said firmly. His voice carried the weight of experience, a tone that left no room for argument. "We dock, we assess, we help. That's the job." Logan muttered something under his breath, but began prepping the docking systems. The Vanguard approached the alien ship cautiously, its docking clamps latching onto a section of exposed hull. Mason led the team to the airlock, his tool belt jingling softly with each step. Inside, the air was thick and humid, carrying an acrid tang that clung to their senses. The walls of the ship pulsed faintly, veins of bioluminescence coursing through them like arteries. It was undeniably alive, though its breaths were labored, its very structure groaning under unseen weight. "Stay sharp," Mason ordered. They moved cautiously through the ship's corridors, the flickering lights casting eerie shadows. Logan carried a plasma rifle, his cocky grin replaced by a wary scowl. Ethan held a portable scanner, his eyes fixed on the readings it displayed. "This isn't just a ship," Ethan said quietly. "It's some kind of hybrid, part machine, part organic. Whatever's in here, it's killing it from the inside out." A distant screech echoed through the halls, a sound that sent a chill down their spines. "I don't like this," Logan said, his grip tightening on the rifle. They rounded a corner and came face to face with the source of the sound. The parasites were grotesque, their bodies a sickly amalgamation of chitin and muscle. They clung to the walls, their limbs burrowing into the ship's flesh, feeding on its life force. One turned its eyeless head toward the humans, mandibles clicking in a sound that could only be described as hunger. "Logan, fire!" Mason shouted. The corridor erupted in light and heat as Logan opened fire, the plasma bolts tearing through the parasite's body. The creature screeched and writhed before collapsing, its acidic blood hissing against the floor. "Keep moving," Mason barked. "We need to find the ship's core." Deeper into the ship they went, encountering more parasites with each step. Logan's rifle grew hot from overuse, and Mason's tool belt lightened as he deployed makeshift traps and barriers to slow the creatures. Ethan worked furiously with his scanner, mapping a path to the core while dodging attacks. Finally, they reached it, a massive, glowing heart of energy pulsating weakly within a chamber overrun by parasites. The ship's voice returned, this time louder, more coherent. "Save me. Destroy them. We can't just kill these things," Ethan said. "They're too entrenched. We need to cut them off from the core entirely." Mason's mind raced. He studied the core, the parasites, the ship's design. Then, inspiration struck, a solution born of necessity and desperation. "Ethan, can you rewire the core to overload the bioelectric pathways around it?" Mason asked. "It's risky," Ethan replied. "The core could destabilize." "Do it anyway," Mason said. "If we don't, this thing's done for." Ethan hesitated only a moment before diving into the work, his hands moving with precision as he rewired the alien systems. Mason and Logan held the line, fending off parasites that grew more frenzied with each passing second. The core began to glow brighter, its pulses quickening. The parasites shrieked, their bodies convulsing as the bioelectric surge coursed through the ship. One by one they fell, their connection to the core severed. When the last parasite collapsed, the ship let out a deep, resonant sound, a sigh of relief. Its lights grew steady, its walls regaining a faint, healthy glow. Mason wiped the sweat from his brow, his chest heaving. "It's not over," he said. "We've stopped the bleeding, but this ship's far from fixed. The ship's voice returned, clearer than before. "Thank you. Help me fight, asterisk, asterisk." Ethan looked at Mason, his expression grim but resolute. "I think we just got ourselves a new mission." Mason nodded, his gaze lingering on the ship's glowing core. "Let's get to work." The Vanguard pulled away from the docking port, its crew battered but victorious. Behind them, the alien ship loomed, a wounded giant, but one with the potential to become something far greater. Mason crouched near the alien ship's core, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air circulating through the makeshift workstation they'd set up. The ship, now silent but alive, seemed to watch him. Its faint bioluminescent pulses reflected his own heart's rhythm. He'd never worked on anything like it, a biomechanical marvel far beyond human engineering. Every tool in his kit felt crude against its organic components, yet his hands moved with confidence born of necessity. Behind him, Ethan Hawke sat at a console scavenged from the Vanguard, surrounded by glowing data streams. His fingers danced across a keyboard as he parsed the ship's damaged systems. "The bioelectric pathways are stabilizing, but only just," Ethan said, his voice clipped. "We've bought time, not a solution. This ship's heart is failing." Mason tightened a cable and stepped back, wiping grease onto his coveralls. "We need to get it combat ready. Not perfect. If what it's saying is true, we'll have company soon enough." The ship had shared fragments of its past, a tale of war against a species called the KRYTH, whose parasitic offspring had nearly consumed it. Those same creatures had overrun the ship's systems, leaving it defenseless and adrift. Now, Mason and his team had to transform the alien behemoth into a weapon, knowing the KRYTH would return to finish what they'd started. Logan Price paced nearby, rifle slung across his shoulder. "I still don't trust it," he muttered. "A ship that talks and fights wars. Feels like we're strapping a saddle on a wolf and hoping it won't bite." "It doesn't have a choice," Mason said, not looking up. "And neither do we. Without this thing, we're sitting ducks out here." Logan snorted but didn't argue. His confidence, usually unshakable, seemed rattled in the ship's alien presence. Ethan leaned back from the console, exhaling sharply. "I've isolated the parasite's residual coding in the ship's systems. If we can purge it, we might regain access to its full arsenal. Problem is, it's written in a language I barely understand." Mason nodded toward the ship's core. "Can you interface directly? Use its AI to guide you?" Ethan hesitated. "It's risky. The AI is intelligent, sure, but it's also damaged. If I connect, there's a chance it might override my input, or worse." "You think you can handle it?" Mason asked, his tone even but firm. Ethan met his gaze. "I don't see another option." While Ethan prepared to interface, Mason turned his attention to the ship's external weaponry. The once powerful systems were now dormant, their organic metal hybrid cannons encrusted with parasitic residue. Mason's task was to restore their functionality and retrofit them with human technology, a delicate balance of precision and brute force. Logan joined him at the weapon bay. "You think these things can punch through a KRYTH warship?" he asked, eyeing the alien cannon skeptically. "They have to," Mason replied. He examined the pulsing conduits feeding into the weapons. "This ship was designed to destroy fleets. If we can get even half its systems operational, it'll make Earth's best ships look like toy boats." Logan smirked. "Toy boats with teeth, though." "Focus, Logan," Mason said, but there was a hint of amusement in his voice. Meanwhile, Ethan connected to the ship's AI, his mind threading into its fragmented consciousness through a neural uplink. The interface was overwhelming, a torrent of alien data and emotions crashing over him like waves. He gritted his teeth, focusing on the task at hand. "Ship," Ethan said aloud, his voice steady despite the chaos in his head. "Can you guide me through the purge protocols?" The ship's response was immediate, its voice resonating both in the air and within Ethan's mind. "Yes. Sharing pathways. Warning. System instability detected asterisk asterisk." "I'll manage," Ethan muttered, sweat trickling down his temple. As Ethan worked, Mason and Logan encountered their own challenges. The alien ship's weapons were as temperamental as they were advanced, requiring intricate synchronization between its organic and mechanical components. Mason's human tools weren't enough. He had to improvise, crafting custom interfaces from scavenged parts. "Hand me the plasma torch," Mason said, his voice calm despite the pressure mounting around them. Logan passed it over, watching as Mason welded a makeshift coupling into place. "You're too calm for a guy who's basically Frankensteining an alien death ray," Logan said. "Worrying doesn't fix problems," Mason replied. He paused, checking the connections. "Besides, this ship's not the only one fighting for survival." Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden tremor that rippled through the ship. Mason steadied himself against the wall as lights flickered around them. "Ethan, what's going on?" Mason shouted into his comm. "The purge is working, but the KRYTH left failsafes in the system," Ethan replied, his voice strained. "It's fighting back. I need more time." "You don't have it," Mason said, returning his focus to the weapons. "Logan, get ready to test-fire these cannons. If they fail, we'll need to move fast." Ethan's hands trembled as he navigated the ship's corrupted pathways. The AI, sensing his determination, amplified his efforts, stabilizing critical systems even as fragments of the KRYTH's code resisted. With one final surge of focus, Ethan executed the purge, severing the last remnants of the parasite's control. The ship shuddered violently, then stilled. Its bioluminescent veins glowed brighter, pulsing with renewed energy. Ethan slumped in his chair, breathing heavily but triumphant. "Purge complete. Systems restored. We are ready, ***. Mason and Logan stood before the restored cannons, their surfaces now gleaming with integrated human technology. Mason keyed a command into his tablet, and the weapons hummed to life, their energy readings off the charts. "Well, I'll be damned," Logan said, his grin returning. Mason allowed himself a small smile. "Let's hope they work as well as they look." Ethan joined them, his face pale but determined. "The ship's systems are back online, but the KRYTH will know we're here. We've got a window to prepare before they come for us." Mason looked at the glowing core, then at his team. They were battered but unbroken, each man carrying the weight of the mission in his own way. "Then we use that window," Mason said. "We're not just fixing a ship anymore. We're building a weapon that can win this fight." The ship's voice resonated through the chamber, its tone imbued with a newfound strength. "Thank you. We will fight together." Mason placed a hand on the console, his resolve unshakable. "You'd better, because if we lose, there won't be anyone left to fight for." The alien ship, now christened Leviathan by its human saviors, drifted silently at the edge of the asteroid belt. Its massive frame radiated a faint, steady light, its systems humming with restored life. Mason Cross stood on the command deck, the glow of the ship's displays reflecting off his rugged face. The repairs had been completed in record time, but he knew better than to let hope take root just yet. "How long do we have?" Mason asked, his voice steady but low. Ethan Hawke scanned the monitors, his fingers flicking across the controls. "Not long. The KRYTH fleet is moving fast, 6 warships, each bristling with weapons. If they find us before we're ready, we'll be ready," Mason said firmly, cutting him off. He turned to Logan Price, who stood by the viewport, plasma rifle in hand. "Logan's status on the weapons?" "Primed and nasty," Logan replied, flashing his trademark grin. "Cannons are running hot, and the secondary defenses are good to go. If these KRYTH want to fight, we'll give them one they'll never forget." Mason nodded, his gaze hardening as he looked out at the endless void. The Leviathan was a marvel, but it was also untested. Every system they'd repaired, every weapon they'd modified was a gamble, and the stakes were as high as they could get. The ship's voice broke the silence, resonating through the chamber like a low, melodic hum. "Enemy vessels approaching. 32 minutes until engagement, ***. Ethan straightened. "They're faster than expected. We'll need to draw them into the asteroid field to level the playing field." Logan snorted. "You call 6-to-1 odds level?" "I like your optimism, Hawk." "Enough," Mason said. "Ethan, Get the targeting systems synced with the ship's AI. Logan, prep the forward batteries and keep an eye on those asteroids. If they get too close, we don't want debris tearing us apart before the KRYTH do. The team moved with practiced efficiency, each man falling into his role. The air was thick with tension, but there was no room for hesitation. This wasn't just a battle, it was survival. The KRYTH ships appeared on the radar as crimson blips, their formation tight and predatory. The creatures were known for their cunning, and Mason could almost feel their cold, calculating malice through the screen. As the enemy fleet closed in, Leviathan let out a low, resonant hum, its core glowing brighter. Mason could feel the ship's resolve, its desire to fight alongside them. It wasn't just a machine, it was an ally. "Here they come," Logan said, his voice a mixture of excitement and dread. The first shots came from the KRYTH, bright streaks of energy slicing through the darkness. Mason shouted orders, and the Leviathan responded with a grace that belied its massive size. The ship twisted and turned, its cannons firing in synchronized bursts that lit up the void. Direct hit. Logan whooped as one of the enemy ships faltered, its shields flickering under the assault. "Don't celebrate yet," Ethan warned. "They're adapting." The KRYTH shifted their formation, their ships darting through the asteroid field with unnerving precision. They returned fire, forcing the Leviathan to maneuver even more aggressively. Mason gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the command console as he barked out orders. "Ethan, deploy the EMP mines." "On it," Ethan replied, his fingers flying across the controls. Small, glowing orbs launched from the Leviathan, scattering through the asteroid field like fireflies. Moments later, they detonated, releasing waves of electromagnetic energy that disrupted the KRYTH's systems. Two enemy ships veered off course, crashing into asteroids and erupting in fiery explosions. "That's two down," Logan said, his grin widening. "Four to go." The remaining KRYTH ships adjusted, their weapons focusing on the Leviathan's weak points. The ship shuddered under the assault, alarms blaring as sparks flew from overloaded consoles. "Shields are holding, but barely," Ethan reported. "We need to take out their leader. The others are following its commands." Mason nodded. "Logan, target the lead ship. Full power to the forward cannons." Logan's hands moved with practiced ease, his aim steady despite the chaos around him. The Leviathan's main cannons roared to life, twin beams of energy slicing through the void. The lead KRYTH ship tried to evade, but the Leviathan was faster. The beams struck true, tearing through the enemy vessel's hull. The explosion was blinding, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then the remaining KRYTH ships broke formation, their movements erratic and disorganized. "They're falling back," Ethan said, disbelief coloring his tone. "We've got them on the run." Mason didn't relax. "Finish the job. We can't leave any of them alive." The Leviathan surged forward, its weapons unleashing a relentless barrage. One by one, the KRYTH ships fell, their debris scattering like ash in the wind. When the last enemy vessel was destroyed, a heavy silence settled over the battlefield. Mason exhaled slowly, his shoulders relaxing for the first time in hours. He turned to his team, pride evident in his expression. "Good work, all of you." Logan let out a triumphant laugh, slapping Ethan on the back. "You see that? We just took on 6 KRYTH warships and came out on top." Ethan smiled faintly, though his exhaustion was evident. "We had help," he said, nodding toward the ship's core. The Leviathan's voice filled the chamber, its tone warm and grateful. "Victory is ours. Thank you, friends, ***. Mason stepped forward, placing a hand on the console. "Don't thank us yet. This was just one battle. The war's far from over." The ship pulsed in response, its lights growing brighter. Mason knew they'd accomplished something incredible, but he also knew the KRYTH wouldn't stop. This was only the beginning. "Ethan, start repairs," Mason said. "Logan, run a sweep for survivors. We're not taking any chances." As the crew set to work, Mason stared out at the void, his mind already turning to the challenges ahead. They had won the day, but the future was uncertain. All he knew was that humanity, and their unlikely ally, would be ready.
The massive doors of the Galactic Council Chamber opened with a deep hum that vibrated through the bones of every creature present. Kim Day stepped through the entrance, his black diplomatic robes flowing behind him as he walked toward the human. Delegation seats. Behind him, Yoon Hana followed quietly, her sharp eyes scanning the room as always. Around them, hundreds of beings from across the galaxy were taking their places. The chamber was enormous, with curved walls that stretched up into darkness above. Floating platforms held delegates from species that preferred different atmospheres, while the main floor accommodated those who breathed the standard mix. Kim. They had been coming to these meetings for 3 years now. He knew the routine well. Every species had to go through security checks before entering the sacred chamber. The Grexmore warriors had their deadly claws covered with special sheaths. The crystalline Velther